Sean the Orca guy starts the show this morning because he's awesome and he knows what's up and he knows how to get the party started. What?
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
That's what's up. Thanks, Sean. Always do this.
Security, I bleed for you. My eyes burn. My point is no, 'cause you'll never learn. You'll never learn. I bleed for you. You'll never learn. I bleed for you. You'll never learn. I bleed. I bleed.
I'm gonna grab some grapes. I'll be right back. Oh no, they're right here. I've got my grapes. My grapes, they're right here. Look at this. How'd that happen?
It starts with an L.
God damn it. What is wrong with this fucking thing? Hello, Trendies! Trendy reporting in live from Orlando, Florida, home of Trendy House Dabbers and all things trendy, where you find me and you, the hashtag Trendies on all forms of social media, especially on rumble.com. Many of you forget to go there. Rumble.com/user/Nace Garden. This is the Ox Project from Orlando, Florida. Wait. Hey, Enoch and Sean, what's up? Two of my favorites. Yes. I'm getting really fucking annoyed with this goddamn charger, bro. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know why it's doing this. It shows it's charging and then it's not charging. You fucking piece of shit, dude. What? Something's not making contact, and it's like, I think it's one of the prongs. Is it not making contact in here or something? Yeah, it won't fucking stay connected, dude. There it goes. Now it's connected. What a piece of shit, dude. It's really pissing me off. All right, so Ben Armstrong got arrested last night for loitering. And I was doing a party here. And my mom was, she pulled a little bitch move on me last night while we were live. And, I was like, okay, fine, I'll end the show. And I realized after I ended it, she really didn't care whether I was live or not. And I was really upset because we could have caught that whole Ben Armstrong thing last night. And that would have been really cool. He was live when he got arrested last night. And he was also with his mistress live. And he put up a freaking tweet this morning saying he's not going to get rid of his mistress. He's going to stick with her, Cassie. So I watched a couple of videos this morning, people who are covering it, and it's just exactly what you would expect to see from someone who's hitting bottom, spiraling, someone who blames everybody else for their problems and is, a king baby and screaming for attention from everybody, that everybody should be helping and sending money to bail him out because you all love him so much because the emperor wears no clothes. And that's where he is right now, and that's exactly how I view him. I mean, I like him, but I know a lot of people go through this. I've gone through it. A lot of people go through it. And it's kind of sad. It is sad to see. I'm not cheering it on. But at the same time, I've got a little bit of jealousy and I've got a little bit of vindictiveness around him, not horribly. It was just that, he refused me for an interview years ago, but that was okay, because we are very non-advertiser friendly content, and he didn't want to be associated with this channel. I understand it. But, he basically, he handled it professionally. What can I say? They called me back. They were polite. And I was impressed by that. So I kept watching and I kept learning. And as I started seeing him falter, I pointed it out on my show all the time. I was like, he's on something. He's doing something fucked up. There's something wrong. I know an addict in their addict when I see it. And he's totally freaking out on, he's changing. There's something wrong. This little arrest, this was nothing. This is nothing. This is not hitting bottom. I'm going to tell you why. It was just loitering. He went to jail for 8 hours. He bailed right out, $2,600 bail, right? And he's crying to his audience that he needs money while he's running around getting himself arrested and costing more money doing dumb shit. He's doing the wrong thing. And I don't know at what point the people that are funding him, all of his fans, are going to be like, hey man, you're just taking our money and throwing it away. Maybe. But one of the good things that I do like about this, gonna just throw it out there, is his channel is not doing very well anymore. Now that they've kicked him out, they're losing subscribers and they're losing views and they're losing popularity, and their content has gone to complete shit. That makes me happy. And you want to know why? Because of the way I felt like I was slighted and I was blown off. And the ease at which YouTube made it, so him and his, whatever you want to call it, whatever I attribute it to, which obviously ain't it, but I'm still going to say it, him and his fucking Christianity. Sorry to all my Christian friends out there. But, they get all the goddamn likes and all the fucking, all the proliferation that the channel could possibly need to get more viewers, while mine is subverted and hidden. So understand, there's a lot of anger around that. And I'm not going to hide it. I'm not going to say I don't have feelings around it. Oh yeah, I do. It's not their fault that they did good. And I shouldn't blame them for being successful. But I do blame life. And I do get angry, and I do get sideways sometimes. This may be one of those times. You're either going to love me or hate me for it. I don't fucking care. I've been run over so many fucking times doing podcasting that I've gotten to the point where I just don't fucking care anymore. And I'm not going to do what they want me to do so that they'll get me more viewers. Or I'm not even going to do what my audience wants me to do so they'll start showing up again. Fuck you. I'm going to do me. And I don't fucking care, because that's what makes me happy, is coming in here and keeping it real. And if I'm only keeping it real for, wow, really? Really? Almost 20 people already? Okay, well then I guess I'm doing it right. I was going to say, if I'm only keeping it real for 6 people, I thought it was like 6 people, but no, it's like 20. So if I'm keeping it real for this many people, then I know that I'm happy. And that's all that I fucking do podcasting for, is my own pure fucking happiness, because I love doing it. Right? So why would I come on here and be a phony? Not going to happen. Not going to jump through those hoops. I'm glad that Ben Armstrong can get on, the live show and talk like this and act like a sports podcaster, broadcaster, and talk professionally and have a very polished, I just can't do that shit. I've tried. It's not me, man. I'm going to come on here. I'm going to talk to you like I normally talk to people. And that's what you're going to get. So All the crypto people are moving to Dubai. You know, because it's just so convenient to live in Dubai. Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate you saying those are very nice words. Thank you. Preacher, nay. The devil, Jesus' son. No. I gotta keep it. I just gotta come in here and talk and just say how I feel about stuff, man. And that's it. You know, there's plenty of other people on the internet that do what I do, and they have wonderful followings and wonderful audiences, and they do really well. You know what they don't do? They don't fucking talk to their audiences like I do. They ignore you motherfuckers. And because I talk to you and we process, a lot of you fall out of favor. You know, I fall out of favor with you because you get to find out how I really feel about shit. Hey, fuck those motherfuckers. Hey, Bad Blue Draws, what's up, brother? Yes, tap in, folks. I love it. You're either going to like the show or you're not. One thing's for sure, we're going to keep going and we're going to keep doing it. And we're going to keep having fun. You know? With or without you, it's up to you. I mean, I could have done the show for just Sean and Enoch this morning. When I saw Sean and Enoch were here, I was like, cool, we got a show. I got two awesome dudes that talk, they chat with me, they participate. Whether they agree with me or not doesn't fucking matter. We're friends, and we're gonna have some fun. You know, you should include yourself in that circle. You really should. You should consider yourself part of it. There's only one narrative I want you to subscribe to, and that's the truth. If we disagree on some points around it, that's fine. As long as we're trying to go in the same direction, man, we'll get along really well. You know, this guy Brant Robinson on Twitter, him and I went back and forth about the Ukraine war. We didn't come to any conclusions. He didn't convince me of nothing, and I didn't convince him of anything either. But you know what? He put up another tweet this morning showing a plant, and I've got the same type of plant, I think, in my front yard. And I said, hey, man, I think I got one of those, too. I was like, thank you for putting this information up there. We can totally disagree on the Ukraine war. I don't fucking care. I can disagree on who you think the president should be. I don't fucking care. We can disagree on whether you think Donald Trump's a liar. I don't care if you think he's a liar or not. We can disagree on whether you think Joe Biden is a fucking criminal. I don't fucking care how you feel about that. I don't care how you feel about any of that shit. You know, we can disagree on whether or not you feel like Nazis should be allowed to have a fucking voice or not. We can totally talk about that too. And I don't care how you fucking feel about it. These are things I feel strongly about. You know, you can even say that a woman has no right to her body and that if she gets impregnated by a rapist, she has to have the baby. Great. You can have that fucking opinion like so many other people do. We can still be buddies and we can talk about it. I might not like the fact that you have that opinion, and I might tell you why I think it's a dumb opinion, but at the same time, you know, that's your opinion, that's fine. You're more than welcome to it. Welcome to my show. You know, things have changed around here. I'm a little bit more accepting of people I disagree with. Wow, if you missed out on that little bit of growth, then you've missed out on a shit ton, hours and hours and hours of fucking good entertainment that I've been supplying ever since you fucking fell out of favor, or, you know, I fell out of favor with you. You know? Your loss. You couldn't get over it, it's your fucking loss. I'm still here. I'm still doing it. And there's old school motherfuckers that still hang out. I mean, look how long Iceman and I have been buddies. Look how long Cyber and I have been buddies. You know? We don't agree on everything. And you know what? We don't really fight either. You should be like us. You know? Don't take things so personally. If I was huge and there were thousands of years listening to me, I could understand you being a little bit more upset about me getting your narrative wrong. Totally. But dudes, nobody watches my show. What are you fucking worried about if I got something wrong? Seriously. Nobody's listening to me, man. It's like it doesn't fucking matter. When I have 20 people watching, really? It's nothing. So it shouldn't even matter how I feel about something to some of you. You'd be like, yeah, nobody even listens to that guy. He can think however he wants to think. Most of you guys don't have shows and don't even tell people how you feel about shit. So it's like, it's not like you're changing the world with your narratives either. Right? Doesn't that make sense? If I was fucking like Jimmy Dore or Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro and I had 1 million people watching me, yeah, then I would take them a little bit more passionately about how you say shit. Because there's millions of people that are depending on you being fucking honest. And none of those guys are. Let's go with 1730 on this one, guys. 1730. He's on coke. Those cops could have shot him for how much he was reaching for something on him. Patrick, do you have a link to the video? I could not find it. Patrick, I cannot find that live stream. I don't know what channel it was on. It's not there. I looked on their lives. If anybody can help me find that video, I would greatly appreciate it. Or has it been taken down? If I was Ben, I would have taken it off as soon as I got out of jail. I would have removed that shit. It's going to work against him. He was acting... What's the word I'm looking for? Unpredictably. Holy shit, thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Oh my God.
Things just took a dark turn. Ben Armstrong was just arrested live on stream with a weapon in his car. Once again, let's watch the video.
Come hell or high water, if Carlos Diaz comes out of his house and tries to kill me live on YouTube.
Dude, he is totally... Wow, I didn't realize how unhinged this was. He's right, dude. He's totally off the fucking chain right here. Oh, my God. You guys. Holy shit. He is... Dude, he is just like Patrick said, he's on coke or something, bro. Oh, my God. Okay, here it goes. Let's do the stab. Cheers, guys.
That it's just gonna have to be what it's gonna be, Carlos. You guys see, when I see a car coming down the street, I have to think about protecting myself. That's where I'm at, guys. This is not paranoia. This is not a crazy person. This is not someone who is erratic. This is not someone who is on drugs. This is someone who has been in the fear for his life for too long. And now, somebody just texted me, said they're going to call the cops. I will really enjoy the cops coming here. Here's the police. Police are here, guys. So we'll have to talk to him here in a second. Here's the point. He goes out there. He doesn't even go out there. He pays someone to take pictures in front of Ben Nadi's house, okay? And then he tells them, I better hurry up quickly here. He told me he went out there and roughed up Ben Nadi's, fought him and beat him up, and Maxine Waters, a politician, told him to kill Ben Nadi's with a fentanyl syringe. Hey, guys.
Sure she did. Sure Maxine Waters did. Oh, my God. Yeah, sure she did.
How's it going?
Stop.
Oh, stop. I couldn't hear.
You have a weapon on you.
No, I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
So.
I have one in my vehicle, but I do not have a weapon on me.
Okay.
Okay.
Do me a favor. Take out your whatever. Fanny pack.
Sorry, I reached too fast. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay.
Put your phone down.
This motherfucker's on drugs. You're right, dude. Nobody moves like that in front of a police officer.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. This one down.
Put the fanny pack down.
Okay.
What's going on?
What's going on? This man inside of this house.
Actually, he's gonna check you real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good. You have a weapon.
I'm sorry. I have a. Okay. Okay. Yep. No weapons. No
Where
weapons.
in the car is your gun?
It's in the back seat.
Back seat?
Yep.
Is anybody else in the car?
Yes, there's somebody in the car.
Yeah, someone's in the car.
Who?
What's that?
Who's in your car?
Who's in my car?
Yes.
Okay. Let's,
Who's in your car?
who's in my car?
Who's in your truck, sir?
Cassie is in my car. Cassie's in my
All
truck.
right, Cassie.
Cassie's in my truck. My wife knows that we're here, by the way. She knows we came to do this. But my wife is aware. So we're live on YouTube right now.
Okay.
We got about 2,500 people watching. So Cassie is a girl I had an affair with. She's involved in the situation with me and this guy here. My wife knows. We were just at my daughter's tennis match. Cassie and I have came over here because this man is extorting me.
Come over here. Come over here.
It looks like him and Cassie are using coke together, man.
It's in his garage right now. His garage. All right, get over here. Okay, absolutely.
I mean, that's just crazy. It's like you're showing up to a guy's house with a weapon in your car, harassing him because you think he stole your lamb
Okay.
of himself.
Okay,
And
wait.
tonight-
Wait. Shut up. Nobody cares about your fucking opinion. Thank you for giving us the video. We appreciate that. Awesome. That was great. So, you guys have any thoughts on what you just saw? He seems to be off unhinged, right? He's not doing things that a normal person would do. You don't show up at some dude's house, right, while you're live streaming and show the world that you're, about to break the law and you're going to go accost somebody, trespass on somebody's property, harass somebody, accuse someone of things in a place where you really shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be out standing in front of somebody's yard screaming and yelling, ranting and raving, right? You guys all think it's cocaine. It makes sense that it's not meth. It makes sense. He's on steroids, he drinks alcohol, and he's probably snorting cocaine. When he was at the top, when he was doing his best, I think he was completely sober. He was doing so good when the Bitboy channel was just trajectory straight up. I didn't see it slowing down ever. I didn't see this fucking coming. Dude, I saw him, getting all drugged up and shit, but not losing this and not having his own people take it out from underneath him. No. Never saw that coming. And this is why this is such a shock. Plus, his friendship with Carl the Moon, and all the money that all these guys have, you just would never think that you would take, all your relationships and all of the thing that you built and just throw it away over an affair and some drugs, man. I remember when I seeing him drive that fucking that Hellcat. And I was like, dude, he's just loving life so much. He's doing exactly what I would be doing if I had that kind of money. I'd love to have the fastest fucking car on the goddamn in the planet. I'd whatever the fuck, Plaid. Don't give a fuck what it is. Bugatti. It would just be awesome just to be able to buy that, not even think about it. Be like, I want that. I want a fucking private jet and my own pilot. And whenever I want to fly out to fucking Denmark to go see my buddy, I'm just going to hop on my plane and have my pilot take me out there. Oh, that would be cool. So, we can dream our little dreams, and we can live vicariously through people like that. And that was legit for me to watch him and watch Carl and see these guys living the life and owning fucking race car teams, and oh no, the fucking Hellcat was enough. Now he's got a fucking Lamborghini. I cheer that shit on. I'm a fan. I've always been a fan of that shit. Crypto, baby. One of us. I don't want to see this happen to this dude. It's the more I see it, the more it breaks my heart. All the jealousy, man, that I got for the guy. It's as somebody who's been there and just seen, I just know he's unhinged and he's just like, he's not making any sense at all. He's not, it must be the fucking steroids, man. It must be the goddamn steroids. It must just make you fucking psychotic. Because that's something I don't know anything about. I mean, when I was on that shit, when I was on cocaine, I don't remember being delusional. I don't remember not being able to do the right thing at any given time, even when I was on that shit. Bro, I don't know, man. Yeah, I think it's the fucking steroids. Maybe that in conjunction with cocaine and alcohol. It's just a cocktail of psychosis, bro. Maybe you can just create psychosis with alcohol, coke, and steroids. Maybe it's the same fucking thing. He's acting like he needs to be medicated, right? Dear Slayer, yo. You've been called worse names by better people. I don't know what you're talking about, Dear Slayer. How's it going, brother? Pat Patrick. Let's turn the reader on. We haven't had the reader on in a while. Oops. I forgot how to turn it on. Dude. Oh, notifications. Man, my brain stopped working there for a minute. AIE. Hello, AIE. Welcome to my show, AIE. Can I call you I? What do I call you? He was also charged with simple assault by placing another in fear. Okay, because all he said on his Twitter was that he was charged with loitering. So there's more to it, huh? There's more charges. AIE, thank you for offering some more information into the... I believe somebody pulled up the list of charges on a live stream earlier. Oh, wait, there's more, guys? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There's more to this video.
The video.
Come hell or high water, if Carlos Diaz comes out of his house and tries to kill me live on YouTube, then it's just gonna have to be what it's gonna be, Carlos. You guys see, when I see a car coming down the street,
Wait.
I have to think about protecting myself.
We already saw.
That's where I'm at, guys.
He played all this.
This is not paranoia.
Is he playing it all over again?
This is not a crazy person.
He's just
This
playing
is
it
not
all over
someone
again.
Who is erratic. This is not someone who is on drugs. This is
Okay, I don't understand why he's playing the same video over again. Let me just see what this is.
and roughed up Ben East, fought him and beat him up, and Maxine Waters, a politician.
Dude, why are you watching this over and over again? That's him getting... Dude, you watched that twice.
Mr. Blue 313 Setstfin. Happy face.
Then he goes to the Twitter feed, I think. Okay, I don't think there's any more video in this video. I'm so sorry. Patrick John Welder fucking texted me last night. He's like, dude, go live. He's like, Ben's gonna fucking, he's all fucked up in front of this dude's house, it's Carlos's house, trying to get his Lamborghini back. I didn't even get that text, bro. I was in event world over here. And I must say, usually I just hide in my bedroom when my mom has this kind of stuff. But I knew almost everyone that was here last night. And it was quite an enjoyable evening, actually. I would have much rather been doing that than watching Ben get arrested last night. And having to keep it all quiet while all these people were standing around, you know, doing their party. So, yeah, it was a lovely evening. It really was. I really enjoyed myself. Thoroughly. Thoroughly enjoyed myself. And, yeah, but I'm sorry I missed it. Wish it could have been scheduled. I wish we could have scheduled it differently, you know? I was watching, they actually interviewed TJ. Altcoin Daily, I think, interviewed TJ. It's a very interesting interview. To hear the other side of it. 3 ways to balance dopamine after quitting weed. Okay, number 1, it's called cannabis. Number 2, don't quit. Number 3, suck my dick. Those are the 3 steps to you shutting the fuck up. Lovely, lovely, lovely evening indeed. I turn the chat voice on and you guys don't say anything. Really? Should I do the pop-out chat? What's that? Pop-out chat. Oh, you can't read it out loud?
Sean the Orca guy.
Oh my god!
I'm enjoying a spleesh of Kofa very
Dude! Rumble's got the baddest thing now, dude! You can pop the chat out, and then there's a fucking speech thing on it, so I don't have to click through all this shit.
Live chat. Dear Slayer 1959.
Mr. Blue 313 said.
Oh my god!
I've been called worse names by better PPL. My ex was a Mexican, and I don't speak Spanish. LOL.
Oh my god.
Toth.
Dear Slayer 1959.
I'm so happy right now.
Coke. One hippie chick. Good morning, Nay.
All new show, guys.
One hippie chick. Happy to hear it was a successful event for your mom. One hippie chick. Weed? Cannabis.
Right.
Subscribe.
Fucking weed.
0/200.
Hey, weed, how about fuck you? How about fuck you?
Sean the Orca guy. Shout out to Hippie Chick.
Let's get that TJ interview. Altcoin Daily.
Down with the man accused of stealing Bitboy Crypto.
Yesterday, BJ Investment Holdings, the parent company of Hit Network, took decisive legal action in removing Ben Armstrong from the company.
That was TJ Shed, who is the CEO of Bitboy Crypto, now rebranded to Discover Crypto, as well as CEO of Hit Network, who fired Ben under allegations of major crimes, which I question him. Substance
Orca guy.
abuse allegation.
Shout out to Nate for putting the
misappropriation of
W word
funds
douchebag in his
allegation.
place.
Like specifically, how did Ben do that? Why does Ben say that you stole his son's channel? Carlos Diaz, dude, why in every leaked audio am I hearing his voice? Who is he? Ben disagrees with these charges.
TJ should go to prison. Slave. They wanted me to be a slave. This company will be dead in 3 months without me. For sure.
And
Dude.
in this exclusive interview,
Dude, all you have to do is sit down, Ben. It's all you have to do. Sit down and fucking just lay low for a little while, and they will fucking crumble. But if you keep up this bullshit that you're doing, man, you're going to come off as completely out of control and off the hook. And your audience isn't going to support you anymore if you keep it up. So my advice to Ben Armstrong, dude, sit down, bro. Dude, what you should do exactly what Donald Trump should do right now. Just fucking lay low. You want to go do your rallies, Donald Trump? Go do your rallies, man. You want to go talk your smack like you do? Talk your smack, and make sure you don't say talk shit about the judges and fucking the guys that are prosecuting you. That's it. And then you could talk shit about everybody else. That's all you got to do.
TJ on those allegations. Well, he says he's innocent, and your way of help is to kick him to the curb. My only intention with this interview is from a neutral point of view that has a relationship.
All right,
with
let's
both
just
parties.
get. How did you meet? Okay, it's a whole thing. We're gonna speed it up.
TJ, I've known you for a long time. I appreciate you coming on. Before we get into maybe some of the heavier stuff, you have made a lot of public
Talking so slow.
Same to you. I've known you guys for a long time, so I just want to start at the beginning. When did you first meet Ben?
Yeah, we have known each other a long time. You and I, actually, you and I probably met around the same time. Ben and I met 2018 is when Ben and I first started talking on Instagram. There was a...
Dude, you fucking little punk bitches. You little fucking kids.
Now you talk about terror.
What is that? My phone is playing a video. We don't need the CIA. That's weird, dude. Real News Network. Anyway, you guys are fucking little punk bitches, okay? You know, when I was in high school, you guys weren't even fucking born yet. All right? So let me just explain something to you. 18 to 19 to 20, 21, 22, 23. 5 years ain't a long time to know anybody, dude. That ain't
Sean the Orca.
dick.
Did your phone get hacked, Nick?
You're a little punk bitch. And your punk bitch ass has known someone for 5 years, and you say, I've known him a long time, TJ? You don't understand how life works, dude. I mean, you knew him well enough to know that he was going to fucking crack out on you and fucking go on anabolic steroids and become an alcoholic and act like a fucking freak. That's how well the 5 years fucking taught you, dumbass. You didn't know him well. That's the first thing you should have said was, dude, I've known him for 5 years and I never fucking saw this coming. I thought I knew the guy, but I really just found out that I don't know him at all. That's what you should have said, TJ. That doesn't even make sense. So I just got to correct that. I want to hear him say it again.
I just want to start at the beginning.
So you can see what an idiot sounds like.
Yeah, we have known each other a long time. You and I, actually, you and I probably met around the same time. Ben and I met 2018 is when Ben and I first started talking on Instagram.
We've known a long time. We've known him a long time. 5 years. I've known him a long, long time, man. 5 years. Bro, your prison sentence is going to be longer than the time that you've known Ben for.
A lot of people doing crypto content on Instagram back then. There was probably maybe what felt like 10 or 15 people doing real content, and then hundreds of forex and bot trading bot scammers. So the real people found each other pretty quick, and we started engaging with each other, sharing content, which soon turned into DM conversations. I was living in California at the time.
These guys are all going to go to jail, bro.
Falcons fans, and just
Ben's probably going to go to jail. They're going to go to jail. These motherfuckers are so crooked, and they're all going to rat on
Sean
each
the
other.
Orca guy.
You'll see.
Ha ha ha, good one, Nick.
started turning into an Instagram chat, which turned into Twitter, which turned into helping each other grow each other's content. Small group of content creators, and this relationship grew over time.
What qualities do you remember liking about Ben from a business point of view? Because, it's a lot to go into business with somebody.
Yeah, there's a lot of great things about Ben, obviously. I mean, he's a very passionate person, very engaging person. He's a very hardworking person. That was something him and I always came together on. We both very strong work ethic, big thinkers, big ideas, and not afraid to go for stuff. So, we bonded and connected a lot on a lot of that stuff early when it came to business. We were very like-minded in the way we saw things and our kind of just do it now mentality.
And that's, in total opposition of where you guys are now. So we're going to get into that. But again, just for more context, because I always like more information. The conversation, because Ben had his YouTube channel before you became CEO, but I believe that conversation to bring you on, when was that and what did that look like?
Right. Great question.
I joined him officially with Bitboy Crypto in 2020. And yeah, you're right. He had started the channel and worked on it for a couple of years, 2018, 2019, grew it, did a lot of the early heavy lifting, Brian.
Exactly. And that right there is a sticking point, bro. Ben started that by himself. He did it for 2 years. He did it all. And then you came in there and fucking started riding on his fucking coattails like a little cunt. So, no matter what, who's guilty here or whatever, this motherfucker's already a little fucking Elon Musk wannabe. I'm going to fucking come in there, find someone who's doing good, and just take all their shit away from them.
A lot of respect for all of that stuff.
He went to the Elon Musk school of fucking of how to be a fucking businessman.
At the time that would help connect content creators with sponsors, and so we would do sponsorship deals. I think when we really first started working with him, he had around 20,000 subscribers, and so we'd done some of that through 2019. Worked on a couple little side projects, but officially came on in 2020 to help him kind of late of that year. And then really at the time he had kind of I think three contracted editors that would basically just do one video a day.
I need a dab stat.
And then that was it. And then his sister as an employee. And then I came in and we really
I need a bong rip stat.
And scale and get more efficient with what we were doing, bring employees on to handle certain roles and turn it from just a channel into a business. And then during that time, and obviously this was gearing up for the bull run. 2020 had started a little bit. Big bull run was coming in 2021. We wanted to be ready for that. So we started, again, streamlining our content. We launched the live stream together early 2021, and kind of from that point on, the channel really started blowing up. I think it was around 50,000 subscribers when I joined. It grew to 200,000 pretty quickly, and then over the course of 2021, as you know as well, had a massive growth kind of for the space in general in a lot of top channels.
Could you talk about a happy time that you can remember, like working with Ben, for example, with me and my brother? Because I honestly viewed your relationship as brotherly. You're great friends, I'd always thought, and I think you were at one time. But like for me and my brother, I don't know, it's like we set a goal originally to get to 100,000 subscribers. That seemed outrageous to us when we started the channel, and when we did that,
We're skipping the happy time. We don't care about the happy times.
I just want to ask you about your intentions.
You're welcome
for doing a public interview, because you and the company have been noticeably quiet, other than the official announcement, while as opposed to Ben's side has been noticeably public about everything. So what's the intention today?
Really, the intention is to address this one time and answer a lot of questions, because as you said, there have been a lot of allegations made, but the reason we've been so private is this is a very serious issue that affects a lot of people. A lot of people in the real world, in the social media world, but also just in crypto in general. And part of it, I don't know if a lot of people saw the Ordinary Gamers video that came out recently, but this is starting to really float up to mainstream YouTube, and it's starting to put it is putting all crypto content creators in somewhat of a bad light, and the crypto content creation space in a bad light, and it's getting kind of referred to as a lower class of YouTube. And I don't like that. That's not good for us. That's not good for any content creator. You guys work really hard. George works really hard. Coin Girl works really hard. Tons of people here. Frankie Candles, people around the blockchain, BitLab Academy. We have and everybody else in the content creation space. I mean, everybody's, especially in crypto, they're working really hard to make a positive impact, not only for themselves, but to educate people about crypto. And when things like this happen in the public light very negatively, it's a bad effect for everybody here. So we don't really want to be addressing a lot of these things very publicly because it is a very sensitive issue and it is causing a lot of pain and devastation. But at this point, we feel like we need to come out and at least set the sword straight, answer some questions, address these insane things that are coming out, and really show what's going on here, and how sad it really is, because it's a sad situation. It's a painful situation for a lot of us.
It's incredibly sad. And for context for the audience, like for me personally, I feel like I'm in a very interesting position because, like you mentioned, I knew you. I met you around the same time I met Ben separately. You were living in California. I saw you at the OC Bitcoin meetups. I also started to get to know Ben through conferences because he was a peer in the space. And then obviously over the years, as you joined up, I got to know you guys so much more. And I'm friends with both of you. Like, I'm friends with Ben. I'm friends with you. That's a controversial statement today because the Ben audience will say, that's not right, and your audience would say, that's not right.
They talk so slow, man. This is a 1.75, guys.
Both parties go through these public allegations. I want you to address them.
What a fucking idiot to talk so slow.
And I'm going to ask you about that. Maybe have you address that.
It sounds like he's talking normally right now.
This week too. I want to keep everything fair.
1.75 speed.
Let's jump right in.
Yeah, real quick. You said our audience would say that we wouldn't want you to take both sides, and that's not the case. We are not a dividing point. Anybody that wants to have any communication with him, have him on, that doesn't alienate you from us in any way, shape, or form. We're open to anybody coming on our channels talking about crypto. As long as we want to talk about crypto and adoption and technology and that sort of stuff, then we're happy to have you on the channel. As far as the drama goes, we really want to address this once and for all, and then the rest of this needs to be handled privately or in court. So that's where we're
in court. Yeah, exactly.
So let's jump in. Like when Ben
it needs to be handled in court.
To me, it was sudden. To everybody, it was sudden, but it made me sad. It made me angry. I felt a little betrayed, even though I didn't have all the information, and a lot of the audience felt angry and betrayed. Can you understand how they would feel that way?
Oh, absolutely. I can understand that 100%. A lot of people jumped on CoffeeZilla when he sent that tweet out about me and kind of attacking me. And, my original response was, guys, I understand why the knee-jerk reaction from any YouTuber, any content creator, when they see something like this happen.
Dude, I need to see the CoffeeZilla tweet. I had no idea. I am so interested in what he has to say about all of this. Holy shit. The plot thickens.
Is anger, outrage. That's not fair. That's wrong. And
no law regarding cannabis, everybody. This glows in the dark. And so will I after I smoke from it.
Does become a part of you.
Is it radioactive? Let me know in the chat. Cheers.
So to think about that getting ripped away from you, even just subconsciously from looking at another person's situation, it'll trigger something in you. And I can completely understand that. And I know why people felt the way they did. And unfortunately, I couldn't really come out and give a lot of information at the time because it was a very fluid situation and very legal situation and a very serious situation. And I had to make sure I understood what was going on before I really started to address it. And I couldn't just come out and start talking about it on social media. But I can completely understand why, without all the information, it was a angering thing. And then as more information comes out, I think people are going to understand over time. But this isn't just one channel. It's a large business. There's a lot of people involved. And I think I mentioned this earlier, but I want to kind of come back to it. There is a social media world where we see everything online, and things are sensationalized. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of clicks. But then there's also the real world that have real people's lives involved, real families, real livelihoods, real, payroll to meet and rent to get paid and babies.
Fuck you, TJ. You got your whole behind the scenes channel, so fuck you.
That are eating on this stuff, and people that get affected by the actions of other people, and there are consequences for those actions, regardless of what it looks like on social media. And that's part of the disconnect we're dealing with right now is, the public opinion, social media world, and then the real world of legal.
Are you telling us, TJ, that your behind the scenes fucking channel is all bullshit, not really behind the scenes? Wow. Huh. Realization, guys.
And employees and a lot of other major serious things that have to be
can I just say that TJ looks like a pharaoh?
Thing about his employees, you have two different sides.
He looks like the pharaoh right now with the freaking
start to erode. What were the first signs?
The pharaoh headdress behind him.
Mine and his relationship, when did it start to erode? I'd say really.
It's not a good look for him.
I don't know about first signs. We've had blow-ups in the past, and a lot of people could attest to that. Employees in the office. I think the very first time he blew up at me was not long into our relationship. Might have even been before a lot of things really formalized. It was when I was just helping him. The very first argument we ever got into, I was talking to him about a project that I felt like was a questionable project to be covering, and the specific word I used was cash grab, and he just absolutely lost his mind, raged on me, threw something at me, missed, but it could have hurt me pretty badly. It was just a big blow up, and that was the first time I really
Holy
realized
shit!
Got some anger, and it is what it is. We worked it out.
Dude! No. None of my friends in my whole life have ever thrown an object at me. Now, I had an ex-girlfriend throw a hot tea at me once, but none of my friends have ever picked something up and thrown it at me out of anger. Ever. So if that were to happen, That would be a fucking deal breaker. Hey, you know what, man? We can't be friends anymore. You literally just picked something up and threw it at me. So, I mean, it's obviously, it's not healthy for me, and it's obviously not healthy for you. So let's just cut our losses now. No, because greed, because Elon, little Elon over here, has to fucking tough it out, because he's just waiting for his chance to pounce.
He did apologize and basically said it was a mountain.
I'm sure you documented the whole thing, too.
His reputation in the past.
Probably got it all on video.
Cash grab, it just set him off. Now, he did still end up doing the review for that project and made it very clear that he has the final say on all of those sorts of things in the future, and just don't ever use that word again. But
thank you, Hippie Chick.
A long time ago, and I just kind of learned how to handle that with him. Then there've been some other blow-ups, and here and there over minor things. He would say probably some antics over words. He did assault me one time in the office.
Okay, wait, we'll get to that. I want to get into all that.
Well,
okay, go on.
I'm talking multiple different things.
Oh, so tell me about it then.
So, and this is why I'm trying to set the context. A lot of this is older. And we have, and so that's what other people have referenced. One time he kind of like pinned me in a chair and pushed his forehead against my forehead, and it was a rage moment. And there was 5-6 people in the room when it happened. But the more recent stuff, it started to, and I guess the reason I tell you that is I want people to understand, like, this is not, people have worked with Ben for a long time. We've made a lot of allowances for Ben in a lot of situations, and we care for Ben in a lot of situations. And it wasn't until things really started to get out of control that real problems started to happen. And I would say that started happening for me in around May, summertime-ish of this year, 2023. Because again, I really care for Ben, and I'm willing to work with him through a lot of different situations.
If you guys walk away with anything
so
you say you care for Ben
from this video, it should be that guys named Ben are psychotic.
And the audience is probably shouting. The actions don't show it. So I do want to break that down with you.
Let's do it.
Why did you fire Ben?
We had to remove Ben from the company for a variety of different reasons. The main one was the material harm and damage he was creating, a massive amount of liability exposure to the company, himself, and every single one of the employees within the company. For a variety of different actions, for a variety of different reasons, a lot of the things he was doing was creating massive legal liability exposure for the company. Not just what was listed in those allegations. So I don't know if you want to go through, we've listed the reasons: misappropriation of funds, substance abuse, and employee abuse. That's the main, most of it.
And I want to just remind the audience on my end, this is all alleged. There are two sides to every story. But I understand, like, if the allegations are true, then obviously that is incredibly fireable. Doesn't Ben own the majority of the company? I think you mentioned he owns 67%.
Yes, he does. He owns 67% of the company. I own 33% of the company. And if we want to go through the timeline of events that led up to the execution of the clause, because it really wasn't a firing; it was an exercise of the clause within the operating agreement.
Okay, tell me about it.
The clause. Well, you want the storyline first, or the
storyline
clause first? Okay. So, unfortunately, in the reasons we listed, we never mentioned anything about his personal life, his personal choices. That wasn't one of the reasons listed. However, it was part of some of the drama leading up to how we got to the point that we're at. And there is quite a lot there. So I would say sometime in the end of July, one of our heads in the finance department, Bright Young Star, he's been working with us for a long time. He ended up quitting the company for moral and ethical reasons. He came to me and basically said, some of the things he was being forced to do by Ben, he wasn't comfortable with. I'm not going to go into the details of those things at this time, but he came to me with that, and he shared with me that he was concerned that Ben had a large gambling problem. And he was sharing me some of those concerns, some of the details around that, and
yeah, well, a lot of guys in crypto do have a gambling problem. Absolutely. And I could see it, in myself. I never gambled before in my life. So I didn't realize I had a gambling problem. But one time I bought a whole bunch of crypto that I didn't necessarily want to buy, that I didn't realize I was I had a, it's like a bender. He's like going out and binging. It was like blacking out and buying a whole bunch of fucking crypto, like a drug addict. And then one day you look at your bank account and you're like, what the fuck did I do? I don't remember doing any of this. So, I've had an episode before. I know what that's like. That was a big red flag for me. When I didn't realize.
Norca guy. Been there, Nay.
I mean, as intense as Ben is, I could totally see him being that kind of a guy. Totally. I didn't realize it, but it makes a lot of sense. So this is interesting because this is the first I think I've heard of this.
It was quite a lot. So I came to Ben to address some of those issues with him, and he acknowledged them and said, he basically said, yes, this is all true. I do have some gambling issues. I've been trying to handle them. I've been trying to get things taken care of. And it's all better. I've got it handled. I'm good. I've got it under control, is more or less what he said. Then not long after that, is when a lot of this other stuff started really escalating, where, I was hearing his assistant was coming to me with concerns about Ben on the substance abuse level, and some of his behavior she'd been witnessing, and some of the emotional distress that she was in. And then basically one day, it was a Thursday afternoon, middle of August, I was out of the office on an offsite meeting all day, and he started to come into the office and tell a lot of the employees that him and his wife had gotten in a big fight, and that he was going to be leaving his wife.
Okay. Bad Blue Jaw says, so did you just say guys named Ben are psychotic? Did you just get the joke? So I'm a little behind. Is Ben scamming or just a fuck up? Well, you're hearing what TJ said. He was having problems. But, the guy's worth a lot of money. They've made a lot of money together, bro. Was he pumping and dumping shit? Maybe. It seems like he may have been doing that shit.
Sean the Orca guy.
I don't know how much of that he's going to be willing to
You can't
reveal.
help someone who isn't ready to be helped.
He's been accused of promoting many a scam coin. That aside, as far as what's transpiring between these guys, Bad Blue Jaws, I'm not 100% sure of. All we've been watching is Ben's crazy, drugged out, addicted fucking psychosis as it translates to his live broadcasts. We're watching them, and we're trying to figure out what's going on, but he doesn't make a lot of sense, man. So we're all just trying to figure it out, really. And, there's enough people out there that have donated $200,000 to Ben since this started happening. So there's plenty of people out there who support him. And a lot of people have left
Sean the Orca guy.
this
I still
podcast.
have cravings I have to fight every day, but I remind myself of the consequences if I relapse.
Oh, that sucks. You have cravings every day, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. That must suck to have to go through that. I can't even imagine.
They're going to be getting a divorce, and Ben did this. Yeah, he came in and started talking to employees about this in the office. I wasn't even in the office. And then he started and at the same time also asking people, who's willing to move to Dubai with me? And just kind of going around asking a lot of different employees that, and people were like, what's going on? I'm not moving to Dubai. And they were it was just a very confusing situation.
Meth is evil.
So that next Friday, I came, and so that night, actually, this is Thursday night, I heard somebody say, Ben didn't really call me, I don't think, or maybe he did. But somehow I heard that he'd been in the office telling everybody this, and I drove by Thursday night, I saw his car parked out front of the building. I was like, oh man, he's probably sleeping there. I need to go check on him. He probably doesn't need to be alone. I've been through a divorce before. I know how brutal it is and how confusing it is and how overwhelming, and just it's hell. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. And I would say, other than this past month, this past month has been the most stressful month of my life, other than when I went through a divorce. But so I drove in Thursday, saw his car parked out front, came in Thursday night late here, hoping to talk to him. I figured he didn't want to be here alone, and unfortunately he wasn't. I walked in and it was him and Cassie here at 11:30, which was a pretty awkward conversation, and I just removed myself as quickly as I could. And then Friday, that next day is when him and I had to have that conversation, where I was like, hey man, maybe we can go to the woods for a little while. I know you're going through a stressful time. Let's just get away from this. Let's not try to make any major decisions right now, because again, I from experience know how confusing and how you don't know what's up, you don't know what's sideways, you don't know
to the woods.
Well, we have a property in Kentucky that his uncle lives on, and it's like a hunting property with some cabins. And so it's basically hey, let's go to Kentucky for a week. We don't have to work right now. We don't have
must be nice, huh?
Or whatever. Just forget about videos, forget about work. We don't have to. You don't have to make a decision right now about any of these major things. We just need to step away from all of this and not be. Definitely, we don't need to be doing this all here in the building with our employees. That's for sure. We need to get away. And he's like, he said something. I didn't know if he wanted to. He does a lot of traveling. He just got back. He feels like he doesn't really want to travel right now. So all right, well, whatever. Let's just get out of the office and not. Let's just step away from all of this instead of trying to make it all happen all at once. And so later on that afternoon is when we actually talked about his relationship with Cassie for the first time, and where he was basically saying, I basically had to tell him, look, man, a lot of people are aware of that relationship, and I don't know who exactly specifically. I just know a lot of people are. It's, it was very much apparent in Miami and several different places. Apparently, they've been on a cruise in the past that a lot of people had seen different stuff on, and there was rumors, and it was just a very well-known thing amongst our employees. I didn't know how many. We got 30, 40 employees, maybe 15 or 20 of them knew. I didn't know for sure. I tried to stay very far away from the situation because he made it clear, based on things that had happened in the past, that he wanted no input from anybody on his personal life. Speaking of that Atosi situation and everything that happened a year ago, this is not kind of our first rodeo with this situation, and it had turned into things in the past where when people talked to him about it, he made it very clear he didn't want to hear their opinion, and it ended with documented issues with employees for the company. So it was clear that he didn't want to know, or he didn't care what anybody thought about his personal life, and I didn't want to get involved with his personal life at all. His personal life is his decision. But at this point, once he came in and started talking to all the employees about it, I had to have this conversation with him and say, hey, a lot of people know about this, right? And he was apparently shocked by that. Hold on a second.
I still want to know how the firing happened.
I know, it's a lot, man. This is a lot to get to.
No, I appreciate it. This is exactly what I want, but yeah.
Okay, so So Friday afternoon we had that conversation, and then basically, so this is when things started to accelerate. Is Saturday, he and I were supposed to meet up somewhere. We didn't end up meeting up. Again, I was trying to get him out of the office. I think we were trying to play pickleball. He didn't show up, but he texts me and basically says, "Hey, I talked to another employee about the situation, and they act like they didn't know what's going on. So I need you to give me a list right now of every single employee who knows about the situation, so I can confront them more or less." And that was obviously a concerning text for me to get over the weekend. So he sent me a text message basically asking for a list of all the employees who knew 100% or who knew about his affair, so he could confront them and have a conversation with them and basically handle his situation.
Debrief them. He wants to debrief them.
Concerning text message to get, because in the past when he'd come to me with that request, as soon as he got the information, he immediately went.
Bro, I gotta pause this.
An altercation.
So I think everyone here can see that there was a problem with Ben in the office over this affair, and this was definitely grounds for firing. Totally. So no matter what was transpiring in addition to this, the inner office affair, him being the prominent owner of the company, having an affair on his wife, subjecting all of the employees to this information, is grounds for firing. Absolutely. That in itself, you fired. You fired. That's it. You know? And anything else above that, man. So this already, as far as the firing goes, I mean, this is legit reason to fire an employee. You know, Cassie as well, of course. Buck Biden, Buck Biden, Buck Biden.
A settlement for the company, but it was a very serious event for the company a year ago. A physical altercation. Yes. Okay. And so when this happened, I got this text message. I didn't really know what to do, because I knew if I gave him the information, it was going to be volatile, and if I didn't give him the information, he was going to absolutely attack me. So I called my business mentor and said, hey, what should I do here in this situation? And he said, you absolutely cannot give him that list. You can't put employees in harm's way. And that's what you need to tell him. When he asks for that list, say, I'm sorry, I just can't put employees in harm's way. And so on Saturday afternoon, I was driving in the car. My wife and baby were in the car with me. I was pulling up to Best Buy. I was going to try to get a TV for my house. And I called him to basically tell him, hey, I can't give you that list. And when I said those words, he went into full rage mode on me and threatened to kill me, threatened to beat me to death, said if I ever come in the building again, I was done, threatened to burn the entire business to the ground, basically threatened to do everything that he's doing right now. Said, I'm going to, I'll go after your dad, I'll go after everybody, I'll destroy the whole business, I'll make sure everybody loses their job. If you don't do what I want, I will make sure everything burns. And I basically told him, I know you will, because I know you, and I know that's how you operate, but I still can't give you this list. I just can't do it.
So that all stemmed from the affair. And he wanted a list of employees that knew about it so he could do some damage control, which is psychotic. It's exactly the way an addict behaves. So he was in addiction over gambling, guys, which is one of the hardest addictions to overcome for people. Shit, dude. To avoid cigarettes, you can just kind of not buy cigarettes anymore and just kind of stay away from people who smoke and stuff like that. But a lot of people who gamble, they do it on their phones and shit. They do it on the internet. It's everywhere. They can just go buy tickets or whatever, man. Scratch off tickets. It doesn't matter. It's everywhere. Gambling's everywhere. There's no escaping it. I understand that addiction, man. So, this guy was totally in that addict mode, and TJ's trying to do his job, but at the same time, I feel like TJ's just waiting for this to happen,
Yeah. So I know you'll do all those things, but I simply just can't give you this list.
I mean, you certainly have to realize how important your figurehead is to your brand, which is Bitboy Crypto. And who is Ben? He is Bitboy. He is the character. So he goes, you lose a lot. You're going to lose a lot.
Other people in harm's way. And in this conversation, I let him know, hey, I talked with your uncle about us going out to Kentucky. I still really think that's the best option. And when he knew I talked to his uncle, he absolutely went ballistic on me, because he said, oh, that's like telling your mom. And in my defense, he had told me previously, his one person in his life, that if everything hits the fan, the person you need to call is Uncle Tim. That you can trust my Uncle Tim no matter what. He's my person that will always have my back. When I don't know what to do and I don't know who to trust, call Uncle Tim. He told me that in the past. His uncle had told me that in the past. And so that's what I did out of concern for my friend, because this was more than I knew how to handle. And when he knew I called his Uncle Tim, he got very, very upset about that. And in the conversation was yelling and screaming at me, basically blaming me for not stopping his actions earlier, saying if I cared about the company, I would have done something. I would have prevented him from making his mistakes somehow. So basically blaming me for his mistakes. And he literally said, my biggest problem
Uncle
was that I
Tim?
cared more about Ben personally than I did the company. And that if I cared about the company, then I would be acting differently. Which hit me pretty hard because I think I believe that I did care more about Ben than the company up until this point. I care about Ben as a person. I'm not a money person like he is. Like I care more about people than I do about money. And this is financially devastating for me. This is not a money thing for me. This is standing up for what's right and trying to protect people that couldn't protect themselves. And it just is what it is.
They are losing money.
He basically threatened me, said if I returned to the office, he would beat me to death, said, all sorts of threatening things, basically, at that point. Sunday, wouldn't take my calls. Monday, August 21st is when I came into the office. That following Monday, it was around, we didn't speak first thing in the morning, and I think around 10-ish, something like that. He was in there talking to Carlos. His friend Carlos was in there, which we'll get to that a little bit later. I'm sure everybody wants to know who Carlos is. But he was in there talking to Carlos about some different things, and I knocked on the door and went in and just, wanted to follow up on the conversation. The other thing he was giving me a hard time about in that meeting or in that phone call was that I didn't confront him. I didn't address the issues with him. I didn't talk to him directly, which is all false, by the way. I've addressed a lot of these things with him multiple times. And I do want to quickly say, if you look at a lot of the statements he's been making, there's a lot of blaming, there's a lot of denying, there's a lot of excusing his behavior, but there's not a lot of responsibility for the actions that he's actually taken. There's not a lot of ownership for the things that he's done. And even throughout all of this, that's what was happening.
So it's funny is Ben bullied everybody in that office. TJ found Carlos to bully Ben. He found a bigger bully.
Blaming me for all of the things that he did. I didn't have an affair. I didn't have a gambling addiction. I didn't treat my employees badly. I didn't do any of these things. He's just angry now that it's coming out and that there's consequences. And it feels like he's lashing out at all of the people that are closest to him. And the people that try to help him the most are the ones he seems to be lashing out and targeting the most right now, which is it's tough, but it's not necessarily uncommon in situations like these.
Well, he says he's innocent, and your way of help is to kick him to the curb.
No, that's not true. We've never kicked him to the curb. We've always been trying to help him. He couldn't continue within this business, and for a variety of reasons. But we're not kicking him to the curb. We wanted him to get help. We wanted him to spend time with his family. Like we've been trying to help him, and his uncle was trying to help him. Everybody's been trying to help him. So he attacked me in the office on Monday. Attempted assault. Came after me. I went in there to talk to him. I was just like, hey man, we want to talk about some of these things. Are we going to be able to work together? Do you think we can work this out? And he was saying yes, and I think I rolled my eyes. He said something to me that made me roll my eyes, and that's a trigger for him. And when I rolled my eyes, he just full-fledged came across the desk, came after me. Carlos got in between me and him. He knocked the monitor over, moved the desk over, and was just like seething with rage. Carlos was holding back, and he was just seething with rage over Carlos's shoulders coming after me. There's about 4 or 5 witnesses that saw this, heard this, whole altercation go down. And at that point, he was, I had to leave the office. It's pretty scary. I don't know if many people have experienced roid rage before, but it is real and it is intense and it is scary. And that was a big part of the substance abuse problems. He's admitted a lot of that stuff. It's not allegations. There's verified witnesses for a lot of this stuff. I mean, he was taking a lot of steroids, a lot more than what he was talking about, a lot more than what he's admitted. And he wasn't taking them the way you're supposed to take them. He wasn't taking them as prescribed. And that's why I rolled my eyes when he said some of the things he said. He made a little excuse. I was like, come on, man, you're abusing substances. And that's when he attacked me. But yeah, I know he takes D-ball. I know he takes testosterone. I don't know if he's mentioned that he takes Tren or Trenibol or whatever it is, but that's the one that really makes a big difference. It was
Are these
never
illegal? Are these over the
Tren, I don't know if Tren's legal or illegal. You'd have to look that one up. I just know it's very, very strong. And I think a lot of them are legal, but how you get them and all that sort of stuff. I know he wasn't getting them legally, and he was getting a lot of different things from a lot of different places. He was faking prescriptions online and all that.
Isn't that funny, guys? I had no idea, but it just didn't seem right to me, and I don't understand drug interactions. But earlier in the show when I said, dude, it had to be the fucking steroids, dude. It had to be steroids. Because remember what I said about cocaine? I'm like, when I was on cocaine, man, I don't remember having these outbursts or acting like this. But I've never done steroids, and I don't know what those do to you. I'm naturally ripped. I don't need steroids, dude. I don't need supplements. Supplements didn't do this. Supplements didn't do that, kids. I'm just saying, it ain't supplements. You don't need them. You just need a good chair and some push-ups. And a little bit of hard work every morning. Which kind of sucks. I'm so over it. I'm so not pleased with my results because I eat so much fattening food. Anyway, I forgot what we were talking about. Oh yeah, steroids. So steroids was, basically what I was saying. I bet it had a lot to do with that.
Sort of pretending, oh yeah, I'm a wrestler, so I need muscle relaxers, and so they send you muscle relaxers online, that sort of stuff.
Is there a paper trail? Like, is there proof or witnesses for these?
Oh yeah, these are verified. Yeah, there's witnesses and there's proof for a lot of this stuff. So these aren't just allegations. I mean, I guess there are allegations until it's verified in court. But yes, there is a lot of evidence for a lot of this stuff. Xanax. Apparently, he was asking his assistant for Adderall. That was one of the things she was concerned about. There was a lot of, and with. Look, I can understand. I don't know if people know addicts, or I'm an alcoholic myself, so I can very much understand addict behavior, and I can appreciate people that go through these different things and have moments and need different things. But it's very serious. The mentality and the you have to. There's a way you can be abusing substances even if it wasn't the one you were on before. And addict-like behavior, if you don't take things the way you're supposed to, it has a bad effect very fast. He would
Oh yeah, he's in his addict. It doesn't matter. All the mechanics behind it, I see the addict. That's what you identify. It doesn't matter what the addiction is. It even could be sex, food, whatever. People lie, cheat, steal for their addiction.
Roid rage was not uncommon, especially recently.
It doesn't matter what the addiction is. Hoarding.
To overturn. Is there a board?
No, well, basically, I called the corporate counsel, our attorney. That's what I did. Is like I was overwhelmed at that point. I'm dealing with, after he attacked me, I started to get other employees coming to me with stuff. Like I said, I mentioned the accounting employee coming to me with things, his assistant coming to me with things, his videographer coming to me with things. Now he's assaulting me, and so I was overwhelmed. I called our attorney and I said, I don't know what to do in this situation. I need some help. And that's when he referred to our operating agreement. And when you look through the operating agreement, there was a clause in there that basically says if a member is causing material damage to the company and is harmful towards the company, the remaining members can vote to buy back or to expel that member, and the company can either buy back the shares or dissolve. It's a pretty long clause, so there's details to it. But basically, that's what they said I needed to do. And I was like, wow, that seems very extreme to remove Ben from his own company. I don't want to do that. Like, that would be a lot. That would be very hard to, that would be very hard to do long term. It just seems so extreme to me, and I didn't want to do it. I'll be honest. I did not want to have to do it. And so I told the attorney that. I said, what else could we do? And he said, well, at this point, because he agreed, this is a big decision to make. Why don't we come in and why don't your counsel come in and talk with some of the employees and determine if this is really, serious, or if, we don't have to do this. So they came in and started taking some statements, and the amount of information that came out in those statements was just absolutely overwhelming.
Wow.
I don't know how many they got. It was basically when people started making statements, things started just rolling out.
Wow.
And then at that point, I still didn't really want to execute this provision. And I asked him, I said, well, what if I don't execute this provision? What would happen? And he said, well, basically at this point, you are the only person that has any power, any authority to do anything. And now that you have all this information, if you choose not to, you could become personally liable for all of these things. Some of the information are things that have been out there in the verified complaint. A lot of the information that came out in the statement haven't been mentioned or talked about at all. And we would like to keep it that way, for the company. And so when I realized that I was up against now taking on personal liability for some of these things, other key factors, I just had a baby myself. I don't know if that was worth mentioning, but I have a 12-week-old right now that was in the car with me when he was yelling and screaming at me. And so I can't go, take on the liability for all of Ben's actions and consequences in good faith, knowing I need to take care of my family. So I've done a lot of protecting Ben, and for a long time in a lot of different situations. Maybe some might even say enabling, but at this point I had to do, I couldn't take on his liability.
I gotta give TJ credit.
So I had to, with tears in my eyes.
I got to give TJ credit, man. He's coming off here as very authentic, and in what he just said about being an enabler, that's big of him to admit, man. When you're doing it, they would destroy Ben in court. Ben's got nothing, man.
Basically said, the company is going to be buying back 67% of Ben shares at full price, at full interest rate, as of this day.
He's admitted to the affair. He's still having the affair.
All of his rights. So the provision very clearly said, if when the vote happens, there was two members, me and him. The member who's getting voted on
cocaine gives you focus on more cocaine. If anything, you get sticky
I'm the
fingers.
With a partnership, it's like, I guess you have a reason to do it, which is the differentiator.
Right.
Why not quit? Isn't that the more common practice for a CEO who's not happy with the direction of the company to quit, and that's how you save face?
I wasn't just the CEO, I was part owner too, and it's not just one company, it's several companies, and it's a lot of investments. And unfortunately, if I had just quit, it would have still left the company and every single other employee.
Ooh, Pepe is number 2 on our list.
It would have been, if I quit, basically, if I took the money, I would have been just taking money and letting everybody else go down. And that didn't feel like the right thing to do for me. And he did try to get me to do that multiple times. He tried to pay me off, buy me off, just say, look, just take this money and go home and look the other way. You'll be happier. But I couldn't do that for all the
I think I have to feed my cat.
It was just too much.
And
like I said, it wasn't about the money.
You want to go outside, or do you want me to feed
I think it's about standing up for what's right.
You want to go outside?
Sorry, go on, please.
No, just doing what's morally and ethically the right thing to do.
In
Outside?
retrospect, seeing how big this got,
Feed.
do you regret not just quitting and then just going public on your own?
Feed.
Would you have changed anything?
No, I would not have changed anything. I knew most likely it was going to come here. Like I said, he told me he was going to do this at the very beginning. I feel like this is still the right thing to do. We're going to get through it, and it's standing up for what's right is never the wrong thing to do.
Let's, like as with many things in life, like the devil is in the details. Details matter. We mentioned some of it, but I want to go allegation by allegation that's already public and get your basis for them. So we sort of talked about drugs already, but let's just start with misappropriation of funds. Like specifically, how did Ben do that?
There was a variety of ways he did that. I'm not going to get into all of them. One of the ones that was cited in the complaints, we had a lot of NFTs, Bored Apes, Mutant Apes, several other NFTs that were company assets that he would basically leverage. You put up collateral, take a loan against it, use it for gambling, and then lost the asset. So he lost several $100,000 worth of NFT assets. We also had our corporate portfolios that we used to show and do videos for. I mean, we do a portfolio video every Friday. And then at one point, he more or less just drained all those portfolios, sent those to stake. More or less, a lot of funds disappearing to different places, unauthorized
slow.
funds, to personal, business funds going into personal places or to gambling places, as well as, all sorts of stuff on travel. And, there's a lot when it comes to misappropriation of funds. But to be honest, I don't really want to go into too many details for a variety of reasons. Yeah.
So you no longer have the Bored Ape.
No. Two Bored Apes.
Ben will say, I've heard him say that he owns 67% of the company. So he's entitled to an equity draw of 67% of the assets. If he wants to do something with it, it's his company. He is entitled to a 67% owner's draw, and he's taken well more than 67% of his owner's draw. So that's not how. I think the biggest issue with a lot of this is Ben really doesn't understand the difference between himself and the company. He says I own 67% of the company, which is true, but he acts like he owns 100% of the company. And when you own 67% of the company, you can't just do whatever you want with all the assets all the time. So he took an owner's draw home every single week. When I said he withdrew millions of dollars from the company, it's because he did millions of dollars from the company. He took home personally. And that's for his 67% of his owner's draw. That doesn't mean you can do whatever you want with the corporate funds and the corporate balance sheet. I mean, you understand business. You know the difference between a corporate treasury and your personal bank account, right? 100%. Honestly, I think I don't know why Ben would have given up this control. I guess there was no following at the beginning, but it's like if it's his vision, he's the main guy. He chose to give that up in the beginning, and then the chickens come to roost now.
Are we smoking? Are we smoking?
I'm saying it's on him. If it was John's, my way of agreeing with you that in this corporate structure, that he has to abide by his own personal stuff versus the corporate stuff. If he just owned all of it, then he could do whatever he wants. Then you have other.
Right. As soon as you enter into any kind of partnership with any other party, whenever there's any other agreement, you have to abide by the operating agreement that you signed.
Let me lay out Ben's argument, because again, the goal here is just to be as fair as possible. I think, and I hope to have Ben on this week, but it's not confirmed. But I think this is something like what Ben would say. He would say that there was a stake deal which him and Cassie brought in. He was getting much more than what a couple Bored Apes were worth, $1 million a month. He would say that he made money for the company. All his shows were successful. The smaller hit network shows that were your idea, potentially, they're not bringing in money. If he is responsible for bringing the majority of the earnings of the company, if he's taking home a lesser amount, it's a non-factor.
He's not taking home tons of money. That's my point.
So transferring him from his account or the business account to his personal account.
Yes. He was getting paid regularly his owner's draw, and he'd withdrawn well more than 67% over the years. Does that make sense? Yes, he actually owed the company. And then he was withdrawing more from the company. I would assume that, it all comes down to proof. And if all these transactions happen on exchanges, the business one, the personal one, however that happens, then there's evidence to support that, and it's more easily provable in a he said situation. Yes, absolutely. I mean, none of our statements we're making don't have evidence behind them. That was the entire purpose of having the attorneys take statements to me. They took statements, they followed up on statements, and we've been collecting information since.
Substance abuse allegation. To me, those are the biggest two: funds and substances. We mentioned some, but specifically, what are the main substances that you are alleging?
There's a variety of different substances. He's already named a lot of them, but there's a lot of steroids in this, and Xanax, Verify, and a lot of this is going to come out. The details of the evidence comes out, but
pill rage.
Reviews, I mentioned taking Adderall, acid assisted for Adderall, and gambling. So for me, it was the behavior effects.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Mood swings, the bizarre choices.
I told you guys he was on drugs. I told you guys he was on drugs. Dude, I wish I could find the fucking videos where I told you guys that shit. Where's Nick Brown at? He'll remember, dude.
This is a rumor I sort of saw in the comment section that.
God, dude, I wish.
Fame and with an addict mentality, that's really where stuff started to go downhill.
That's an interesting take. Ego, you could say as well, is played a big part of this. I do think a lot of people have seen changes on the channel over time to behavior. Was it the fame? Was it the substances? Was it a variety of other things? That's anybody's guess.
Was it his failure to want to
Ben Armstrong today is not he's not the same Ben Armstrong that used to run.
16. We're going in at 16. 1 hour and 16 minutes into the show. 16. We're gonna do a double dab. We're double dabbing. We got a little OG Kush over in this corner, and in this.
Now there's these allegations.
Okay, never mind.
If Ben said today, I will go to rehab, I want the original deal, whatever that was.
We got a little carpet dust in here on this one. We do not want to smoke a carpet hair.
Originally talking about taking some time off. I'm always open. I've always been open to talking with him. I've always been open to negotiating with him. We just had to get it into the right setting. It was interesting. He played that call last night, and then he cut off the end where I said, hey, I hope we can talk tomorrow, or soon in the right setting.
Carpet hair.
Council president. That's all we need to do to get this worked out. He never wanted to let attorneys engage with each other. He's been trying to do all of this publicly. But yeah, I mean, everything's always been negotiable and on the table. It's just we have to execute. We still have to go through the steps in the operating agreement. That's the rub. That's what he's been trying to stop the whole time, which is basically we have to get an appraisal of the business, evaluation of the business, and we have to agree to the price to pay him out. And whatever that price could be totally negotiable with us. The assets that get exchanged to pay that could be totally negotiable with us. Like, you know, he was so upset about the trademark, which again, the trademark isn't in my name. It's in the company's name as far as I know. It's owned by the company. It's company property. All that stuff could have been negotiable. If he wanted to go be Bitboy, like we could talk about all of that stuff.
Let's talk about it, because that was a question of mine.
No law regarding
The trademarks
cannabis,
are like
everyone.
else,
Double
like
dab
any
time.
allegations he made
Cheers.
In his live streams, or on
This
his
is
page
gonna be
was he had been
fun.
planning this takeover for years. Everything is signed in your name, and you own the trademarks.
No, that's absolutely ludicrous. I've not been planning this for years. I just told you the story. This happened recently. Why would I be planning this for years? It doesn't even make any sense. So no, I signed them because we hired somebody to get all this stuff done, and I signed the document. But the patents are in the company's name, or the
Double dab.
It's all done for the company on the company's behalf. We hired an attorney to do it. She did it. I signed it because I was the CEO, and either one of us could have signed it. It wouldn't have changed the fact that the trademark is owned by the company. And when whoever's, like when he was no longer with the company, he doesn't own the trademark. But again, I don't care. If we were going to rebrand anyway, and he wanted to still be Bitboy Crypto, like, what difference does it make to me? Like, that was all we could have talked about. Any of that and all that. Like, all this stuff he's saying about his son's channel being stolen, that's not true. The jerseys, like, none of that's true. They've never communicated requests for any of that stuff. It's all here. And sure, we'll transfer to him. His son, I don't think, wants to do his channel right now. If he does, let us know. We'll be happy to work all that stuff out. But it needs to be communicated through attorneys, not through. He's threatening me right now. He's still sending me threatening texts and texting my wife, and we just got to get to a point of sane communication. And unfortunately, we've never been able to do that throughout this whole process. It's been a battle. I've been trying to do that with him. Like I said, his uncle came into town for a week and tried to talk to him and call him and get him to go to rehab, get some help, whatever it was. And he's just been unwilling to listen and receive help from almost anyone. And the more they tried, the more he turned on him. I can't believe what he's saying about his uncle. I've never tried to bribe his uncle. I've never, his uncle's not, this is all just crazy. There's no giant conspiracy for 8 of the closest people who cared for him the most, or 7 or 6 or whatever he's saying. Like, there's no conspiracy for all of the people who cared most about him. For what? I just don't even understand. So that's what's very frustrating for all of us.
He's going to take that money, the $200,000. He's going to gamble it away. It's going to be gone. All the money that all of his audience members are sending him, it's all going to go for his gambling addiction. They have no idea what the real enablers now are his fans. I guarantee you that money's already gone. It's amazing he had bail money, $2,600.
All of us in this situation is it's causing. We've been going through hell here for the last 3-4 weeks. People in tears, playing counselor every day, like I said, getting threatening messages, all the hate that's getting spewed on social towards us it's a lot for a lot of these people. It's a lot for me.
I would not wish this on either party.
Me either, and I don't wish this on Ben. I really feel bad for Ben in the situation that he's in right now. And I think you hear that in my voice on that call. Like this is brutal. This sucks. This is one of the most painful things anybody could ever experience in their life. And what's tough for all of us is until he starts taking some responsibility for some of the actions he's taken and some of the consequences that come with it, it's not going to get any better. It's going to only keep getting worse and worse and worse. The more he blames and lashes out and denies and starts making these crazy claims, then it's only going to continue to get harder for everybody. That's just the reality of where we're at right now. So we still want to move forward. We still want peace. I would still love for our legal to get in touch with anybody on his legal side. But again, as far as we can tell, I don't know if there is. He had somebody at one point when he brought his case against us, and that guy hasn't been responding. So, at every point we've been trying to get to, like, hey, let's get to calmer heads and get to the table and figure out how to put this away peacefully and out of the public eye. And that's really what I want to stress. Like I said at the top of the show, the fact that this is getting so mainstream, it's not good for us, not good for you guys, anybody.
So much
not good for
fat
crypto, especially
on my
content creators
body.
in crypto. So we really need to move on, which is why I'm doing this interview. We're going to stay our business one time, and then everything on Discover Crypto going forward is going to be all about crypto, all about education, and all about getting ready for that next bull market so we can all make some money.
Why does Ben say that you stole his son's channel? Like, steel man that for me if you would, or is there any basis? Like, why would you say that?
Because it's hooked to a hidden network email, so it's like they can't log into it right now, but we would transfer it at any point in time. That's what I'm saying. It's like it was run here as a business. He was using business resources to run it. He was using employees to run it and corporate emails to run it, and it's at the bottom of the list of all these assets that we're gonna have to talk about. So it's like, he's very focused on very specific things that sound bad, but okay, if you want it, take it. Nobody's fighting for that channel. And again, I don't know if his son's asking for it. His wife, I haven't seen any requests for it in any way, shape, or form. But if they want it, like as soon as I saw that they wanted the jerseys and the pickleball net that he was complaining about, I said, somebody send that stuff to their house. Like we're not trying to be petty.
Pickleball net.
We're trying to protect all the people here.
There's 2 more allegations. Just we're not going to spend too much time on them, but I just want to define them. One was attempted assault, or was it assault? It was. It is an event you already briefly mentioned. He came at you.
Yeah, the attempted assault is the one on August 21st that I already mentioned. Yeah.
And there were witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. And
that's why he's changed. I don't know why he's changed his story now to Carlos tackled him. But there were several witnesses that saw him come after me and Carlos holding him back. So it's just, there's several witnesses.
And the sexual harassment assault allegations. To me, that's the biggest unknown in terms of what are you alleging?
I'm not alleging anything myself.
Or in your public statement.
Yes. There are allegations against him for both sexual assault and sexual harassment. And the people brought that stuff to me. And, I guess what is your question specifically?
My question is that when you mentioned sexual assault / harassment in your official statement, what is that allegation specifically?
That is a very real, very serious allegation. And it's verified. There are witnesses, and that's something that will be playing out that shouldn't be taken lightly. I feel like a lot of people have been glossing over that the whole time, and it's very serious, and it's not a joke.
I've heard Ben say something like, "Oh, I humped, Nick," or something like that. That is what he's saying. I don't think he's saying it's trivial. He didn't say this, but maybe like just horseplay or something. Are you guys talking about the same incident?
There's more than just that. Is what I'll say, and there's a lot to it, and it's not, like I said, it's not a joke. And if he's saying that's a joke, it's not funny. But that's not the main point. I'll say that.
All right, is the allegation against Ben and a guy or Ben and a girl?
It's against Ben and multiple men.
And do you think you're not alleging that Ben is like, why would he do that? Like, you're not alleging that he's gay. He's having an affair with a woman. So why? What is in your opinion?
I mean, you'll have to ask Ben that. I have no idea why he would be doing what he's doing. Like I said, there was a lot of employee abuse going on. Some of it sexual, some of it not. And I have no idea why anybody would be treating other people this way. I was shocked and appalled when I heard a lot of the statements. And I couldn't believe how much it was that I didn't see for how much I was around. It was just shocking. I don't even know how to describe it.
Let's talk about the incident that has been more public. Not that this has to do with that allegation, but his relationship with Cassie. Both parties have talked about that. In your announcement firing Ben, Hit Network felt it was important to make his public affair known. Why is that?
No, actually, that's not the case. We didn't make that. We completely left that out of the public statement. That was never mentioned in the statement because I didn't think it needed to be known. I wanted all of that to be private. Ben has been the main one that has made that the focal point of all of this. He's been the one talking about that the most. He's been the one saying everybody's jealous of Cassie for some reason. He's been talking a lot about the affair, a lot about Cassie. Even last night saying it's ongoing and she's in the middle of all of this and all that stuff. It's it's bizarre to me. But no, I didn't want that to be the focal point of any of this. To be honest, I was hoping my hope was that he would it would be the substance abuse. He would go take some time off, get his head clear. And that was really what I wanted. Get your head clear, and then we can talk about how to figure all this stuff out. And people would, forgive him for that. Nobody would, there's a redemption story there, and there's a path back, and there still is. There always is a path back to redemption. But, at that point, that would have been, I think, the best path forward for himself, the channel, for all of us. It's like, hey, I think he even said it at one point. He was going to take 30 days off. So, it's just, I never wanted that to be the focal point.
Ben has just been vocal about you met your now wife through an affair. You were the other man. She worked for you. Does that make you a hypocrite?
No, it's a much different situation. I've talked about this before. This isn't something I'm ashamed of. You guys have met my wife, Allie, before. A lot of people have met my wife, Allie. She started working. She was my assistant. People ask me, oh, how'd you guys meet? She was my assistant. I wasn't married at the time like Ben is. I think that makes it considerably different. He might disagree. My wife was married when she started working with us. She was in the process of getting her independence. She was separated from her husband within about a month or two of taking the job. We started dating after that, and we got married and we had a baby. So it's really not that controversial. Yes, she was my assistant. Yes, we had a relationship. Yes, she was married when she started the job. Those are true facts. But it didn't affect my work in any way. It didn't affect her. And again, she got a divorce. We got married. And it wasn't an ongoing affair, which is kind of what Ben has going on right now.
Sounds like love. Even though, so I guess this isn't part of the official allegations to remove him from the company, but a lot has been talked about of Cassie's $50,000 a month. I just want to clear it up. It seems like you agreed to the 5%. Is that correct for the $1 million a month, or is that incorrect?
It does seem that way, doesn't it? There's a lot. I'll just say there's a lot more to that story. They're showing half of the receipts. You'll just have to stay tuned for that one.
Okay. Were you under duress? Were you?
Much so. Yeah.
Okay. It seemed to me like last week, AJ, the employee of Hit Network, left the business, chose Ben. It seems like a big get for Ben. And the only reason I say that is because, I haven't been in the office this last year. I don't know what's going on. I'm not saying all the employees are privy to what the top guys know, but often employees do have a sense. They hear the talk. What are your thoughts about AJ choosing Ben?
AJ, he was following his heart. That's what he told me. He feels like he was caught in the middle. He didn't really know what to do. And he said it was somewhat of an impulse decision. And that's
he's
what he
going
did.
down with the
He
ship.
still talked to me about it. We haven't had a chance to have a conversation about it yet. Trying to hurt.
He's loyal.
Tell me. But I'm not going to say anything negative about him. It is what it is. He's on his own journey, just like Ben is, and he was doing what he thought is best for him.
It's
and
a
his
cult
family,
of personality, bro.
Absolutely. He did mention later on he thought the office, the Bitboy Hit Network office, was cliquey. And there was a sort of more of a toxic, atmosphere. Maybe I'm putting words in his mouth, but he mentioned something like that. Is there any weight in your mind to the office was cliquey?
Not in my mind. I haven't experienced that at all. I'm not sure what he's referring to, but
I think he was saying that when he went to the book tour with Ben, he was doing his own social media, and some of the employees didn't like that he was making it so much about him. But you guys encouraged people to post.
Yeah, no, there was some of that when he very first started. It was people, he was trying to get clout chasing, as people say. Ben had a conversation with him about it, talked to him about it. It wasn't that big of a deal. So that happened, but it's not the end of the world. We do encourage people to post on their own social media. So
I would also applaud that. That seems like that's the Barstool model as well. But let's talk about Carlos Diaz, aka Larry Smith. Dude, why in every leaked audio am I hearing his voice? Who is he?
Yeah, that's what's so funny. Carlos Diaz is Carlos Diaz. He is a community member. He's a friend of Ben's. He's an investor. So he's been somebody that's been watching the channel for a long time. He'd say he's part of the Bit Squad. Came out to one of our first meetups. Took a picture with Ben. Kind of got to know Ben then. And one day Ben had said something on the live stream. And at least Ben here live. He's told the story so many times. A lot of our employees are probably sick of hearing it. But Ben tells this story on live. Hey, if anybody in the Bit Squad lives in this area, like here's our address. Feel free to come on through. And so he stopped by the building, started to get to know us. And again, really started to create a relationship with Ben. And he's been an investor. He knows a lot of people in the entertainment industry, in athletics, basically a lot of different celebrities, Major League football players, baseball players, producers, all that sort of stuff, especially in the Atlanta area. And just kind of been a fan and a champion of Ben for a while. He bought tons of the Catching Up to Crypto books to try to help him make bestsellers. He's got thousands of them in his house right now, and just giving them away to everybody. And has invested in a couple different projects with Ben, and just really believed in everything Ben was doing. And Ben would come in with projects and ideas, and Carlos would invest, and he'd help try to get other people to invest. And so he's basically just an investor, more or less. But he's been a friend to Ben and has been trying to help him through the situation, much like many of the rest of us.
Does he work for Hit Network or Bitboy, the entity?
No, he's never worked for Hit Network. He never has. Not Bitboy, nothing. We never paid him anything. So he's no way business, associated with us at all, other than he's invested in similar things.
A big allegation is that was the guy that threatened Ben's life, and the audio recording says something about like under the jail. And I looked it up on whatever that website is, slang.com or whatever. It does say that means a really hard jail sentence or something, but some people could interpret that as a threat of your life. What's your take on that?
I think it's bizarre. I think Ben's really trying to spin a narrative that fits the situation that he's in. Nobody's ever threatened Ben. I don't think he's afraid for his life. Maybe he is. I don't know. You'd have to ask him about that. But I do think that might be something he's told his wife and his kids to get them to cooperate. But no, Carlos has never. I know what under the jail means. It does mean or under the whatever you said under the means a hard prison sentence. Like it's not. I don't put any relevance on many of his statements, especially the recent ones.
Dude, if you would allow, let's talk about the Lambo. Mm-hmm. This a point of contention, at least on Ben's side. Did Hit Network take possession of the Lambo that Ben drove?
This whole Lambo thing is so stupid. I don't know where he stands with the stupid Lambo. Like it's so ridiculous. We never stole it from him. We never took it from him. It's just absurd.
We're getting towards the end of this. Again, I really appreciate you taking the time. This is something you don't have to do. I appreciate the transparency. So in my final few questions, again, I'm trying to think about what Ben would say in this he said situation until the court sees the real evidence. But Ben says your father was CFO of Hit Network, mismanaged the books, and this is a cover up for you guys of embezzlement.
No, that's again another just absurd allegation that he makes with no proof. My dad, his actual official title has always been Master of Coin because his main job was to be managing crypto. The money he's alluding to him losing is money we had in Celsius when Celsius went under. So I guess he's blaming my dad for Celsius going under. We've had a CPA firm that does all of our taxes. We have a bookkeeping firm that does all of our books. So those are just again completely baseless allegations.
So your dad is not responsible for the taxes. That's the CPA.
No, not in any way, shape, or form. We have a CPA firm. It's Gordon Law. You'd have to complain to them.
How do you feel about Ben asking his followers to donate money for the lawsuit?
I think it's pretty low. I don't think people should be donating money to him.
It seems like he's in the nice house. He has the Rolex. At least he did it a couple videos ago. In your opinion, does he really need the money, or why would he do something like that if he has those assets?
I think he wants the money, and he doesn't want to sell the assets.
This next question, that's actually the last big question. Then I want to talk about Discover Crypto. If you can, why did Jay Chains leave the company? That was a friend of Ben. It seemed to be an issue.
Yeah, that was the issue I referred to earlier in the interview with the employee.
Oh, okay.
So Jay Chains was one that had expressed some concerns about Ben in the past as a friend to Ben and tried to talk to Ben as a friend when he had some substance and decision-making issues a year ago, and that's what happened to him.
You guys, I believe Ben says there's no buyout. I think I've heard there was a buyout. What could you say what that was originally?
The buyout is we're getting a valuation done, and he's getting completely bought out for the full value of the valuation, and
a certain amount per year, though, or was there something like that, or no?
Yeah, it's paid out over 5 years. Basically, the valuation has to be done. So there's an appraisal process that's happening right now, and he's been trying to fight this the whole way through. So he's not making this; he's slowing this process down.
Dave
but an appraiser
Fishing.
comes in and determines the valuation of the
Go
business,
shut down.
and then he gets 67%, whatever that number is.
If Ben said today, I want to take.
What's up, bro? We've only got 5 minutes left of this video.
Bonsai House. I'm banned from every escape room now.
Donald Trump claims that windmill farms are driving whales crazy. So we're either killing the birds or we're killing the fucking whales, according to Trump, I guess. Heard it through the grapevine. Not much longer would you be mine. Ooh, I heard it through the grapevine. Losing you.
Dave Fishing. Apes kick my metabolism into gear.
Why'd you say government shutdown, man? I pulled up the news like something was going on. Fucker.
Take up that offer. That's still on the table. The buyout on those terms.
It's still there. We're doing it. That's what I'm saying. We haven't ever stopped.
We're doing it.
The only person who's been fighting this the whole time is him. So like that's the other thing that's strange is we've been moving through this very methodically and professionally. He filed the emergency motion to try to stop it. The judge threw that out, and the only thing that has happened since then is we've continued to try to get the valuation done and get him paid, which is why this whole thing is bizarre to me.
Let's talk about Discover Crypto, because final thoughts on whatever you want to say, if there's anything left on this incident lawsuit.
Yeah, the only thing I really want to say on it to close it out is, this is a very unfortunate situation. It's really sad, not just for all the employees here, the channel, all the families that are affected, not just for Ben and his family, his parents, but for really all of us as a whole. We really want to be able to move forward and put this behind us. We really want to stress there's a lot of really good people that are still here that do care about crypto, that work really hard to bring good information to the forefront so other people can learn about it, and hopefully it impacts their lives in a positive way. So we really want to shine a good light going forward and try to focus on the light. I feel like Ben's focusing on a lot of darkness, and everybody here at Discover Crypto and Hit Network going forward, we're going to be looking at positive, bright, light, good things. And that's the whole purpose of why I came on here today. I hope we answered a lot of the questions so we can just put it behind us once and for all. I hope my version of events is logical and it makes sense, even though it might seem extreme and it's difficult and it's sad.
You can't put me in a room made of drywall and tell me to escape.
I hope you can see the
The
choices he's made since
$20
these
they
points
charged
kind
me
of
will not
demonstrates
cover the
decision-making
drywall
process
I turned
of
to
why
dust.
it
Bro,
seems so rational to continue on the path
are
that
you
we're
a
on.
bot?
And if you don't, hopefully you can come around
You
over
said
time,
the
but,
exact same thing
just
like a
our goal
month
here is to
ago.
move forward. That's all we want to do. It's painful, it's sad, but we want to look up and we want to look towards the future.
You just pulled a
I
Joe
appreciate you saying
Biden.
that. I appreciate coming on, and I think, in my opinion, the biggest thing that hurts the audience is a lack
You
of
just
information.
pulled a Joe
So, even
Biden.
though a lot of this is a he said situation until the courts, suss it out.
You pull a Joe
I just want
Biden?
information. So I appreciate
Say the
sharing
same
with us
thing
the
twice, bro.
next 5 years, where will Discover Crypto be?
Are you
Next
pulling
5
your
years,
jokes
Discover
out of a
Crypto is gonna
book?
be moving. It's going to be great. We're going to be broadening things out to a lot of different creators. We're going to be bringing a whole lot more onto the channel. We're going to be a lot more collaborations. We're going to be getting into more niches within crypto that we haven't touched on as much in the past, maybe like mining and some of that kind of stuff. Not crazy, but having more areas that maybe didn't touch the channel outside of just news. So we're really excited about how to do that across not just YouTube, but a lot of other.
Or are we just revisiting it?
Platforms that we have. We've got a lot of.
Are we
creators coming
revisiting
through,
the
building out
topic?
content. We're going to be building out.
I'm getting
more
old.
studios here at the Hit Network facilities to make space for lots of collaborations. So we're just.
You didn't think I was going to remember your joke.
In any way we can.
I'm really glad you guys are switching it up, only because, firing a Joe Rogan from the Joe Rogan Experience, you're not going to have the same viewers. If like if Jamie tried to take over, lose viewership immediately. So switch it up, make it a different.
Yeah, I'd be
show,
like,
because
Cyber
people
takes
that
my
subscribe
show
for
over.
they subscribe for Ben.
I'm not here anymore, dude. Cyber's like, hey,
I'll put the
everybody,
links down below, but find us for the Oakland Daily Audience.
free the weed.
Final thoughts, real quick, guys. We appreciate any support you guys offer us.
And you're all like,
Just said this isn't
hell yeah,
gonna be,
Cyber's
not
gonna
work.
game
Support
for
the industry.
us.
So if you guys care about good information and good content and good news, and you can come over and show us some support, we'd love to have you there. And we'll see you at the top.
Thank you, man.
All right, that was actually a fucking really goddamn good interview, man. That was like a really good interview. Did you guys like that interview? Dude, you said fucking Adderall and fucking goddamn Xanax, all the goddamn steroids. That was all I heard. Now, any other drugs, I don't think he mentioned. Dude, I was wondering at the beginning of the show what the cocktail was. I'm like, what causes psychosis? Now we all know. I knew about pill rage. I knew about fucking roid rage. He's suffering from both of them shits at the same time, man. That's crazy. That's why he's storming out in front of people's houses and shit.
Bull market money. LMAO.
Do you know what's the craziest thing, though? Is that he knows nothing about the Lamborghini. TJ claims to know nothing about the Lamborghini. So what's up with that? You know? I assume he was making payments on it. Did it get repossessed? You know, what's the truth behind that?
Bull market money. What a crazy situation.
I know. Dude, how come this fucking Matic and Cardano don't go anywhere? Cardano, 24.56. What's up with that? 25 cents. It's basically Cardano. Look at it. It's 25 cents. Every time you look, it's somewhere near 25 cents. You know? What's up with that? Matic, 52 cents. That's way down, and it's just hanging there. Harmony's at 9.42. Not bad. Not far from a penny. Which puts it in a good position once everything starts going up again. And, you know, Ethereum and Bitcoin right now aren't in a bad place. What day of the week is it? I don't even know. Tuesday? So we should have strong market moves coming up, man. Market moves. There's people trading too. They got bloody shoes. And they're making money moves. Oh yes, indeed.
Bull market
I know
money.
a little bit
If
of
Cardano loses 24
the
cents, it could
Cardi
dump
B.
pretty bad.
If Cardano loses 24 cents, it could dump pretty bad.
Bull market money. Maybe a good op then.
Dude, its low is 24.4. It's doing fine. It's not going anywhere right now. Are you expecting a big drop now? We just had a falling wedge pattern form. But I see inverse head and shoulders looks pretty good forming right now on the 24-hour of Bitcoin. Massive inverse head and shoulders. There were some really big head and shoulders patterns that formed on Ethereum. Really big head and shoulders patterns. But Bitcoin's really the one that determines that. And those head and shoulders patterns are much smaller. Now in the inverse, they've got some good inverse head and shoulders patterns on the Bitcoin 24-hour. So to me, this is a good sign here. You tell me if you think okay, look at this. We've got a really good shoulder, head, shoulder pattern right here. Inverse, right? We've also got shoulder, head. If this forms another shoulder right here, which I think it will, I think we're going to go back to 26,200 and form that shoulder. Then it's going to explode upward at this point because this is what I'm seeing. This is a giant falling wedge pattern, man. Look at this. This is over the 24 hours, guys. Right? From here and then the low. Look at this low, guys. Way from back here. From point of resistance, right? So it could go down to there at the most, but if it doesn't keep falling and just, it should hit that point, that line of, I would think if you drew a line, use this more, you know, as a point of, because it's 24 hours, so you can go back in as far as you want. 24 hours of this, per flow. So that would put it there, which would put it, you know, 2670 probably, or 26,080, you know. But then it would probably react and keep forming and finish another inverse head and shoulders pattern. Or this can reverse right now. So the question is, are we going to see that reversal? And we can look right here to see if possibly we've got a drop in both value and volume. And by doing that, we'll just do this, right? And we're just gonna increase our. Okay, now we're going to be looking right here for a drop in value like this, bing, 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 that coincides with a drop in volume, which would be bing, 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 like this. We had a little spike there, but these coinciding drops right here, they resulted in this little spike upwards right here. And a little spike upwards might be all we need to finish this shoulder pattern, which is check this out. Forming right here. Boom. Shoulder, head, shoulder on the Bitcoin 24 hour. This thing finishes right here, and we're going to have a nice spike upwards. 1, 2, back up to this point right here, which is 26,400, 500 area. We keep going because that'll energize the market. It's a Tuesday, it's noon, you know, it's good trading time. This thing is, if I make this larger, we are seeing a shoulder form here, guys. And this is exactly as I'm predicting. I'm predicting this is going to end up at 26,500. If this finishes. Oh, it didn't. It just broke. It broke. It broke. My shoulder broke. My shoulder broke. So if that happens, then we get a giant, hopefully we get a giant inverse head and shoulders. But it's breaking. So you want to keep your eye on that to see what it's going to do. What's it going to do? What's it going to do, man? We had a little spike upwards, but we might have another drop in volume and value that is coinciding here for us. It's just, this is kind of weird to look at now. But I do believe, oh, there it is. I do believe it. I saw that drop again, coinciding. Then a nice spike upwards here. We like to see it. I really have to make this smaller, and then I think you'll get a better idea of the market movement when there's not so much information on screen. Okay, so this is all the way maxed out. These little 1 minute candle market moves, each one of these candles right here represents a minute. Each one of these candles is the coinciding candle of volume. This is the value up here. The value is another 1 minute time period, right? The wick, see, this is called the candle. The wick shows how far it went. The candle shows how long it sustained. See, this is just a pow, it just hit it and went right back. But this is over a period of a minute. This is the average of what it held over that minute. And by when it finishes, it'll adjust and show you what the full 60 seconds was. And it'll show you what it spiked at as well. Those are those little spikes, right? We can see patterns forming easily on this candle chart. And when we see right now there's a rise going on, we know that our 1 minute chart is going to try to complete the shoulder pattern. The market movement dictates the response. So as you can see, when traders start to see this kind of thing happening right here, they respond by getting more active, which in turn brings up the volume. So we're going to see a spike right here, see it turn red because people are selling, but people are buying too, and it's going to go green, right? Green, red, green, red. And this thing, look at the high bottom on this candle. Everybody that knows what we're talking about, this is super high bottom. So we've still got upward movement here. So what we're ending up doing is we're completing our shoulder, head, shoulder pattern, right? It's beautiful. This is freaking A perfect, man. Here, look. I'll make this so you guys can see it nice and clear here. So we've got what was known as a head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders pattern, right? And I'm going to show you how to calculate it. It's not that hard. And we're just going to use the information that's on screen, okay? Just like this. Watch. So this is the Bitcoin 24-hour chart, okay? This is the 24-hour chart. All of this has happened in the last 24 hours. It says 24-hour right there, right? This is the value of Bitcoin, and this is where its percentage is over its 24-hour range. It's at almost 0%, which is average. It's all this and all this average together is about 0. Okay. These white columns here are the volume. That's
Johnson, I think technical analysis of crypto might be a foolish pursuit.
Oh, no, it's really not. A lot of people make a lot of money with it. So what you're looking at, right, just pay attention and learn something here. What you're looking at here is your 1-minute representations of the amount of people buying and selling. It's called volume. It's really simple. And then right here, your numbers are the 24-hour low represented by this, right? And then right here, the 24-hour high represented by this. Okay, we're going to use all of that information to calculate where it's going to go. Okay, based off of this shoulder, head, shoulder pattern on a falling wedge, a very nice falling wedge pattern over 12 hours, right? It's half the chart, right? So you calculate it's about 12 hours. We've had this beautiful falling wedge pattern. We formed, it's trying to form it. It's you can see it's fighting. It's got to form though. This has got to stay strong. So we're seeing the volume coming in, and if the buys keep buying, it will form this shoulder, head, shoulder pattern. Once that forms, that's a known pattern of upward movement. So how would you calculate the distance if that shoulder forms? Now, it might not form. It could go down and form an even bigger shoulder, head, shoulder pattern, making, instead of this being the head, this could be the shoulder. If this drops to here, and then goes up, and then drops to there, and then goes up again, we get a giant move up. But I'm going to show you how to calculate the move up, okay? Now, this could take place over the next 12 hours, or it could happen in the next few minutes. It just depends on the market activity coming in right now, and there's a lot. So, check this out. You go from the bottom of the head to the top of where it came from, where this whole pattern started, okay? We started our shoulder right here. This is the first shoulder. So you take this distance and you figure out, what is this distance? Well, this is going to be 26,100. That's easy, right? It's 106.21, right? So we're just going to round it up to 100. So we're going to say 26,100. And knowing that this is 444 way up here. So the halfway point between 100 and 444 in my mind, I think would be somewhere around 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. 2 to 3. So somewhere around, like, I'd guess like somewhere around 200, maybe like 175, 200, right? But check this out. Let's say it's going to be explosive. Like, we got a really good spike here. So let's just round it up. Let's say it's going to be $200. So then you're just going to double from where it is right now and you look at your current, it's 166. Say we're at 200. We're going to say it's going to go up like 400 from here, from 200. That'll put us at 26,600. So we could even say 26,666.66. 26 and all sixes. Remember that. That is a guess. That is a total guess, because I'm looking at 444 and I'm seeing it likes triple digits today. You'd be surprised, guys. So 26666 is my target if and only if this shoulder finishes back up to here, which it tried to do, but it didn't. And it could go a little bit further. Usually once they break like this, they break all the way down. Usually. And that's something you can use if you're trading, if you're just trading the market all day, day trading the see, this isn't good. This is a breakdown, guys. So here we're going to look back at what's going on down here.
Johnson, you reminded me I need to wash my hair though.
I'm not even curious as to find out why, dude. So once again, guys, we have a nice drop in value here. Does it coincide with a drop in volume? Yes, it does. Definitely. See, we've got a drop here on the average. You just ignore these spikes. And we've got a drop here. So that always results in a reversal. So we're going to see this turn yellow right now. That's what we're going to look for. This marker is going to turn yellow. We might be seeing that somewhere else on screen simultaneously, but we're going to look for a nice green. We're looking for this right here to turn green and this to turn yellow and then eventually go green. And we've got a nice high, there it is, boom. There it is. So we got a nice high bottom right there, and it should go up fairly high based off of this big drop here. So let's see if this happens. And that's how you read the 1 minute chart, and that's how it helps you determine what's going to happen on the 24-hour chart, hopefully. So that 24-hour chart is not looking good for the completion of our head and shoulders pattern. And so we're just going to keep our eye on this and see what it does. And you'll learn how these simple patterns can help you, decide when you might be a good time to buy into the market. Even if it's just that. Or when you want to start trading, buying and selling. You want to get good at this. There's a lot of people have made a lot of money trading, guys. So, we're looking at 26,150, and there's a whole bunch of volume that just spiked in. Does that flip green? It's supposed to. Boom, green. Next candle's green. Where's the bottom at? Okay, it's a level bottom. Not that healthy of a sign. So, we'll see. Hopefully it won't turn yellow. Aha, it did, basically. We wanted it to just stay green and keep going, but it's moving around a lot right now. Giant amount of volume coming in, guys. Big spike of volume. Look on the 24-hour chart of the volume as well. Those white spikes, that's the volume. And you can see that Cardano, for some reason, is just exploding with volume. Which is a healthy sign. Because when people buy one crypto, they'll like to buy some Bitcoin too, Okay, so it broke that shoulder. It totally broke the shoulder. Now the question is it going to form a second head? Because I don't think it can come back from this. It's low enough to make a head now. So this is, we don't want it to go much lower than this. What did I say? 26.60? Right. So we're at 112. Imagine it going down to $26 and $60, $26,060, and then hopefully reversing at that point. Maybe $26.66. $26,066.66. Right? It's already forming a check mark. I don't know if it's a strong enough one, though. So it got down to 1. It got down to 1 something. 102, guys. It got down to 102. I say it could go all the way down to $26,066.66. But we'll see. There's a whole bunch of volume just poured in. That giant green candle at the very bottom. We can be looking at the rest of the chart. There's no problem. It's Bitcoin, Ethereum, Harmony One, Polygon Matic, Cardano ADA. Right? Each one of those is the 24-hour chart. And with the 1-minute chart at the bottom and the 24-hour chart at the tops, the white spikes are the volumes, and the numbers in between show the low and the high for each one over the 24-hour period. And the value for each one is in the top right corner of each. With their percentage, we can see that Matic and Cardano are at 0, basically, percent. My dog hasn't been outside yet today. Rogie, you haven't been outside yet today, have you? You're like a tank. You're like a tank. You know that? You're a good boy. You are very, very good boy. You want to go outside, Bees? You want to go outside?
Bull market money. BNB looks like.
Binance looks like shit. I got Binance up here. They're at 1%.
Bull market money. Everyone is talking about it more and more.
Ethereum. Yeah, well, CZ, bro. Ethereum, fucking shady motherfucker. Ethereum is showing 2 double yellow markers. Harmony One's got a yellow marker. Wait, my bad. That's wrong. That's incorrect. No. Harmony One's got the double yellow markers. It just turned green. I had that off center there. Okay, it's lined up now, though. My bad, guys. We've got really good market movement right now, guys. It really wants to form that head down there. So if it does, it's got to go up and then it's got to come down. But hopefully it won't come down further than, 135 or something like that on the shoulder. And if it does that again, here's 135 right there. So see, that's about the lowest we really want it to go. We want a good solid symmetrical head and shoulders pattern. And like I told you, if it completes before, remember I told you it was going to be 26,666.66. Well, now it's going to be like 26,800 if this completes. So because it's a much deeper dive from the top to the bottom of the head and shoulder. Even though, no, I take it back. It'll be the same. Because it's coming from, it's the whole pattern is from a lower place too, and you have to subtract that off of there. I just realized that. So it would be the same move, which I said was about $400, but it wouldn't hit 666.66. It would hit 550 or something. 26,550 from down here. So that's my new prediction. $26,550 if this Head and Shoulders completes. It can't be as high as 666 though, because it's a different shoulder. We lost the first shoulder. The head became the shoulder. Now it's shoulder head again, and we got to see if we can take the elevator up a little bit, complete the head, and have a nice, healthy head, you know? Come down, finish that shoulder. And then maybe, you know, Justin Jefferson wants to come in and bet me $25,000 on whether or not it's going to go up to where I said it's going to go to again while we're live on the show. Beazle, you want to go outside? Rogan, you want to go outside? You haven't been outside yet. Dude, this is a very long falling wedge pattern, bro. Over 12 hours. That head needs to complete. We got to get up to complete that head. That would have to mean that Bitcoin would have to go up to 26, close to 200. Or hold that for a couple of minutes. And then it could fall again and form the shoulder. Rogan, you want to go outside? His ears bother him too, of course. Why should today be any different than any other day? I'm going to take him outside, man. Those of you that are interested in this market, I'm going to make this larger here. And I'll be right back with him. Rogie, you ready to go outside, buddy? No? You going to lay down? Oh my God. Dude, my dog is going to lay down. He doesn't even want to go outside. Are you going to lay down? Because you just want to lay down in the sun, huh? So fucking cute, dude. I love dogs. I love Dax. You like Dax? I love Dax. It's interesting. I'm kind of curious to see what it's going to do. It's a very well-defined head on Ethereum. We'd really like to see it get up a little bit higher, though, before it falls again. Everything's looking really good, guys. This is kind of exciting, actually, what's going on right now. If you'll look right here at what Ethereum is doing, Ethereum is forming a hell of a head down there. And we had a kind of like a handle and a cup and handle form on Bitcoin. So I think these are really good signs. We'll see if this head breaks down or not. It doesn't look good right now. And Harmony's slowing down. So if you look at Harmony, you'll see on the 24-hour, you'll see like a curve here. So it was coming down quick and then it kind of curved. So that's a good sign. That's a might be a bullish signal there. Not seeing that anywhere else. So we'll keep our eye on that one as well. It is not, Bitcoin is not spiking up. Everything's just kind of like in a little holding pattern. Rogie laid down in the sun inside here. Bro, he hasn't been outside since yesterday, last night. I took him out at, jeez Louise, dude. Oh, my mom must have taken him out. You wanna go outside, bees? She's like, no. I find that this is a pivotal moment right now in the movement, the market movement this week, because of this giant falling wedge pattern. It's just so huge, man. I don't think it's sustainable. Up or down, I don't think you can just keep doing that. There's got to be a giant breakout. Trying to figure out what it's going to be. Because there's kind of like a head and shoulders pattern, a regular head and shoulders pattern before all of this. And it's not perfect, but it's enough to be an issue, I think, to cause a drop.
AIE. Didn't walk my dog, because I got high.
I know, right? Yeah, man. Fucking, dude, Pinoy could have my press if they knew where the goddamn press handle was. It's one of the things that they can't find. They took the fucking plates, or the, they took the, head unit or something off the fucking press. Dude, this is it. Ethereum better do it right now, man, or this is not going to happen. The head is just having a very hard time finishing. And it is totally not high enough. Fail. Total failure right here, guys. So what I say could go down to 26,060. It might happen. It just got down to 119. Now remember, before it got down to 102. That was on the head that I was thinking formed. There it goes. Boom. There it goes down to 102. It just hit 100 and bounced back up.
It's Josh G.
Again.
Good morning, buddy.
95. Hey, Josh. Now remember I told you to go down to 26,060? It went down to 26,080 so far. So this is 26,080. I said 26,060. Let's just see if it does it. It's got a nice high bottom on that candle. That's good. It's got to run away from 26,100, man. Go up. If it doesn't, 26,060. 26,066.66 is my guess. 103, 102, 101, 100. There's a big fucking lizard outside. Holy shit. It's a very exciting time. Look at this. Look at what just happened. Drop in volume, drop in value coinciding. There's a spike right there, right off of that little thing right there. That head, it's not really, I mean, it would be a head, shoulder, head, shoulder, head, shoulder pattern, if this corrects, but it's not a really big one. Rogie. Rogan, we should go outside, buddy.
AIE. Every time I put money down on something it starts to tank, and stays down for a long while.
I know.
Does that happen to you as well?
Yes, it does, man. It does. That's why I hodl for the long haul, man. I just keep my money in there, and over a long period of time, I'm assuming it'll go up. Here, I'm gonna take my dog outside. Rogan, come on, let's go. Come on. I know you're talking to me. You're smart, because you're a smart doggy, and you know what you're saying. Are the words that you speak, and they're very important words, and the people understand the words that you're saying. That is why I have a leash. I'm gonna come get you. I'm gonna come get you, Rogan. I'm gonna come get you. I'm gonna come get you. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Beaver. I'm scared. What am I going to see? Oh, dude, what a nice thing to come back to, man. I'm sorry I was out there for so long, everybody. Holy moly, look at what happened to this freaking market. It went off the charts, guys. It literally went off the charts up. Look at this. Holy moly, we got to drag it all down. That's great, man. That is fantastic. I'm so happy. Holy moly. Yeah, I was gone for a while, but it looks like I just had to leave for this to happen. For a half hour. I guess was I gone a half hour? Was I gone for a half hour? I don't know. But you know, we got up to 260. What's that say there? 268. Okay, we got up to 268. It did a double bottom bounce and went way above the freaking, broke the neckline. So no head and shoulders, guys. It just ignored it and kept going. I mean, basically what it did was it viewed this as a head and shoulders. So let's see if it really was. Yes, yeah, it really was a head and shoulders formed, guys. So it was shoulder, head, shoulder, and yes, it did not go down this low. So there you go, man. And then we get the boom, we get the pump, and it's going to be a big pump. Like I said, 26,550, give or take. We got it so far. You got up to 226 to 268. Okay, that's going to go all the way up to 26,550 on my prediction. So, wow, man, it fucking finished. It's happened while I was walking the dog. And I'm just totally blown away and impressed right now that I called another one. We'll see. It's going to go all the way up. You'll see. I told you sometimes that it'll go straight up or it'll take 12 hours, but it's going to go up to 26. Now, 26,550. That's the target. Bad Blue Jaws. Skillful. Hello. Morning. TJ Greasing. Okay. Bad Blue Jaws. Wolfie. It's all on a downtrend today. I bet that had something to do with Trudeau praising Nazis on the world stage this week. Lil Wolfie 419, hell yeah, you never know when world events are going to have an effect on the markets. And how markets will have effects on markets. For instance, if the stock market does well, crypto does well, and vice versa sometimes. So, wow, Ethereum is exploding, guys, out of control. We're about to hit 1600. We hit 1592. That's the 24-hour high. We're literally hitting that right now, live on this show. So that's exciting. I could show you that happening live. Ethereum has got that yellow marker on it. And you could see the 24-hour high. Let's align this. You'll get a better idea of what's going on that way. This is our 24-hour high of Ethereum
Steven
right
running.
here. This is it on the 20.
Good morning.
Now what's weird is it doesn't appear to be the 24-hour high. Okay, it's not, my bad, it's not the 24-hour high. It's 1598 is the 24-hour high, and that is either here or here. So no, not my bad, not the 24-hour high of Ethereum. Okay, I take it back. I made a mistake. I thought we hit it, that's funny. Far away from it, actually. But it'll be interesting to see if it hits my mark of 550, 26,550. That's where I'm saying, based on doubling up the distance of the head and shoulders from where it was. What are we looking for? We're looking for Ethereum to hit 1600. That's what we're looking for, and it doesn't look like it's going to do it right now. So we're going to be waiting for hopefully another pump, which is not right now. It seems like I have an absolute negative effect on the market. As soon as I got here and sat down, it started faltering. It seemed to be doing really well while I was outside walking the dog. So it's not about Martini Guy's pants and him never washing his clothes. It's about me walking the dog. I need to go back outside with the dog if I want this market to improve. And I didn't bring my phone with me. Huh. It's cool. It's cooling off, man. It's totally cooling off, man. Was that a reconsolidation? We don't know yet. Do we continue where we left off? Man, if it does, the ripples are showing a little bit of continuity there. There seems to be a pattern developing, building upwards. Let's see if it keeps going. Ethereum just ain't having it, bro. Yellow marker, though, but double yellow markers on Harmony 1. Okay, I've got really low show numbers. Nobody's chatting. So I think I'll go. But I'll see you guys later, I guess, on the next one. I don't know, I just enjoy watching, seeing what Bitcoin's doing. It's fun, sitting here chilling, watching that.
Steven running. Thank you.
You're welcome, Steve. Keep it open, Baba Blue Jaws. Yes. Both of you. Thank you to both of you.
Steven running. Hashtag keep it open.
Keep it open. Yes. For For the both of you. It's Josh G is still here or no? Maybe not. Are we going to get that Ethereum pump right
Dave
now?
Fishing. How was lunch? Dave Fishing. I'm gonna get barbecue.
Yeah, I haven't had lunch. I want to eat. I want to go eat lunch. We probably have food from last night left over. I don't know.
Dave Fishing. Oh, I thought it was later for some reason.
No. We've got 3 viewers, 3 active viewers. I feel like I'm a tour guide for a very small private tour. Like a bass fishing guide. You know, you're gonna leave it 3 people on the bass boat. And Steven Crowder gets like fucking 20,000 people who want to watch him when he's live. With his little dick fucking gun on the goddamn fucking desk. Whatever, dude. Fucking pussy. Ugh. Why is it reversing? Don't reverse. You're not doing what you were doing before when I was walking the dog out. So not cool. It's like I really want to go outside and walk the dog some more. Like I really feel like if I just get up off my ass and take the dog outside, the whole market's going to keep going back up again. Where's the dog at? Rogan, where? I don't know where the dog is. I'm not going to be able to get him outside. The whole market's going to crash because I can't find Rogan. Ugh, God bless America. Alright, you guys are great. I love you. I'll see you later. Maybe there'll be more people. Maybe there will be a higher demand for my content at such time. Hey, wait, $5.90, 21 cents. Oh, 17
Steven
cents.
running. LOL.
$5.90, 29 cents. $5.90, 24 cents. $5.90, 90 cents. Hey, Ethereum, $5.90, 93 cents. $5.90, 94 cents. What are we going to do, Ethereum? What are we going to do here? Exactly. Are you going to work your way up onto our screen from the bottom there? $591.27. Guys, that's where we're looking for Ethereum to hit 1,600. $591.18. $591.6. $590.95. $590.72. $590.45. $590.41. $590.06. What's it going to do? What's it going to do? $590.02. What's it going to do? $590.07. 06. I don't even want to look at the chart below, dude. Oh boy, I looked. Ugh. I didn't want to, but I did. Giant falling red candle. Boom, under 90. I'm sad now. Unreal. Meanwhile, Harmony is hanging in there at 948. Harmony's looking great. It rose with everything else, like it's supposed to do. I don't know how that works, but it works. I'd love to know the mechanics behind that shit. You know? Oh boy. Get more in touch with this market and figure that shit out. How they all just happen to move at the exact same time like this. Make the exact same moves. That movie Pi, where that guy figures out the stock market, that's going to be me drilling a hole in my brain to release the fucking evil. Because I figured it all out. I got it! Ding! I know exactly what the market's going to do. And it's going to do this right now. Boom, and it does it.
Steven running. Going up, up, up.
Well, it should. It should, Steve, off of this inverse head and shoulders that just finished. Looks like it's trying to form a head and shoulders, but unsuccessfully so far. Which is good. We want it to just keep going up here. Matic and Cardano aren't doing anything. They're moving with the market, which is good. Storage is way down, but it looks like actually there is a movement upwards across the board. Looking at our thermometer there, I think there's more green now. We'll see. Yeah, I guess it would be after that move that just happened over the last few minutes. But the question is it going to hold? I don't know. It should. It's supposed to go up to 26,550. It might just take 12 hours. And you know what's weird? It didn't drop immediately after the head and shoulders pattern finished. It went straight up. There's usually a drop after a head and shoulders finishes, an inverse, it drops and then it goes up. That's what we've noticed. That didn't happen. And that was an inverse head and shoulders. I mean, you could clearly see it on Ethereum. So we broke out of our falling wedge pattern. We broke out upwards. What's that mean? In my opinion, I think that means we're going to start trending upwards now. I think we're going to see a reversal. We've got 24 hours of red basically on all of our charts. Good time for it to go back into the green. So, be prepared for a launch up to 26,550 off of this completed inverse head and shoulders pattern. That's going to happen in the next 12 hours or less. And from there, I don't know what's going to happen. I can't see that far into the future. But if I was short trading, like I would purchase now, anticipating it's going to go up. Let's say it's a 26.2, you get a 26.2 or 26.300. If you bought a whole Bitcoin right now and it went up to, where I think it's going to go, which is 26.5, you could make like $200 off of $26,000 pretty quick. It's not that big. I don't know what that percentage increase is. What's 200 of 26,000? Okay, Google. What percentage is 200 of 26,000?
According to Wikipedia, in mathematics, a percentage is a number or ratio expressed as a fraction of 100.
Okay, Google. What percentage is 200 of 26,200?
200 is approximately 0.76% of 26,000.
0.7% gain. Not really that big. Not that big of it. Not that exciting. Better than a bank will give you. But not Discover. Discover will give you like 4% on a savings account now. It's worth looking into. You guys are looking for a safer place to store your money. You're like, dude, I don't like the risks of crypto, but I do want to get 4% APY. Well, then you could open up a savings account with a Discover card. That's pretty cool. They also have to put, if you got a lot of money to put in there, like 15, 25, something like that, 1,000, you get like a $200 bonus or $150, $200 cash bonus for doing it. Man, this is looking really good, guys. We have got another inverse head and shoulders pattern that's completing right now. So I'll show it to you. This is really, really, really exciting stuff. So you'll see it very plainly here. Shoulder, head, shoulder. Giant. And we could say, we could take this and double it. We could take this distance and double it. Shoulder, head, shoulder. That is really good. So we're looking at what looks like it's going to be a market reversal. We should know more here in a few seconds. Actually, what's going to happen. Yeah, it's gone. There it goes. Holy shit. Okay, let's see what Ethereum does. 1589.02. It's gotta get up to 1600, man. Holy shit. It got close before, man, and it didn't like it. That is a solid shoulder, guys. 590.31. We're watching Ethereum on the top right corner right now. We want to see it go to 1600. Okay? It's not much is going to happen if it doesn't do that. I mean, Bitcoin might go up a little bit, but if Ethereum doesn't hit 1600, we're not going to see that 26,550 that I'm positive we're going to go right through 550 now, because this is a giant, I haven't calculated it yet, but it's a giant inverse head and shoulders pattern. So for 2680, so you want to say 26,100 to be safe. So say for 26,100 up to 26. We could say 26 250. So with $300 from where? From current position. Say 250. 550. That's so funny, dude. It's the same freaking target. 26,550, guys. Ethereum's doing it. Here goes Ethereum, 1590.79. Ethereum's showing some really good movement. Is it breakout movement? Yes, there's a lot of volume. There's a lot of volume. A lot of buying and selling going on. Look at those volume spikes down there on Bitcoin. $15.90.99. Man, I've been sneezing a lot lately, I've noticed. Psst, unreal. I don't like it. Don't like it. Not one bit. Bad Bad Blue Jaws has something to say. Perfect fishing weather here. The walleyes are huge. Newfoundland cheers. Painting my clone room. Painting it nice white reflective. It's the only thing I would paint my clone room is all white. And then I'd sing, in the white room with the white walls painted with white paint. I use rollers and some brushes in the corners. Made the trim white like the walls are. Made it shiny. Ooh, the white colors are shiny and reflective for my clones. My clones really like that there's no shadows running over themselves. You like my song? Nobody appreciates my music or my antics. I don't even know why I bother. Nobody said to me, roses, roses, roses. Oh, I love you too. Thank you, thank you. Unicorns, gold, thank you. Gang, gang. What are we looking at? A giant candle here, guys. A big giant candle. Look at that. But it never finished. I mean, I guess it's still finishing. You know what? It's got to drop a little bit. It's finishing that last shoulder. It never finished that last shoulder. I was distracted by Ethereum. But I think it's got to drop a little bit before it responds to this big head and shoulders, before it goes up to 550. It might drop down a little bit. 200, 26,200, something like that. Not 200. No, I would say 26. 225. I don't know. Anyway, you guys are great. I love gang gang. There you go. That's what I'm saying. Gang gang. Hearts. Roses. 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 Thank you. I love you too. I love you too. Kills white. Hell yeah. What are we going to do here, folks? I want to see this move. I want to see Bitcoin make its money move. Bitcoin's got bloody shoes. It's another giant green column of splendor. Here it comes. Watch. Here it goes. It's going to just explode, this giant upwards candle of happiness right now. I'm going to set it turn red. That is so fucked up, dude.
This program contains coarse language.
You've been warned.
Inside a well-known Sydney strip club, a plan is about to be hatched.
It starts with a meeting of 5 men at men's gallery at strip joints in Queen Street in Sydney.
They're plotting a new business that's going to make them more than $100 million. That business is a scam to rip off the Australian Taxation Office. They name it after the Greek god of wealth, Plutus.
There were Porsches, there were BMWs, there was an aircraft. This was a massive amount of money flowing around.
Plutus will become the biggest tax fraud in Australia's history.
These are ripping off the tax system, but they're ripping off everyday Australians.
With 28,000 pages of evidence and 70 hours of police surveillance recordings, never before heard outside a courtroom, Four Corners brings you the story of how they did it.
No way we're going to make money too. Can't just pay it all to the tax office, but we need something.
And how it was brought down.
The only reason life was like tea, it was how it was. Alright, now we're fucked, man. We're fucked with a couple of.
Shake that ass with some paper. Make that cash, bitch, I'm way up.
It's 2014 and it's lunchtime at the men's gallery.
I'm gonna get that bag either way.
From the outset, their intent is clear. One of the men hands out new phones they'll use to cover their tracks.
So phones that are not linked to them with all new numbers. It's an old form of trying to evade detection. It really goes to the heart of their criminal enterprise. It shows that they most definitely knew that they were going to undertake a criminal activity.
This man is Adam Cranston, a 27-year-old corporate player experienced in cleaning up broken businesses. He also has a love of fast cars and a surprising family connection.
Simon Cranston was raised in the Sutherland Shire in a fairly privileged family. He then entered the workforce working as a consultant to insolvent companies. Notably, he was the son of Michael Cranston, the Deputy Commissioner of the ATO.
Also present at the meeting that day is Jay Onley, a former pro snowboarder and a risk taker who's an expert in business turnaround. Then there's Simon Agutil, an entrepreneur who brings the building blocks of the scheme. And IT recruiter Josh Kitson, who will soon be installed as the frontman, the company's general manager.
Simon Agutil is a tech entrepreneur and someone who was deeply interested in startups. He was previously the managing director of a company that had gone into liquidation, and it appears a strong patron of judgment clubs. Josh Kitson was one of Simon Agutil's best friends, and he was very effective in recruiting clients into the business and was effectively running it.
Their plan is to set up a payroll company that processes wages on behalf of other businesses. They'll rake in clients' money, but instead of paying the tax they owe to the government, they'll just keep it. The men's gallery meeting ends, and afterwards, Agutil and Kitson exchange a flurry of texts. It's the bare bones of a scheme that will soon morph into something much bigger.
So Plutus was itself set up to be a squeaky clean company. Its employees weren't aware of what was going on underneath the business, and it certainly was operating, for all intents and purposes, in a legitimate way.
They set up shop in the elite harbourside suburb of Double Bay. Plutus Payroll aggressively targets big corporate and government clients that contract Plutus to manage their staff's wages.
Plutus billed itself as Australia's only zero-fee outsourced payroll service, so it really undercut the market quite heavily, and it was quite successful in its little niche around IT contractors.
Within a year, the syndicate steals more than $4 million. This is how the scam works. Plutus processes the gross wages from legitimate clients through a layer of companies that sit beneath it. On paper, they appear to be run by a series of front people or dummy directors, but in reality, the syndicate is in control. While these second-tier companies do pay wages, they only pay a small portion of the tax they owe. The syndicate steals the rest of the money. Periodically, they dump these companies, dodging the tax debts, and start again with new companies.
The Australian Taxation Office takes a number of months or sometimes years to catch up with the fact that the tax hasn't been paid, so they have some breathing space. So they use that breathing space to take the monies which the Australian Taxation Office would have been entitled and redirect them into various other companies. So by the time the Australian Taxation Office chases them for the monies have already gone, and then they've moved on to another company to implement the same scheme.
And they started just moving these amounts of money in broken up amounts into these different companies and then into various bank accounts. And it just kept going through this really complex path of going from company to bank account to company and then eventually back into the bank accounts of the people involved.
Simon Agutil has experience running a scheme very similar to this on a much smaller scale.
These people don't overnight decide to do $100 million fraud. Their conduct prior to that is on the dark side.
And Simon Agutil was on the dark side?
He was on the dark side, yeah.
Lawyer Michael Hayter examined Agutil over suspected credit card fraud during liquidation proceedings in 2012. A small company called E-Strategy Group had gone bust, owing more than $100,000 in tax to the ATO.
He would use these credit cards to go to the strip clubs for so-called business expenses when I cross-examined him about it. He said he was taking prospective clients to those strip clubs. Sometimes he was spending $8,000 to $12,000 a day at those strip clubs, and sometimes in consecutive days.
It doesn't sound like a legitimate business expense.
No, it doesn't, and it's not.
Liquidator Bruce Gleason believes Agutil had installed a dummy director at E-Strategy Group and was the true mastermind of the company. Gleason submitted a report to the corporate regulator ASIC, but no further action was taken.
The difficulty always is that when something like E-Strategy happens and then they can see that the consequence is not significant, then it's particularly to unscrupulous business operators, there's then the ability for them to say, how can we take advantage of this? I think what we've seen, regrettably, in the Plutus matter is that almost you could say E-Strategy Group was a trial run for a bigger event, and a much bigger event at that.
If the punishment isn't significant, they get a feeling, a sense of ego that, okay, I've learned from this experience, next time I do this, I'm going to be better at it.
As their confidence grows, so does the Plutus scheme. By the end of 2015, Adam Cranston and his business partners are living large and spending big.
There were Porsches, there were BMWs, there was an aircraft. Some of it just went into their bank accounts, padded their bank accounts. Real estate was a big one. Flashy assets, cars, planes, houses. He was living far beyond his means, and that is a very common indicator that somebody is involved in something that is illicit, illegal.
By May 2016, they've embezzled almost $50 million from the tax office. And all that cash begins to attract attention.
In many cases, people who have successful criminal enterprises can't help themselves, but share that information with others. And over time, there's a degree of arrogance with that. And once that knowledge gets out there, it spreads relatively quickly.
At this point, the AFP, acting on a tip-off, launches a large-scale covert surveillance operation involving up to 20 police investigators. This is one of their early recorded phone conversations.
Oh, mate, thank you for everything, mate. That was such an amazing wedding, mate. We had such a blast, eh? You liked it? It was good? Wine, good wine. I don't know the wines.
It's October, just after Adam Cranston's wedding, and he has no idea the police are listening to every word.
Your life's good. How's that been? How was the day?
By now, the syndicate has pocketed around $70 million in unpaid tax,
Most
and
in the
conversation
fight.
reveals that there is much more going on.
I'm just trying to get all your mates and everybody else. So we're not talking logic here, are we? We're talking extortion or the beginnings of extortion.
It's one of more than 450 recordings later used as evidence against them in court.
Look, they must have had something very, very significant in terms of initiating the investigation and through the quick assessment process in order to get telephone intercepts so early in the process or so early in the investigation. So it sends a clear message that from the very start, the officers involved, the investigators and AFP corporately, saw that this investigation had significant dimensions to it. Now, at that time, it could be significant in terms of the linkages it has to other organised crime, the amount of money involved, the sophistication of the operation.
By November 2016, Adam has bought himself a new holiday house and a third car, his second Porsche. The business is humming along, but beneath the surface, tensions are brewing. Jay Onley feels like he isn't getting a decent cut of the cash.
It's the money, Adji. It's like, mate, he has become delusional with money. Well, I was like, mate, you're earning $4 million a year on the books.
In late November, Adam and Jay put on an event at this exclusive private racetrack on the New South Wales Central Coast with associates of one of their companies, Synod.
Any final words in the package to say?
Everybody just walks down the street like a day to 10. We've got a 6-acre building. We had, like a juice bar, making fresh juices. It was a really cool day to get drunk.
Adam recounts a conversation with an acquaintance who clocks their lavish spending.
He just goes, "You're doing stuff, Adam." I said, "I'm not doing stuff." I said, "We're doing all right. We bought all the companies, they're making good money." I said, "We're doing all right." I've got over $1 million for the car sitting here, which I know you guys didn't have lines on. Right? And he goes, "You find this ridiculous day? He said, the day itself would cost $30,000. He said, "Mate, I don't think any of the guys have afford to do this."
Unexplained wealth is when people are essentially living beyond their means. So someone working for a payroll company probably isn't making $100 million a year and able to buy things like multi-million-dollar homes and fancy vehicles and airplanes and boats. So to break down the word, it is unexplained wealth. Where did this money come from? How did this person get the money?
To keep the scam going, they're relying on a network of professional facilitators. The court will ultimately hear the syndicate used so-called friendly liquidators to keep the scheme under the radar.
Liquidators have a very significant position of trust in the economy. Their role is quasi-judicial in some ways, and they are empowered to make very significant decisions. So, for example, they can decide whether or not a debt is legitimate or not. A friendly liquidator, in their description, is somebody who will either look the other way or facilitate the process that goes on. If either of those things are occurring, it should be pretty evident to the regulator what's actually happening.
This is all about vulnerabilities. It's about criminal groups trying to exploit real and what they perceive as vulnerabilities in the systems to make money and to avoid detection.
Police will later intercept a meeting where Men and Onley and Adam Cranston are discussing the liquidation of another of their associated companies. The conversation turns to how they will pay the liquidator.
If there's cash payments being given to a dodgy liquidator, that's about as egregious as it gets in this profession. They certainly shouldn't be allowed to continue operating in this marketplace, and it defies explanation in my mind as to how that person hasn't been tracked down and held to account.
John Winter runs Australia's peak body for insolvency experts and believes the corporate regulator ASIC hasn't looked hard enough at the liquidation of Pluto's payroll's second-tier companies.
The evidence has been given that there were friendly liquidators attached to it. It's not that hard for the regulator to line up who was doing the work and start a proper investigation into those. We see no evidence of that happening.
ASIC told Four Corners that it engaged with and assisted the AFP with its investigation. It did not answer our specific questions about friendly liquidators linked to the scam, but conceded that it can only undertake a fraction of the potential regulatory and enforcement action it identifies. Police know they need to gather more evidence. They need more than just phone intercepts. To capture the inner workings of the operation, they need to bug their officers.
So putting a listening device inside a car, inside a house, inside a public place, as an example, are incredibly difficult activities with high risk, high likelihood of detection at any stage. So had those listening devices been detected at an early stage, it could have imperiled the investigation itself.
An AFP team covertly installs a secret camera in Pluto's payroll's back office in the South Sydney suburb of Miranda.
This is I cannot handle humans anymore. Can't do humans.
Now they have a totally new perspective of Pluto's operation.
Alright, I'll plug all this fucking shit in so I can work out what tax we're paying today.
Working the back office is Lauren Cranston, Adam's sister.
Lauren Cranston's involvement in the Plutus tax fraud really was an artifact of the fact that she was the sister of Adam Cranston. She'd been really brought in on the basis that Adam was right at the heart of this. Her role in this was organising a lot of the transactions which occurred around these second-tier organisations.
Federal agents are watching on here in January 2017 to piece together how this group is moving money around. They've now taken almost $100 million.
Where are we going to make this money to? can't just pay all to the tax office, but me, something, no, we can't. I reckon we pay 500 to ATO. Do you reckon? What is it even there for?
Soon, cracks start to emerge. They underestimate one of their dummy directors, who goes rogue and starts withdrawing cash from some of the accounts.
Shit, she's on a bender. Fuck knows where she's gonna be.
The woman takes out $25,000 in 2 days, and they fear she'll take more.
Can't really expect to drive out in that. Wouldn't expect anything less. I was expecting more. I was just gonna take out like fucking managed to accept people. Takes out 100. I know, well, if only she knew, like, does she not know she's got Jason? Oh, you fucking idiot. She'll be living the life for about 20 days, and then it will come to crashing down.
The dummy directors recruited by the syndicate in return for cash payments are, by design, drug-dependent and destitute people. They have little to no understanding of the scheme and no assets.
It's an appallingly criminal act. These people have been exploited, selected purely on the basis that they were vulnerable and in need of money and desperate, and they had no knowledge of what they were signing themselves up to, and they represented easy fall guys for the conspirators.
And that's a common tactic these fraudsters use. They destroy the company records. They put someone in who's a target who has no assets. A liquidator comes in, there's no funds. You know, the liquidator will then ask the Australian Taxation Office for funds or asset, won't get the funds, and, you know, is left with their hands tied as to what action they can take.
One of the men they rely on to do the dirty work of recruiting dummy or straw directors is Daniel Rostenkowski, also known as Big D. He's known by the conspirators as an associate of the Comancheros.
So Daniel Rostenkowski is, I guess, a known standover figure who was involved in the recruitment of a lot of the straw directors who ran that second-tier companies which were involved in fraud.
Hi creators, based on our experience of updating you all regarding our updates to profoundly guidelines in November of last year, updated again in March, we are making sure we act on your feedback. You told us that when we update our guidelines, you value communication of changes, not only through posts to our update log, as well as studio notifications, but also hearing the changes explained in clear terms from some of the people who work in a given policy area. So, for updates to our ad guidelines, you can expect more videos like this one, walking you through the changes. Today, we're updating our advertiser-friendly content guidelines regarding controversial issues, specifically as they relate to sexual and domestic abuse, abortions, and eating disorders.
What?
Specifically, we are allowing creators to earn more ad revenue on content discussing topics such as abortion and adult sexual abuse. This means that content which discusses these topics without going into graphic detail can fully monetize. We know that videos covering topics like these can be a helpful resource to users, so we want to ensure that wherever possible, controversial issues discussed in a non-descriptive and non-graphic way aren't disincentivized through demonetization. We're also keenly aware that some creator communities feel like they get more yellow icons because they're uploading content about topics that disproportionately impact them. We hope these changes can give all creators more space to discuss these topics with eligibility for ad revenue. Additionally, we're aligning our advertiser-friendly content guidelines on eating disorders with YouTube community guidelines. Content which focuses on eating disorders and shares triggers like guides around binging, hiding or hoarding food, or abusing laxatives will not receive ad revenue. This change will ensure such content isn't incentivized with ads, and that our monetization and community guidelines continue to be in sync. Note that educational or documentary content and survivor content that reference these aspects of having an eating disorder without promoting such activities won't be impacted by this change. Let us know if you have any questions in the comments below.
How about I let you know to go suck my dick, motherfucker? These are so stupid. Oh my god. Oh shit. 52 minutes ago, guys. How did we miss it? Because I'm not subscribed.
Hey guys, it's me. I'm calling from the jail right now. Calling from Gwinnett County Jail. And I'd like to apologize to you guys about what I did. And if you guys could, I've got a donation address for commissary. If you guys could put that in, I would love to get a cup of ramen. Like, if I could just get a cup of ramen.
He's such an idiot.
If I could just get a cup of ramen. And if I could just make one of those jail burritos. You guys know what I'm talking about. The guys know what I'm talking about, know what I'm talking about. It's a jail burrito, guys. I can't remember how to make them anymore. I think you need the ramen. I think you need Cheetos. You know, you got some real chefs in here, guys. They can cook those jail burritos up, and I'm really looking forward to eating one. It's going to be really exciting. As a lot of you guys know, I was arrested last night, hence why I'm here in jail, obviously. And, sorry, this is hard for me, guys. The fact is that I got 2 charges last night. One of them, and I haven't looked at the internet, I haven't seen the internet, I don't know what people are saying, I don't know. But I do know that the charge that I got, one of them, the first one is just, and this is when they arrested me, okay, this is the charge that I was given, and I don't want to be seen as this kind of person, guys. I don't want to be seen as this kind of person. I'm done. I'm done with it. Guys, I got a loitering charge. Guys, I'm not a loiterer. I guess I am. I guess I am, guys. My name's Ben Armstrong. I'm in Gwinnett County Jail right now, as we speak. and I'm a loiterer. I have to admit it. And you guys accept me as a loiterer. Second charge I got was, this is hard to admit too. I made someone scared. I made someone scared. That's literally the charge. Simple assault, placing another person in fear. Didn't touch, wasn't even within 20 feet. But, and going forward, I'm not allowed to talk about this other person. And so I can't say this person's name, but what I can say is apparently this person, was scary. The volume up. She gets back there. So I don't know what this means, guys, that I've now caused fear in the heart of man. And it's very sad to me. I certainly didn't think that I was going to do that. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to make anyone who's starting my life scared. I didn't want to do that. And so I don't want to be seen as that person. So I'm not going to be that person anymore, guys. If you guys want to see some statements that I made, I don't make it serious, guys. Obviously, I'm not in an orange jumpsuit. This is actually a former hit merge shirt turned backwards. It's very uncomfortable around the neck backwards. I feel the noose is tightening on me. But guys, we're going to get serious here, and I'm going to talk about I'm leaving crypto. I'm going to talk about that. And everybody who watches my channel and has watched me for a long time knows how I feel about cryptocurrency. And they know how hard it's going to be for me to leave crypto for 5 or 6 days. It's going to be really hard. It's going to be really difficult for me to leave for 5 or 6 days. That's what I do. I love you guys. I hope you guys know that. Let's talk about what happened. And look, we're not going to talk crypto today.
Dude, where's my goddamn volume faders
and I'm going to
at?
tell you what I'm going to do going forward and what the channel looks like.
The fucking Windows sucks my dick.
Guys, I don't have
Windows 11 sucks so bad, dude. God.
I turned it the other way. I turned it down instead of up. Wow. People say I'm turned. I guess this is true. Guys, we're not going to talk crypto today, so if you want to hear crypto today, but of course I do know this is the juiciest drama in all of crypto. But if you want to see a statement that I made about the situation, about, if you guys are interested in the juicy gossip, go ahead, go check out Twitter, or x.com. Bitboy, well, no, not Bitboy anymore, apparently. Ben Armstrong's X is my Twitter handle. If you guys want to see the statement that I put out on, everything that occurred yesterday, you can do that. But, what... Concuss Smith says, Ben, will you please stream the upcoming suicide attempt? No, the only shot I had at committing suicide was based on the psychological prison I was living in for a long time. I've broken out of it. Last night was not a low point for me. Some people feel like it is. There's a lot of wrong stuff going on out there, guys. And like I said, going forward, I'm not going to be talking about the other side. Guys, the other side is, they don't have anything to stand on. Our legal case is so unbelievably strong. That my lawyers have told me not to talk about it anymore.
That's what I said.
I guys understand this doesn't have anything to do with last night, other than the fact that now it's harder for me to talk about it publicly because I'm not allowed to talk about the scared person. The person who's scared of me, a lot of people know who it is. The person who's scared of me, I'm not allowed to talk about him anymore because he's going to try to get my bond revoked. Okay, so we'll not be talking about that situation other than to go over what happened, and I'm not going to be talking about the other side going forward. We've won, guys. We've already won. And so a lot of people feel like last night was like some kind of low point for me, guys. I don't give a flip about going to jail. That means nothing to me. Like, it was inconvenient because there was 5.5 hours, or well, let me say this. I don't know what time I was live streaming. Y'all know. I think it's about 8:30. I think I got in the police car about 9ish, and I got to the jail probably about 9:30. As soon as I got to the jail, it took about 30 minutes to get me into the back, and then there was so that would put in at about 10. They didn't process a soul in there. Not a soul, at least a male soul. They did process a few women during this period, but they didn't process, or book in is the right word I'm looking for here. They didn't book one person that was full till like 2:30 in the morning. And no, there was nothing wrong with my teeth. I didn't need a dentist. But they did have nurses. The nurses were cool last night. It was a guy and a girl. They were cool. The guy told me, he's like, what? I don't understand. I'm glad to be working again because for so many hours I don't know what's going on. Nothing was happening, so I don't know what occurred. But it was inconvenient being in jail, obviously. And of course I didn't know what the internet was saying and stuff. But guys, that means nothing to me. I'm not scared of jail. That's the whole point of last night was saying I am not scared. Hell or high water, I am not scared. And I think for people to really understand what occurred, first of all, there were no drugs involved. Okay, I was amped up last night because I went to face my bully. I want you to think about this. The moment it's easy for me to stand up to a bully on the internet. And you guys know, look what I did with Stan. Guys, this is not unique behavior for me. Going and live streaming in front of someone who's attacking me and attacking crypto or attacking somebody else. That's not unusual, guys. That's not erratic, okay? What occurred is I wanted to see the Lamborghini, which by the way, the Lamborghini, even though it is in someone else's name, title, and I know who it is, it's, everybody read between the lines here on what I'm trying to say here. It was actually not in the garage. So I still don't know where it is, but I know who owns it 100%. I know who has the title, and everybody knows who it is here, okay? So the fact is that I go to the house, and I don't know what I'm really expecting, but the point of me going is to say, in person, I am not scared of you. And what I wanted to do is, I'm not scared of jail. Think of your wife and son. Guys, I was in jail for a few hours. My kids are at my mom's house today anyways. Guys, I'm gonna see the kids today. It's no problem. Like, there's, like, when I say I'm scared to go to jail, I mean, like, I'm not scared to get booked for a night for something that was extremely minor. Okay. Do I want to go to prison for years? Do I want to actually physically hurt someone so that I actually would have serious charges I could get in trouble for? No, obviously not. But what I mean is, I'm just not scared to face my bullies. I'm not scared. And if last night what happened was what had to happen, I think what you guys are going to see is you're going to see another step in my evolution as a person, and the next step in the evolution of me as a content creator, and the next step in the process of me just being in crypto. And I've had a really hard time focusing, guys. I've had a really hard time focusing, obviously, all the time. I have a hard time focusing. I've spoken to someone this week. I definitely have ADHD. I've never had any treatment for it, a single time. But, you know, and the fact is that I'm going to get treatment for ADHD because I definitely have it. And that became very apparent over this weekend. And so, you know, I don't know what I'll be, you know, prescribed for that, but I really realized, like, there's a lot of stuff about myself that I really do need to change. And one of those things is, instead of me just running off the hip all the freaking time, like, I need some help with my attention. I need some help with it. And I think that going forward now with the metaphorical handcuffs placed on me, I can't talk about this, which means that after today, when you see me on the next, when I come back and we'll talk about what that looks like next week, it may just be next week. I'm gonna take some days, okay? Once again, it actually doesn't have that much to do with what occurred last night. It has more to do with something else that occurred yesterday that everybody knows about. It's not a secret what happened yesterday, and it had nothing to do with me. I didn't, you know, I once again, maybe you can read between the lines, but I can't really say what I'm talking about here. But I'm trying to loosely reference it. Maybe some of you guys pick up what I'm putting down, maybe some don't. You know, but going forward, I'm going to be completely focused on crypto because I can't talk about this stuff anymore, guys. I can't talk about it. It's going to help to refocus me. I'm going to get some treatment because, guys, I have PTSD. And what really do I explain to you guys what they've done to me? I really don't. I really don't know how to explain what these people have really done to me. I can't stress it to you enough. I can't make you walk a mile in my shoes to understand what this feels like, to have everything stolen from you and to be stabbed in the back by the people that say they're your friends, and they're still actively out there putting out untruths. They're still actively out there doing it. They're still actively out there acting like I'm on drugs. When pressed, a person said, diet pills and Tren, which, guys, I have not taken Tren in a long time. Like, I don't think I've taken it this entire year, okay? Diet pills, and I took some Trenbolone last year. But the way things are worded, they're still worded, and other substances. What other substances? What other substances? Can you name them? Can you name one? Can you name them? And there were a couple accusations that were made about a couple other substances, which are one is completely false, and one of them is a setup. And there's no reason for me to. I wanted to do a video. Here's what I want to do today. I want to come on here at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I wanted to make a video. I only got 2 hours of sleep. I didn't get
Steven running.
Didn't talk to anybody when I got back. You know, like, I didn't go to sleep until you know, probably 8:30 or so, and then I had to wake up at 10:30 to talk to my lawyer, and so I'm hardly on any sleep, but it's fine. I can run on no sleep, no problem. But I wanted to come up here and make this video and talk about. I want to do a reaction video to the Altcoin Daily video, and I would like to go ahead and say this publicly. I said it on Twitter. I apologize to Altcoin Daily, and guys, I'm not apologizing to them because their interview was good and they pressed him right with TJ. I'm not doing it because of that. Okay, I'm apologizing because what I realized, and this is the PTSD that I'm talking about, guys, is that now I've been so brutally stabbed in the back, and it continues every single day. I'm watching to see if my lawyer texts me. I hope my lawyers are good with what I'm saying here. I told them I was going to go 5 or 10 minutes, and I'm a little bit longer. I'm going to keep going too, but if they have any problems with what I say, they can text me or whatever. But the fact is that because what the other side has done to me, specifically the people who are out there talking about it, I've been so wounded in my soul, in my heart, and I've got so much PTSD from what has been done to me that I think everybody's out to get me now. Even my friend. Well, but once again, who are my friends? My friends were the ones that did this to me. So it's like, every time I feel like I'm wronged by someone, because I do feel like I was wronged by Austin and Aaron from Altcoin Daily, and I do feel like I was wronged by Wendy. Now, me and Wendy have talked this morning, and you know, really, I was upset with Wendy because of what other people. I never saw what she said about me. Okay, I never saw what she said on the video she made. I didn't watch anything after the whole thing broke. And she did reach out to me and give me a supporting message, but then she did a video, and I don't know what she said, but I was told that she said, you know, she was talking about my relapse and she was clout chasing me. Like, that's what I was told. I never watched it, okay? And the fact is I wish that, you know, and she did talk to Hit Network that morning, and so she knew their side and she didn't know my side. And they're very good at presenting their side as if there's no option. Like, that's what they've been doing the whole time. They've been really good at presenting their side like, I don't have a defense. And that's what they've done to the employees, and that's what they've done to other content creators. Now, a lot of content creators, like, and look, that was the first day, so I didn't speak out that day. So I guess she probably assumed it was true, and it hurt me, okay? Austin and Aaron, why did they hurt me? Because I said any channel they go on are not my friends, and I look at Austin and Aaron as friends first before I look at them as content creators. And that's how I look at everybody. And I think there's some things I need to start changing about that, guys. I need to stop looking at everybody like they're my friend. And I'm not saying Austin and Aaron are my friends. What I'm saying is, I just think everybody's my friend and everybody's got my best interest at heart, and that's not true. And Austin and Aaron from Altcoin Daily, they like clicks, they like to make controversial videos, and I'm not apologizing to them because the video turned out great for me, and they pressed it really hard. Like, and I haven't watched it, but from everything I've been told, and I'm going to watch it though because I've heard there's some accusations in there, and I have to now watch that video and make a reaction video to it, and then just send that reaction video to my lawyer and not put it out publicly. Is what I'm doing. I want to go on Altcoin Daily and talk about this, and I was supposed to go on. That reminds me, I need to go to Twitter. I was supposed to go to Rice TVX today and do an interview with him, but unfortunately, my lawyer's doing right now. I can't do that, but I will be giving the first interview. I will be giving this first interview to Rice though. So, but I don't. He said he wanted me to retweet. He said he wanted me to retweet. Not. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to. I'm going to tweet real quick. Sorry, I got to do this right because I'm a good friend. I have to do this for Rice, but I told him to do the interview. So give me 1 second. Still going to do my first interview with Rice, but I have to hold back for a while due to my lawyer's request. Has nothing to do with last night, but going forward, I can't talk about it. Okay, can't talk about it until I can. So there we go. Okay, there you go, Rice. So the point here being is I was going to do this interview with him, and like unfortunately I just can't do it. But like I feel like everybody always has and Rice has been really good, and that's why I'm giving him the interview. It's a tiny channel, and tiny compared to a lot of large channels. He may have more subscribers than me right now. I got 50,000. I don't know, but he's good, right? He was neutral, and Altcoin Daily was very neutral, and they pressed really hard on this. I don't remember what point I was making, but they did a really good job according to everybody that I've talked to. However, I just wish they would have reached out before an hour before the video published and said, "Hey, by the way, we did an interview with TJ yesterday, and we're going to publish it today." Like I just felt like as friends, not as journalists. I look at everybody as friends first. That's the way I look at things. I look at everybody as friends first. And everybody doesn't do that. I mean, Crypto Banner doesn't do that. Rand always calls me my friend, but he was taking information and leaking documents from Hit Network. And like, to me, I don't know, that doesn't feel like a friend. And so what I'm trying to say is because of everything that's occurred to me, things that are slights against me, where I do feel like I was wronged, but it's not the end of the world. It's just people have relationships and they have problems. They have issues. But because of what I've gone through, every single one of those slights feels like someone shoved a machete through my chest. That's how it feels. And so I'm dealing with all this stuff, and I go last night to confront my bully, and I go and I knock on the door because I want to confirm that it's definitely his house, okay? I knock on the door, and the video's gone, by the way, you know, think there's the person that privated that, or delete it, or whatever they did with it, I don't know. But the fact is that, for me, you can see in that video when I started, I ran from the door, right? Because I didn't know what he was going to do when he came to the door. Now, fortunately, he stepped back, and he didn't actually open the door. I could see his shadow, and I know what he looks for. It's, what's it called when you look at somebody? It's like their outline. What do you call that? No, not their shadow. They're, no, it's not outline. It's not aura. People know what I'm talking about. It's like you see their shape. You see their shape. I don't know what, somebody will say in the chat. So, yeah, I know it's not gone from the internet, guys. I'm aware. Like, I know how the internet works, but there's a silhouette. Thank you, Matthew Blair. That is that's exactly what I was looking for there. I can see a silhouette. I knew it was him. So I turn around and I start running to get off of his property so I can do the live stream off of his property. Thank you. Look at all these silhouette people. Great job, silhouettes. That's what y'all are called. Instead of Nation, y'all are still called silhouettes, you know? And obviously, like, I think a lot of, you know, there's a lot to this. So I go up and I start live streaming. I'm certainly not thinking I'm going to end up going to jail. And like, I didn't do anything wrong. Like, I never threatened. I never did. All I did was live stream and basically mark my territory and say, I'm not scared. Every single thing I did in that video, every person I talked about, from Michael Made It to Charles Grant to what he told me about Maxine Waters, which I know is not true. I talked to someone who knows Maxine Waters. Absolute lie from him. As crazy as all that stuff sounded last night, I want you guys to hear me, okay? If you saw it, or you see the accusations, as crazy as it sounded, he literally told me all of those things. And I've heard he's out there doing damage control with his people, with the people, because the last message we got from him was a message to Cassie, and it said, hey, going forward, and this was 2 weeks ago, keep my people's name out your mouth and we will be good. That was the threat. That was one of the last threats that he gave, okay? And so when he said, what I was saying last night was, I go to the house, I'm in the cul-de-sac, I'm not on his property, and I make the statement, basically, that I am not scared of this person, and everything, I wanted to tell the story that I've been told about him, that up until the Maxine Waters thing, I believed it. When the Maxine Waters thing was said, about killing Ben.ETH with a fentanyl needle, okay, he literally told me that Maxine Waters told the person to kill Ben.ETH with a fentanyl syringe. I was like, what? And he said that he talked her out of it. He talked the head of the Democratic Congress out of killing a crypto content creator, or I don't know what you call Ben.ETH. Look, I got no problems with Ben. I'm done having problems with Ben. A lot of my problems with Ben were due to this person, actually, in my ear. Now, look, I'm not saying he's perfect. Okay, I'm not perfect either, but me and Ben don't have any problems between each other right now. I don't know what he said. You know, he has a big mouth. I'm not saying anything he doesn't know, and he says stuff, and I don't know what he said last night. But behind the scenes, and I want to talk to him personally. I haven't talked to him personally. We've had a person in between us, and I do at some point. I don't know if it'll be this week, but I do want to have a one-on-one phone call with Ben, and talk about everything that's occurred and stuff. Like I just don't want more enemies, guys. I don't need any more enemies right now. I had enough in my own building. Like I don't need enemies, and so I've got to stop. You know, whatever. So good. You know, I'm not telling you that he's an angel. What I'm telling you is I don't want to fight with him anymore. Okay, and so. When I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so stupid what he's saying. And that was when I started to be like, so I contacted the person that I knew that knew Maxine Waters and was like, no, that's insane that would be said out loud by a person. And so what's been happening, what happened is I went there last night, I knock on the door, I run up to the top, my heart starts beating. I start getting excited. And by excited, I mean my blood pressure going up, my heart rate going up, adrenaline pumping absolutely through my body. And adrenaline pumping through my body. And I just start... I'm not, after the adrenaline hits, I'm not in a state to really make that video and deliver it in the way that it needed to be delivered. It would have been a lot better if I would have made this video this way and explained that he says that Mike Will made it, wants to kill me, that he has given Carlos instructions to kill me. If I did not, sorry, I said whatever, I'm just telling you facts that occurred. The fact is that I was told that Mike Will made it, wanted to kill me, and that if I didn't make the apology video that I made a couple weeks ago with my wife, that he was going to order the hit on me. That's what I was told by Carlos. I was told that Charles Grant, NFL player, only received the largest contract in defensive end history because Carlos had leverage on an offensive lineman on the Jacksonville Jaguars, and on the last day of the season, the New Orleans Saints beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Charles Grant got 5 sacks because the offensive lineman that he beat every time was leveraged, and it was fixed for him to get those sacks. Now, maybe Charles doesn't even know that. Maybe it's not true, but that's what I was told. Like, I was told that there's a sex tape with Cardi B, and Cardi B, basically, that Carlo, the person basically, he claims he created the sex tape. It wasn't him, but he created the sex tape, and then he made Cardi B pay to remove the sex tape. He created the problem, and then he solved the problem. These are the types of things that this guy has told me for months and months and months and months. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to stand in front of the house, and I wanted to tell my bully that, which, you know, you think fight or flight, right? Fight would have been come out the door, right? Flight is run and stay away and hide and call the police. That's flight. And that's what he did. He chose flight. And I'm not saying I chose fight. I actually ran from the door as well, to be fair, okay? But the fact is I wanted to go in front of his house. The man who stole my Lamborghini, which I asked the police last night if I could file a police report on it because I thought it was there. It turns out it wasn't there. So I'm now going to Cobb County today, and we are filing the police report. It is going to be reported stolen absolutely today. And so, you know, we definitely have the legal grounds to get it back. I will tell you this, unless it has been chopped, I'm getting the Lamborghini back for 100%. You know, hopefully plus damages. But the contract is null and void that I signed. Number one, guys, I was extorted and forced under duress to sign the Lamborghini title. Number two, you know, I'm not going to get into the other defense. But there's another part of contract law that definitely makes us
strawberry shortcake
about it. So I am expecting the Lamborghini. They should drive it back to my house is what they should do, because the title was 100% in my name. We talked about it. See, this is a lot of what occurred. Is I was constantly told things like, "Oh, this is a company car. We're gonna make it a company car." No, I bought it. It was in my name. It wasn't a company car. That was a lie, and I didn't know that because I never looked at the books or the paperwork because I had other people that I trusted to do that. And so I had to be extorted because TJ could not sign the title. TJ could not sign the title, and I thought that this car was probably sold in order to pay expenses because they weren't getting the stake money. The stake deal was over, and then you get $350,000 or so. That negates at least a week and a fifth of the next week of stake money. Okay, so I thought it was used to pay expenses and do this and yada yada yada, and it just wasn't. In fact, it was given to the guy who gave me a death threat. Now,
what does he mean by stake money? I wonder. They're paying people out that are staking. And they're paying it out from company funds, dude? They're not earning...
You pay for it? I don't know. We'll have to find out. I mean, in Discovery, this will all be out. In Discovery, the books, the Lamborghini, all of this is going to come out publicly. Because I don't know the answer to a lot of these questions of exactly what they did with things after I was cut off. I have a lot of speculation. I have a lot of things that I think was done. I have a lot of things that I think were done, but I don't know for sure. So the point is that that's what I wanted to go do, is I wanted to go tell the story and tell every single thing that I was told that that I absolutely could not say. Oh, you say this is going to happen. And I wanted to go face my bully, and I wanted to say, not only am I not scared of you, I'm so not scared of you that every warning and threat you gave me, I'm going to dox it all right now. And that's what I did. I didn't deliver it the right way. I didn't deliver it in the right setting. I wasn't in the emotional state when I went to the house to be able to deliver that in a calm, cool, and collected way. And the fact is there was a cool, calm, and collected way to deliver it. And I think for me, like figuring out how to be a little bit calmer. I think I think medication will help. I think like I need some therapy for this PTSD. I need some counseling for this stuff, and I'm going to get that help, and I'm going to do it. Like I'm not saying, certainly not going to rehab. I don't have a drug problem. I have not had a drug problem in 15 years. These were all lies that were made up, and now people are running with it. Now people are saying that I was hopped up on cocaine last night. There's articles being written which are directly a result of the fake relapse statement being put out, where now people think I'm doing all this stuff. Okay, so I'm going to do all that, and going forward, what this channel is going to look like for the next week is AJ is now going to be doing the 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time live stream. He may make some other videos, and even it's so hard for me not to make videos. I was like, okay, AJ, like you can do the live stream, but like I can still make some videos in the afternoon. No, guys, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to tweet. So hard. I'm not going to tweet. I'm not going to be on YouTube. I'm not going to be making videos for the next couple of weeks, and it's going to be the kind of thing where I'm going to come back Monday or Tuesday next week. I'm not 100% sure. But I think probably Monday I'll be back and we'll be back to regular stuff. We are looking at getting a new studio. I mean, I should get the other one back, or I will get the other one back at some point, but it could take years of litigation. There's going to be a lot to go over in those books. And I think that a lot of depositions are going to have to take place, and people are going to have to say things under oath. Like, that's just how a lawsuit works. I'm not going to talk about this one. That's the way a lawsuit works. So I think that it's something that I have to do. My attorneys want me to do. And that was the ultimate, I talked about it last night with some people, or this morning early, and I didn't think it was the right thing to do because I don't.
All right. I know that there's no one here watching anymore. I mean, if you guys were here, you would say something in the chat, right? I was just like waiting for anybody to just say something in the chat. What is there to say? If you guys are here, if you're interested in watching more, if you want me to turn it off, if you want to rather sit here and smoke out and have some fun and talk some smack about current events, Adam, anything, just so I know you're here. Thank you for responding to me. I was wondering. I'm playing a pansy's crying moment. I agree. See, we agree on that. No, I don't think he should go back to manual labor. I think he needs to just stop gambling. He needs to get help.
Gotta make sure that I can get some protection if I need it. Just a neighbor. It's just a neighbor.
This is
so he pulled up on.
When I see a car come down the street, I have to think about protecting myself.
He's got more video.
That's where I'm at. This is not paranoia.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, guys.
This is not someone who is erratic. This is not someone who is on drugs. This is someone who has been.
That's Carlos's house in the background.
For too long. And now, somebody just texted me said they're going to call the cops. I will really enjoy
There's more video, man. It's all over the internet. I can't believe you can't find the original download. Desperate? Yeah, he is being desperate. Well, he's in a state of psychosis. He's addicted to gambling, man. He's taking steroids. He's fucking cheating on his wife. He's got all kinds of issues, man. Dude, this guy's got a whole bunch. He's got the whole goddamn thing. He's got the whole thing recorded right here, man. We can watch some of this, actually.
Is that me and Ben are having problems trying to work things out behind the scenes. And it's going to work into this politician. Okay? So, the fact
Let's do a dab.
that happens is Cassie is trying to negotiate with Ben Dottie.
He's still talking about Cassie, and she's in the vehicle, guys. Guys, she's in the truck.
Cassie's trying to negotiate
Unbelievable.
to make the exchange. That's all I want is the exchange. Yeah, I asked Ben Dottie, would he send me some extra theory of reputational damage? I did. They'll tell you that. Ben Dottie's will tell you that.
Ben's losing his mind, guys. I mean, I'm trying to stay neutral here, but
He's
man.
losing his mind. He's doing such stupid shit.
Extortion. It was even trade. He sent the Bitcoin.
He says he's not paranoid while he's showing how paranoid he is.
No, to the other, and we were trying, but that was we were still trying to work out an agreement. Cassie was in the middle, trying to work out.
Should know that fluctuations come and go.
And what happens is, the next
Right, Atomic Ray. Cheers, buddy.
Are extremely tense. Extremely tense. Okay? All of this is going to make sense to you guys here in just a minute.
It's all gonna make
It's gonna
sense.
make sense when the cops pull up and arrest you. When the cops pull up and arrest you, it's gonna make a lot of sense.
So imagine if Carlos calls the police on me for sitting outside his house. I thought the mafia's not supposed to call the police. So what happened is that the next where Carlos comes to me and he starts.
This guy's nuts.
And he starts talking about all of the money that he's lost with Ben.
I'm so sad. I don't know if this video is available on his channel or not. I can't find it.
Cassie's in the truck, y'all, in the background.
Oh, it's on
Oh
Twitter
my
X.
God.
I think it's on Twitter. It says
What
X
a mess.
record. I don't know.
So he buys all this money from Master.
Another double dab, shall we?
And the price is dropping.
We're all set up for a double dab. Oh, how we enjoy the double dabbing.
Carlos got a big house.
Setting up how much money he has lost. How much money he's lost. Of course, he blames me for it. He actually blames me on it. And he says this to me. He goes, and he said, he said, I'm going to have to go solve that problem. That's what this man tells me. Remember, the death threats. The death threats.
Oh boy.
So, what occurs is he tells me this, hey man, there's no worries about this. We can definitely do this. Because I'm in with the FBI. He says, I have an FBI agent. But first, he'll in an office, which is a thing about not all this. He says, I've got an office, an agent.
Carlos has his Lamborghini, y'all.
So, what occurs is, Rico comes back and says, man, this is a bad guy. He's lived in the houses 5 years. Nobody would ever invest money in this guy, but he knows where he is. Carlos tells me he's going to go out there and solve the big money. Okay, now what does that mean? I don't know what that means. All I know is we're trying to negotiate. He takes it in.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, I gotta adjust the.
Here it goes. Oh boy.
Please, right here, guys.
Oh boy.
He goes out there.
Ben doesn't surprise y'all. Grab the popcorn.
He told me he went out there and roughed up the nutties.
Cassie's in the truck, y'all.
It's top of the hour.
Cassie's in the truck. What the fuck?
Hey, how's it going?
Steven running. Cheers.
Yeah. How's it going? Oh, stop.
Oh shit.
No, I do not. I have one in my view. I do not have one. I'm sorry, I reached too fast. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. 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 Oh, but sorry, no. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
His Burberry fanny pack, by the way. Burberry.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not weapon. I have a. Okay. No weapons. Where are the cars you got? It's in the backseat. Backseat? Yeah. Is anybody else in the car?
He doesn't want to say. He doesn't want to say Cassie's in the car.
Is that in your car? Where's my car? Yeah. Okay. It's in your car. It's my car.
My car.
Who's in your truck, sir? Cassie is in my car. Cassie's in my car. Cassie.
Cassie's in my car. Cassie's in my car.
But my wife is aware, so we're live.
His wife is aware, and Cassie's in the car.
So Cassie's a girl I had an affair with. She's involved in the situation with me and this guy here. My wife knows. We were just at my daughter's tennis match. Cassie and I have came over here because this man is extorting me. He's death threatening me. He stole my Lamborghini. My Lamborghini is in his garage right now.
Oh shit.
All right, you guys. No,
What just
no law
happened?
regarding cannabis. Cheers. That was the end of it. Were they live? Was he watching that live?
Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. I think they stopped it. So that is crazy, guys. That is absolutely nuts. Let me see if I can get out of here real quick. Ben Armstrong. Wow. Ben Armstrong is going crazy, y'all. He literally is going crazy. And he just got arrested with Cassie in the car. I don't know what more to say about that, guys. There was just a recent video with Altcoin Daily interviewing TJ Shed. That was a really long interview, and he gave his side of the whole story.
We watched it.
And, I'm trying to stay neutral so that everybody can, chime in on this video. But from what TJ had to say, and Ben had to say, if I had to put the whole story together for you guys,
Yeah, I think the police had him shut the camera off.
this is what I'm going to tell you. Right? I'm going to tell you that I believe that Ben Armstrong became a disaster. He was hard to deal with. He was intimidating people at the workplace. He's having an affair. He's got Cassie in the truck right now, okay, on his way to Carlos's house, in front of Carlos's house, and he just got arrested, guys. That is a disaster. That whole situation is a disaster, okay? And so I can see that happening in the workplace to where Ben is just out of control, basically. And so I understand why they parted ways, but I also understand that is Ben's company and they took it from him, right? It probably would have got even crazier with him in control. You can see that he doesn't have the ability to create professional videos and none of that nature without them. So it's a disaster. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. I want to hear what you guys have to say about this. Let me know how you feel about this whole situation. He is in jail right now. I mean, if we look, we could look real quick and search Ben Armstrong. There is an official right here arrest record. Okay, so
there is the arrest. It's not clear enough. I'm assuming this is in Georgia. No idea. Two hours ago. Oh my god, I have to watch this. Because it's 2 hours ago. These fucking idiots. They think there's goddamn aliens. They're so dumb.
UFO whistleblower David Grush seems to have started a domino effect since Grush gave testimony to Congress in August about crashed spacecraft.
Fucking extremely unprofessional. Calling this motherfucker a whistleblower because it's not a whistleblower. Whistleblowers tell the truth. Whistleblowers expose corruption. That's what a whistleblower is, right? When she calls them a whistleblower, like the dumb cunt she is, she gives them credibility. That's the horrible fucking reporting you get from these stupid fucking cunts at the fucking cunt hill.
And quote non-human biologics. At least
or the chill.
Whistleblowers working for the federal government.
I like to call them the chill.
Contractors have given testimony to the Office of the Intelligence Community Inspector General, according to sources interviewed by Public.
Despite the growing number of whistleblowers, the intelligence community is still fighting disclosure, according to
another fucking idiot, dumb cunt motherfucker, referring to these crackpots as whistleblowers, giving them credibility. Just so you guys know what's going on, that these morons are lying to you when they use words like whistleblower. You know, go look up the word, the definition of the word.
Inspector General of the Intelligence Community, Thomas A. Monhelm, said that his office has not conducted any audit, inspection, and evaluation or review of alleged UAP programs within
the word UFO whistleblower is it's a word with no meaning. It's an oxymoron. UFO whistleblower.
Thanks for having me. So, Michael, you know, this is garnering a lot of attention. We're hearing from more and more whistleblowers.
You're a liar.
This is going to lead for the government, the Pentagon in particular, to be more transparent on what they actually do know and how long.
They don't know anything. There's no whistles being blown, you idiot.
Well, I certainly hope so. I think that's the really big question. I mean, I think what's important to point out here is that, you know, right after Grush's testimony in July, a lot of people said, you know, he's one guy, he's relying on secondhand information. He hasn't actually touched any exotic materials or spacecraft.
Go ahead.
Now we have
go ahead.
reports from multiple sources,
yeah,
including people that have had direct contact with these programs, telling us that indeed many of Grush's claims were accurate, including about the retrieved craft around reverse engineering programs.
Oh my God!
You know, I would say there's still multiple possibilities here. I am agnostic myself. I do not know what is going on. There is a possibility.
Because you're an idiot.
This is a kind of.
How are you a leader?
A kind of effect of human unconscious that particularly impacts military intelligence folks. It's not inconceivable. The thing that's so strange, though, about it is this intense level of secrecy, which has actually increased in recent months. So it didn't even make it into the piece, but, you know, they've been denying more freedom of information requests.
Because they realize the information is inaccurate and inconclusive and made from morons that just want attention. And so they're restricting access because you don't need it, because this is what you do when you're given access to these moronic reports. That's why they're limiting your ability to go get them. because morons like the chill,
and then now when we,
take it and run with it.
Some of them were in the piece, actually on the record, we're saying that we're seeing both the defense secretary and others
a UFO whistleblower
close up. And
in my opinion, a UFO whistleblower would be someone who exposes the government for hiding the fact that they've got access to UFOs. And by them saying that, they're basically giving these guys credibility with this bullshit. It's hilarious. What this moron just said, we've got multiple sources that are now backing up that we've obtained materials and done some backwards engineering. Really? Do any of you believe this guy?
They basically oppose an amendment proposed by Senate Majority Leader.
He doesn't know what's going on. He said
that the contractors and others with any potential crash material.
Thank you, Atomic. Thank you, Atomic Ray.
If it's a social contagion.
Thank you, brother.
Or if it's just a
shave your knuckles for justice.
Department weapons program. There is supposed to be congressional oversight of secret weapons programs. So the level of secrecy that we're seeing, I think, is really unusual and concerning, including if it's just a social contagion.
Michael, can you tell us a little bit more about how we know that there are these 30 additional whistleblowers, and what, if anything, we know about who they are, where they work, what kind of security access they have, and what they might have been privy to, and potentially even the nature of what they've been disclosing?
Sure, and I should say that I don't have a firm count, and really what we're able to say are dozens. These are all individuals in the government or working for military contractors. These are all people in the know. I actually had more sources on this story than I had on my previous story, so I feel very confident that these people that are telling me this believe that they're telling me the truth. I also...
She's a blithering idiot.
Really,
she's calling them whistleblowers too, right from the start.
This has been an issue that's been going on for 75 years, and people have not had a place to go to share this information. And so sometimes when people ask me, there's a lot of people that rightly wonder, why is this happening now? And maybe they're using this to cover up the Hunter Biden laptop or something like that, which is obviously an issue I am also concerned with. Part of the answer is this internal process within the federal government where they've established these special protections for whistleblowers to come forward on this issue.
For sure.
As you know, the Inspector General is the office in different federal agencies that is a place where you are supposed to be able to go and not fear reprisal. The reality is often there is consequences for people going to those departments, but nonetheless it's supposed to be confidential, it's supposed to be secure. Michael, when he read the response from the Inspector General of the intelligence community, a guy named Thomas A. Monheim, it was a very strange letter because he sent it to one of the Congress people that had asked about this, about the whistleblowers, and Monheim said, yeah, there's no audit or evaluation, making it sound like they weren't looking into this. Well, of course, we know, I'm 100% sure that they are looking into this. I have very strong evidence that they are looking into this, but he left off his letter the word investigation. So he never said he wasn't doing an investigation. Well, that's not just a semantic point. Investigation is a whole department of his special office. So you see that, I mean, that's kind of, they're playing some games there, and you have to kind of ask, what is it that they're covering up?
I'll tell you, I'll say it one more time. They're covering up a bunch of material that is inconclusive, that's a waste of your time, and they're trying to stop you from spreading around a bunch of bullshit that kind of fooled them at first, and then once they realized what it was, they realized, oh man, this is all bullshit. None of this is panned out. So let's just not release it to the public anymore because it's just going to waste their time too. You know what I say? Yeah, I'll go ahead, expose it all, release it all, let these idiots go through all of it. We had some dipshit like a month ago saying within a month there's going to be evidence being released by the Pentagon that backs up all of this, and there's absolutely nothing.
They have to keep it secret. Maybe that's the case. But
month is come and gone.
There's supposed to be congressional oversight over secret weapons programs. And second of all, sometimes the government actually hypes weapon programs that we don't have. The most famous example of this is Ronald Reagan's Star Wars program or the Strategic Defense Initiative. They exaggerated the ability of that program to protect the United States from nuclear weapons coming in from Russia or other countries. So I do think there's a lot of unanswered questions still. I do think that, America does a pretty good job with checks and balances, and we do have a process in place. We have multiple places that these guys can go. It's not just, as we mentioned in the piece, that they can go to the Inspector General, but they can also go directly to Congress. And any whistleblowers listening to this should know this. You can go right to Congress.
They're not whistleblowers, you dumbass.
Office.
Dude, why do they call people that claim they see UFOs whistleblowers? That is the weirdest thing, and it is exactly why what I told you. Instead of saying they're, witnesses to UFOs, which makes them sound crazy, let's call them whistleblowers, which makes them sound like people who share facts of corruption. Do you guys want me to look up the definition of whistleblower for you? So you can see that all these fucking cunts are in on some conspiracy to lie to all of you about what's really coming out of the Pentagon? Here, let's do it. I'll do it for you. I'll even go straight to Google for it first. I want to make that my fucking homepage. Whistleblower definition. A person who informs on a person or organization engaged in an illicit activity. That's a fucking whistleblower. It's got nothing to do with people who claim they've seen UFOs. And them using the term whistleblower is inaccurate. And you know what? People should call them on their bullshit. I've been talking about this for months. I've been saying this word whistleblower is bullshit. You guys want to see the definition as it came up on the dictionary from Oxford? Here it is. Whistleblower. A person who informs on a person or organization engaged in an illicit activity. This means factual. Of course, they're talking about someone who knows some information that's factual. And it doesn't say a liar. And I'm kind of disappointed that it doesn't go that much further. But as you can see, the word illicit is underlined. Seeing a UFO has nothing to do with this term. And these fucking cunts, all of these fucking cunts persist on using the word whistleblower. That's to fool you into thinking that these morons that claim they've seen UFOs are credible sources, because that's a whistleblower is a credible source. I'm sure that if we go more into the definition, we'll find out more. Here, let's see if there's more. Here, see more. See more. Whistleblower, related questions. What does being a whistleblower mean? A whistleblower, here we go. Here we go. A whistleblower is any individual who provides the right information to the right people. Stated differently, lawful whistleblowing occurs when an individual provides information that they reasonably believe evidences wrongdoing to an authorized recipient. They're exposing wrongdoing. That's what a whistleblower is. They're using their own a word that means something else to try to give credibility to wackos who are trying to convince you and these morons that they've seen UFOs. we don't have to go into that further. All we have to say is that these idiots don't understand definitions to fucking words that are literally available on the internet for them to go learn if they care to go. Oh, and one other thing, you dumb douchebag
Dave
dick.
Fishing.
Hey, it's
Morons.
pronounced important, not important. You moron. I'm sick of all these idiots that can't say the fucking word, man. Holy shit. Where's my gosh darn camera? I can't. Oh, there it is. Where's my... I accidentally hid my camera. I don't know why I did that. Oh, I sneezed? I don't know. I don't know what I did. I sneezed a long time ago. I turned my camera off. Didn't realize I did it. That's a whistleblower. So now all you know that these fuck cunts are lying. They don't know the word whistleblower, and now you do. And now you know when someone from the Pentagon says, oh, there's a whistleblower, you'll be like, that's not what the word means, because I watch Nays Garden. And we're going to go back to the very beginning, because from the very beginning, they start the bullshit. But we're 7 minutes in, so let's keep going from here. But the very beginning, she calls them whistleblowers.
Michael, I want to go back to something you mentioned in terms of some of the critics saying, well, perhaps these are some type of weapons programs, advanced technology.
Every time that we hear the word whistleblower, we should do a bong rip.
I mean, right now we're sort of in this hypersonics race with China and Russia in terms of missiles, but also aircraft that can travel with Mach 5 and above. Some of the critics are saying, well, we don't want our adversaries knowing that the United States is working on this type of technology.
Running.
Some of our
Cheers.
maybe are working on anti-gravitational type of craft. We don't want individuals to know that we have that technology. What would you say to those critics who've tried to point those things out to sort of dispel some of the whistleblowers and to prevent others?
Oh, boy! What did he just say? He just called these morons whistleblowers. It's time to do a bong rip, everybody. Cheers to all the... Let's blow the whistle every time they say whistleblowers. Okay? And you guys are going to know the definition of that word. It means someone who's reporting on illicit activity that they've become a witness to. It's someone telling the truth about something. It's not someone who claims they saw a fucking light in the sky or an alien on a fucking examining table or fucking metallic material that could not be explained or some sort of a reverse engineering on a gravity drive. You guys are fucking suckers. Holy shit. You'll believe anything, man. Gravity drive. Cheers. But don't you worry, because in 1 month, from 2 months ago, they're going to come out. Pentagon's going to release, valid, crucial, credible information that proves the existence of these things. Never happened. I need to find that tweet, because it was from more than a month ago, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I think that's a really legitimate argument because there have been efforts in the past, and we note in the piece a very famous incident where the Air Force Intelligence Service actually spread disinformation to UFO enthusiasts, ostensibly
rising the hill. Yeah, they're idiots.
Weapons programs. There's also some evidence this may have occurred around the development of drones. That particular case was very irresponsible because they actually drove a person, or at least they contributed to a person having a mental breakdown in convincing him that he was somehow uncovering an alien invasion. It's a crazy episode depicted in this terrific book and movie called Mirage Men. That sort of activities are not supposed to be engaged in by U.S. intelligence anymore against the American people. They're not supposed to be engaged in that sort of deception or disinformation. I think there is experimentation with different forms of propulsion. As somebody that works on energy and climate change, obviously, if we're developing forms of propulsion that are not from combustion and do not create greenhouse gases, that's massive.
You dumb dick. We're not. Okay? You're an idiot. So quit saying shit that isn't true, man, and you're not making any sense. You sound like a conspiracy nut job.
That would be a technology that you would want to spill out of the DoD
Putin hell.
eventually into the world.
Edward
because
Snowden,
that would be
a whistleblower.
a way to produce,
Yeah, Edward
that would be
Snowden's a
way to
whistleblower.
produce
Exactly.
transportation,
That's a
obviously,
whistleblower.
without, creating combustion or carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. So obviously that would be a huge event. I mean, just a radical event like the invention of nuclear. I have not gotten the sense from anybody I've spoken to that we have mastered those propulsion techniques, although there was some. I did speak to one person that did see one of these famous triangles operating on a different form of propulsion.
My God. It's one of these triangles that was proven to be a blurred out camera who's showing the angles of the aperture, right? That's all that was. It's been debunked. This moron is now quoting from some idiot to try to convince you of something that's already been debunked. The triangles. You guys want to see the triangles debunking? I could do it with my own fucking camera. You take a light out of focus. It looks like a different shape. There's all different kinds. Apertures come in all different kinds of shapes.
3 sources, or it's fake news.
You guys, you don't need, dude. A lot of people can lie, bro. 3 sources, 5 sources, 10 sources. They can all lie. Don't say that shit.
This person
What's
did
up,
not
Kepper?
know whether it was a U.S. government created craft or whether it was from some other
triangle
intelligence.
The triangle.
So a lot of mysteries.
It's got on video.
Yeah, I think that's a huge question, one that
The triangle with the lights flashing.
Michael,
With the
you
flashing
mentioned
airplane lights
that
on it.
There were several avenues for
Oh my God.
whistleblowers to come forward
Dumb.
and disclose
Kevin
too.
Monaco.
One of those
Dumb.
obviously
What I
could
used to keep
potentially
it
just be
semi-real.
directly to
Dumb,
the media.
dumb.
What's your understanding of the disincentives
Dumb, dumb, dumb.
for, let's say, the 30 or so people that you identified in your
Dumb, dumb,
article
dumb.
who've already revealed themselves to have
Dumb,
information
dumb,
about
dumb,
alien life
dumb,
to not just come forward
dumb,
and tell
dumb,
the public
dumb,
directly
dumb,
if that information is being kept quiet by the government.
dumb, dumb, dumb,
Yeah, I mean, obviously, so we have seen now one case of it with David Grush, a person who did decide to go public with this and went through, I think what's interesting, I've dealt with now for a number of whistleblowers, rules very carefully. Not everybody is as careful about that. I think many people try to. There's some complexity there, and you're also trying to protect your place at work. But certainly going public is the end of your career tell you that their fear was genuine, and that I think it's very hard to fake the kinds of fear that I experienced. I think most of us know that most.
Really, you guys, he wants you to know that it's really hard to fake the fear that he experienced. I want him to just maybe check out, like, I don't know, maybe movies with actors who are, what's that thing that actors do? Oh yeah, acting. Like he's acting like a leader. He's a professional actor. He's pretending to be a fucking leader. Not doing a very good job of it. But he should understand what he's doing, at least. He doesn't understand that people can pretend. He's never seen a child pretend to be Superman. Or he's never gone and seen a play where people pretend to be other characters. Or gone to Disney World or some sort of amusement park where someone is dressed up in a costume and they're acting like they're that character. He doesn't understand acting, everybody. Those are the kinds of people we vote to be our leaders, man. It drives me crazy. This is like the George Santos level of moron. All of the people involved with this UFO garbage, they're all complete idiots because they can't just reason their way out of this one. In just a few minutes, sit down with me. Let me explain it to you guys. Just a few minutes. This fucking idiot and, douchebag fucking, you know, splash, you know, from Joe Rogan's show. I can't remember the guy's name. You know, and all the other fucking idiots and all the anchors and the fucking moron whistleblowing word using idiots and dumb cunts that think that, you know, for some reason, if we call them whistleblowers, it'll give them more credibility. They're whistleblowers now. Whistleblowers have, you know, hey, yeah, Julian Assange was a fucking whistleblower. Why don't you talk about that one? You fucking idiots. You want to talk about whistleblowers? Talk about the ones who aren't allowed back in the United States for the actual whistleblowing. You fucking idiots. You take all the power out of the people that do that. Because you're morons. You're good for nothing, man. You've sold out. Fucking chill. That's what they're called. The C is, you know, and then the hill, of course. They're called the chill now. You know what the C's for.
Most actors are pretty terrible.
Because they ain't
at
seeing
their
much.
jobs. Most acting is bad. It's hard to find lay people.
I need
who are
a
able to
gunshot
take
sounder.
those kinds of emotions.
We
So
usually just
something
say, you
scared
know,
them. We also
we usually just say,
Monaco. I had to get high. These guys are good for nothing.
Atomic Ray, we usually just say someone needs to get their fucking teeth brushed up in this bitch. And I'll explain that to you, okay? I guess it was the Mossad. They poisoned, like, Arafat with, like, a nuclear fucking radioactive toothbrush. You guys heard about this? They were all proud of it and shit. They were like fucking making jokes about it. So, in here, when we're chilling, and somebody's not making any sense and they should just not be around anymore for whatever reason, we like to say, man, that motherfucker needs to get their, they need to, that motherfucker needs to get their teeth brushed. As a reference to that, the 70s? No, dude, that wasn't in the 70s.
Teeth brushed.
It wasn't. It couldn't have been that long ago, right? Was it, you guys, was it Arafat? Who was it who got assassinated?
Clean their clocks.
Who was it who got assassinated with the radioactive toothbrush? Okay, Google. Who was assassinated with the radioactive toothbrush?
These are the top results.
Dude, I'm so good. Mossad kill Arafat with the fucking radioactive poison on his toothbrush. Boom! Dude. That's it. So that's, you know, whether it happened or not. I don't fucking care. It's just, it's a term we like to use. Yes. Hello? Hello? Yes. Did you call? Did you call for me? Hello? Did you ring? Might I have heard a flutter? I thought I heard somebody call for me. It's weird. I'm just hearing shit. Anyway, let's hear some more of these idiots. Remember, we have to smoke every time they say fucking whistleblower.
did a report earlier, or back in the summer actually.
He was scared.
On the day that Grush testified in July.
Because he doesn't know that people can act like they're scared.
A long history of people that report seeing UFOs or being whistleblowers on UFOs reporting death threats.
Okay. Once again, we have to smoke. He once again is nailing that word down, whistleblower. They're trying to nail it into your numbskulls, guys. Don't let them do this to you. Now, if you watch this show, they're not going to fool you with the word whistleblower. You know who a whistleblower is?
Kevin Monaco. Smoke.
You know who a whistleblower is? That woman who testified at the January 6th committee against the girl that was the aide for Donald Trump. And now she's saying she was being sexually assaulted by Rudy Giuliani, I believe, on the 6th. So she's suing Rudy Giuliani for sexual assault. And you know, Jimmy Dore can try to throw her under the bus and sully her and muddy her name up as much as him and his stupid fucking wife and his rest of his dumbass crew can fucking do to their heart's content. But you know what's going to happen? She's going to come out looking like a fucking princess in all of this. It's all going to be proven true. And Jimmy Dore's going to look like a dumb fucking sellout that he is. to his right-wing narrative. Those of you who see the truth for what it is, congratulations and welcome to the garden, man. This is where you need to be. Every time this motherfucker dumbass tries to indoctrinate you into thinking these people are credible by using an incorrect word to describe UFO people who claim they've sighted UFOs as whistleblowers, we're doing a bong rip. That's what's going on right now. Cheers. He's done it again.
Kevin Monaco. I tried to like Jimmy Dewar.
You need to just like Ron Placone, whether you find him exciting or not, and be nice about it. Ron Placone's all you need to worry about. He's the truth teller.
Or other kinds of threats, including threats to have their security clearances revoked or their jobs lost, or just the stigmatization and ostracization that came from people being ridiculed or being accused of being crazy or participating in a hoax. So I think there's a huge amount of fear. People that I spoke to, I mean, it was absolutely off the record, deep background. I've taken great care never to refer to people's, gender identity or what agency they're at, or whether they're with a contractor or even with the government. And obviously, I've been trying to be as specific as I can to provide the details that I think are in the public's interest, but also to protect these folks who are absolutely terrified. And these are people that are ostensibly under these whistleblower protections.
I mean, Michael, I think for most of our viewers that...
Did you just call them whistleblowers again? 1250. Let's go back to 1240. 1240.
When Jimmy gets in trouble, he starts talking about how he's a head comedian and it irritates me cause I never saw him smoke.
Here's 1240 again.
Who are absolutely terrified, and these are people that are ostensibly under these whistleblower protections.
Boom! Whistleblower again. They're not exposing corruption, okay? If the government is choosing to not give you information, hey, they do that all the time. That's what they did with the Kennedy assassination. They've got their reasons for doing a lot of dumb shit. But one thing you're not doing is you're not exposing corruption, because there are no fucking aliens and there's no UFOs and there's no bodies and there's no evidence. So there's nothing for them to be hiding from you except bunk bullshit that's a waste of yours and the public's time. That's what's going on here. It's that easy. It was that simple for me to figure out. I don't have anybody here whispering in my ear. I don't have any fucking anything on Google or anything to back up what I've said. Just in the last few minutes, just saying, this is there's a reason for everything, and the reason why the government doesn't want to throw this out there, it's probably the dumbest reason you could possibly imagine. It's probably because it's all bullshit and it's just a waste of yours and my time. And they know it is because they've gone through it all and they found that it was all bullshit. And the dumb thing is that the government doesn't just open it up and show you the investigations into it and say, these triangles are just a blurry camera lens. We could do that all day. We could show you flying triangles. I could make a video tonight of planes flying over my house because they go all night, and they'll have that flashing light on them, and I'll blur my camera, and it'll be triangles, or it'll be whatever my camera does. Whatever the aperture shape is. Guaranteed, man. And it'll look just like that stupid fucking video, and you'll be like, God damn, yeah, and you'll wonder why there's no sound on that video, and you wonder why that video is only a couple seconds, and it jerks off, and you wonder why the stars in the background are blurry triangles too, but you never think to look at those. Man, these fucking idiots, this moron never thinks to look at the fucking triangle stars in the background and figure out that, wow, that's what light does when the camera's blurred. It's fucking right there on the goddamn video, dude. We could go watch it, man. You could go see the debunking videos, man. There's so many. You could go watch the original video and see it for yourself, man. Holy shit, it's all been debunked, man.
Michael, I think for most of our viewers, that fear that you speak of career suicide, considering how powerful the government is palpable for most people watching. But
we're smoking again.
To the weeds here, Mike, in terms of what these new whistleblowers are.
Oh my God, I can't keep up. I can't keep up. This is for the last time they use that bullshit word whistleblower, which is not what these people are. I'm just gonna drive that home and make sure you guys are riding with me on this one. Right? We're all in agreement that these are not whistleblowers by the very definition of the word. I just want to make sure we're all clear. Here's the definition of the word whistleblower. Anybody came in late. A whistleblower is any individual who provides the right information to the right people. Stated differently, lawful whistleblowing occurs when an individual
Kevin Monaco. Yup.
Provides information that they reasonably believe evidence is wrongdoing to an authorized recipient. How is seeing a UFO wrongdoing? Oh, it's not at all. These people aren't whistleblowers at all. There's no wrongdoing at all. And if the government, like I said before, is hiding information that isn't going to help anybody anyway, that's not wrongdoing. That's trying to save you fucking all this bullshit that you guys are literally proving the government's point is why they're trying to keep that information away from you. Because this is what you fucking do with it, man. You guys have no idea what you know, how to deal and disseminate fucking basic information that's just so obvious to dispel with the dumbest and the most simplest of reasoning. Do you want to know one of my favorite debunks of UFO aliens? It's something that Cyber says all the time. I don't know where he got it from, but I fucking love it. He says, I can't imagine that UFOs, aliens flew all this way out, all this technology to fucking fly light years and from a planet that we can't see and detect, and yet they were able to fly here all that distance only to fucking crash land. Huh, they didn't have the technology to navigate our atmosphere. It's fucking crazy. All that crazy technology to go all that way, but they couldn't just fucking fly around the planet, you know, because gravity was just too much for them to fucking science through. You idiots, you'll believe anything. And if that one's not enough, I got 20 more for you. You fucking deep-thinking fucking dumb stumps.
To think we're only one here is insane.
God, it's like, bro, when you just start putting it into the most basic terms, like, hey, you know,
Kevin Monaco, there's no aliens.
We can't see any fucking planets that can sustain life, but you think they're fucking flying here from places that we can't even see just to come fucking, you know, abduct you and do science. Like, they're so curious of life on another planet that they want to dissect fucking life and shit, because, you know, that's what aliens do. They're just curious. They're fucking scientists, and they want to go dissect shit, you know, because they didn't get there to where they are today by being able to travel all the way across the fucking universe to come find us in another fucking galaxy so they could fucking start dissecting shit again. Don't you think they've already gone through that stage where they've dissected everything they could fucking dissect? Oh, now let's go to other planets, we'll dissect them. Yeah, that's what we'll stick stuff up their butt and in their nose and in their ears, and then we'll fucking traumatize them with horrible dreams, and there'll be lights outside their window all the time. It's just gonna be great, man. Fucking aliens. It's exactly, and we're all gonna look the same. We're all gonna be grays with big eyes, and we're gonna be little people with fucking 3 fingers, man. It's gonna be fucking so cool. Because, what the fuck, dude? You know, I heard another one. This was a good one. A fucking humanoid? Yeah, what are the chances, man? What are the chances that they got a fucking head, arms, legs, rib cage, stomach, all in the same place that ours are? Brains in the same place, eyes are in the same place, mouth. They fucking came from light years away, from a whole other fucking galaxy, other side of the goddamn universe as far as we know. But man, they evolved just like humans did, you know, because God. Do you need any more proofs, guys? You flat earth fucks? What do you need, man? The fact that there isn't a single shred of evidence that these things fucking exist, that's a good one. Well, there's no evidence that they exist. Oh, well, that guy said it, and then, you know, these other 2 guys said it too. Oh, did they? Is Rogan going to have them on the show now? I can't imagine motivation for saying stuff like this. I want to go out in my backyard and claim I'm seeing UFOs, man, just so I can finally get on Rogan. I think it'll work. You know, I think I'll be able to finally do it and get famous. Is that gun smoke? Yeah, it's Wild Wild West. It was a fun show. It was a fun show. He always made out with the ladies on the train. Sexy. Knock it off my shoulder. I
Kevin
dare
Monaco.
you. Knock this
What do
battery.
Dude,
we have to catch up. We owe these motherfuckers 2 bong rips, man. 1 and 2. Okay. No law regarding cannabis. Cheers. This is the first bong rip.
Dave Fishing. Cheers.
2004. Yeah, that sounds about the time you'd get some plutonium toothpaste on your toothbrush. 2004 sounds about right. Now this dumb lying cunt, he just fucking said whistleblower as well. So now we owe them a whole other bong rip, because we're trying to dumb ourselves down to their moronic level. So every time they say whistleblower, okay, again, no law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody. This bong, it glows in the dark. Blue. I've never seen anything that glows blue in the dark, but it's beautiful and amazing, and I love it. Please don't say whistleblower again, you stupid fucking cunts.
Has included both first-hand and second-hand reports of crash retrieval and reverse engineering programs.
You guys, reverse engineering, oh my god. You guys want me to tell you as they go through these videos what each one of these things is? Because, this blur right here that they're clicking through, it never goes anywhere except where the camera is. It's a glare on the camera lens. That's all that is. And as the gimbal turns, you'll notice that the glare turns as well. You'll also notice that as the craft turns, you'll also notice that the ground behind it is rotating with the gimbal as well.
By U.S., Russian, and
Now,
Chinese.
they never want to show you those videos at length, because when you look at them at length, you can basically easily figure out what you're really looking at. They'll show you little excerpts of it and try to fool you.
Governments, the testing of materials obtained from retrieved craft, active and ongoing government disinformation.
I mean, that was obviously a comet. We've all seen those before, right? You guys just saw the comet. Okay, that was a fucking comet. It burnt up in the atmosphere. I've seen them come at me like that before. They're beautiful. It's amazing. But it's, no
Dave
big
Fishing.
deal.
Space trash.
Yeah, it could have even been that, too. Could have been something coming off a satellite, But we've seen shit fall out of the sky
Dave
like
Fishing.
that. It's on fire.
Fireballs, they called.
Yeah, but aliens coming from, light years away, bro, they couldn't figure out how to not catch on fire and explode when they enter our atmosphere, because our Earth is just engineered so perfectly. Okay, Bitcoin warning, it's about to get intense again from fucking Carl the Moon.
We recorded the Moon Show with Crypto Zombie recently, and there was one segment when Crypto Zombie is sharing something that you need to pay attention to. So we cut out this clip, we made this video for you right now. You have to leave a thumbs up, subscribe right now, and watch the full clip if you hold Bitcoin.
So this is like Wrecked Capital, and I really enjoy his commentary as well. As you can see, I retweeted this. And, he points out that we always have basically these sort of 3 good years and then a bad year. And number 3 is where we're kind of in right now, where it's sort of a neutral to just kind of whatever year. We don't usually tend to get higher than the previous. And this is like the 4-year cycle. So a lot of people are saying, well, this time, it's going to be different. So, and I've actually dumbed down my analysis. I used to use like thousands of indicators. And really, I've just been watching price action lately, because that's really all that really matters to me right now until we get some major momentum swings. And you can see that we're actually entering this really critical area for the S&P. You can see where we had the support, and then we had this, hitting this major rejection. And then we put in this very nice upward channel. And then we were able to hold this as support. But I mean, you could see that we're hanging on by a thread here. So the only thing that we could do is come back and retest this, for some kind of a higher level. But what's happening is this is the DXY, which, by the way, was doing the opposite, right? So while we have this going upwards, we have this going downwards, and now look what this
We
is
saw
doing.
this. We
Now have
watched
the
this
DXY
live yesterday, guys.
out, right? And what's interesting is we saw stocks having a bad week, but really Bitcoin didn't have as bad of a week as stocks did. But the thing and which is interesting to me, just to point that out. And when I say stocks, I mean S&P specifically. And, I was telling people about these Bollinger Bands, and every time historically, look at this. When we get down to these levels, you always have some kind of volatile move right here.
again, and look at what we're doing. We're tightening up right now, and there is some volatility coming. So the thing that I didn't like, the thing that short term was bothering me was we lost this upwards trend right here, but then we had, this 100.
Dude, that was the first comment on Carl's the Moon's video.
Acting as our support. You can see we would dip below
second thumbs up
level, which is why I have that there, by the way. That to me is a very interesting level, this Terra Luna crash.
Mr.
Ever since we went down there, that level has actually been so important. Like, you could literally just short the level when you're below
5
it,
hours.
the level when you're above it. Literally, that's how you could have played this.
5 hour stream for 3 people.
Look, as soon as we get these bounces on the 100, we lose it. Boom. Now what is it doing? What is it doing? Resistance, right? So what I think is possible is at least a minimal retest back down to this zone, because obviously this is one of the most important levels. And what we're doing is we're doing the same thing that we did here, right? We're building a structure. So when you're building a house, you want to build that structure, you want to build that base. So I don't really care what happens in the short term. I know that in the long term, once we, let me go back here, once we break this area, once we break this, you're probably never ever.
I wonder if I should play guitar.
25,000 again. Once we, build that structure, even if we come back down, have a double bottom, whatever you guys want to do. But as soon as we break and retest and continue up, maybe even catch this trend, I think we're just going to continue
find my
upside.
crypto window.
Carl, I know you use the EMA ribbon a lot. This is a little concerning because, historically, we don't tend to really
I
see
opened and
I
closed it and reopened it, and now I see it.
Immediately revert, or the opposite. It usually, once it flips, it tends to stay that way. So when we flip bearish, we stay bearish for a while. When we flip bullish, we stay bullish for a while, right? But if you look at what we're doing here, it's like it doesn't know what it wants to do. It's kind of like hanging on by a thread. And unfortunately, every time we try to break into this ribbon, we're being held down.
Boy, big head and shoulders formed on Bitcoin, guys. That doesn't look good.
Some of that sell pressure.
Not good.
Being below the 200, but meanwhile, we're sailing above the
shoulder.
EMA. So you might be saying to yourself, okay, it could go up, it could go down.
Shoulder, head, shoulder.
We're kind of in no.
That's not good.
Historically, people talk about these golden crosses, death crosses. We have the 20 and the 50, and again, every time we have these crosses, it tends to stay bullish for a long time, with the exception of COVID. So, we had this cross back here in April. And, even though we have had the purple acting as our resistance, we are still moving to the upside. We are still moving to the upside, and we are still technically putting in higher lows and higher highs. I mean,
Costco
guys,
right on.
We literally formed, and again, I'm going to get yelled at for being too bullish.
This is interesting
guys,
that he's showing this whole
largest falling wedges I think I've ever seen in my life. Okay, and you guys know, even if you want to take that to the retest breakout, let's say we won't even count from here. Let's say we take it from the retest, come back here, right? You're still looking at a $47,000 to $53,000 Bitcoin based on this move. And people that
shares
think that we're going to fall below these crazy levels. Again, do you see this interest? Like, do you see that volume? Okay, why do you think we're stopping at these levels? Look at how many people have been accumulating. I know I make a mess on these charts, but how much accumulation? These are the people I'm talking about. You're talking about these people from years, and then they're just going to sell all of a sudden now. If you've been holding Bitcoin for 2 years, 3 years, why are you going to sell now? That's my point. Same thing here. This is the same moving average. We already talked about that. Although it is interesting though that the 100 does look like it may want to do a death cross here. Again, on the weekly, we will keep our eyes on that. But keeping it simple, like for a 5-year-old,
big drop.
Who just doesn't really know what they're talking about. Look,
200 more.
Is this an uptrend or a downtrend? Just curious. Like,
that's an uptrend. But what about the head and shoulders? That if you go back to the chart you had there is a head and shoulders. This one exactly.
Kevin Monaco.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's not a head and shoulders. I told you guys that.
We get the head and shoulder breakdown that I think we have a fake out short term down to this level, this 18,800, because you could see how right here it was.
That is not a head and shoulders, guys.
Back into support, and I think that on the weekly, maybe we go below it. Maybe we have a liquidation cascade. Maybe everybody starts selling. We get a crazy thing. But I think what we're going to get is like what we got back in COVID, where even if we spend a week below it, I'm still looking at this major trend. We have it starting from back here in July of 2017, and then we have the COVID wick, which, right? What did we do? We broke the trend. We created a new trend.
Ethereum just reversed big time.
That was the sort of. And
Ethereum just reversed big time, guys. There goes Bitcoin.
Right?
Yeah. So
this is a black swan event.
Holy shit! There was a big drop and a jump and a
I'm
pump.
also usually very bullish, but if I were to play the bear here, I would probably say that there is a very decent chance that this head and shoulders, which already broke down by the way,
good.
Could
because
take
everyone
down.
buys bulk.
Where do you take it? Like this? Is that how you would do it? Like that?
No,
kind
I would make it more. I mean the target. You mean?
Yeah, lower.
Yeah, the target would be approximately $21,000 actually. From the neckline to the top of the head. Do you believe in CME gaps?
Let's go back. Actually, put me back for a second.
Yeah, that gap came because of another gap, right? So the new gap is because of
I have two. Okay, right here. So this CME gap up here, and it's funny you said that because look, we had one right here, and it got filled instantly. So we do have a gap up at around 35 right here, 180. This is the one that a lot of people are talking about. This one down here at
the 20,000. I'm very confused about this, Carl. What is your opinion on this? I genuinely want another analyst's opinion because this gap was formed during the filling of another gap. I've never really seen that before. Like, we filled the previous gap, and then we created a new gap while filling it. I don't know what to think about that. Look at this. So basically what you're looking at here is this is the all-time high, but we don't have the run-up leading up to it. And look, they launched right there. They launched at Bitcoin on this. The futures were at 20,400 roughly. That's because the futures were predicting it was going to go higher because of the run. Yeah. So yeah, they literally launched at the top and then shorted the whole way down.
Yeah. So that is absolutely crazy.
That is crazy.
And in fact, I've been speaking with Da Vinci about this a few times, and we feel like with the ETF, something similar could happen. Either they launch the ETF at the very, very top of the next bull market, or maybe they launch it at the very, very bottom, meaning that maybe they're going to pull down the price. They could pull it down to 10K, maybe with some black swan, which they of course manipulate then. They manipulate Bitcoin down, and then they launch the ETF, make all the money they want.
We saw this already here.
I think with the spot Bitcoin ETF, it might make more sense to launch at like a lower level, just because of the fact that they need to, or fundamental perspective.
Go to the end.
If you're watching that clip, let me know in the comments what you thought about it. And don't forget, the Moon Show is now every single day, every Monday to Friday. Me and Mr. M with cool guests. Crypto Zombie, Chris Aaron Crypto, Da Vinci, Crypto Kid, all of these.
Okay, let's check this out. Oh, did they just end? Oh, he just ended. Oh, wait, no. No, he hasn't gone live yet. Oh, cool. We're good. He hasn't gone live yet. So we can watch some Lee Camp live, which would be great. That was funny, huh? Doing a bong rip every time they said whistleblower. They used the word wrong. What a bunch of idiots. You know, it's what a stupid manipulation of a word to try to convince you of their stupid lying narrative that there's UFOs here. What stupid manipulation. Harmony One's been making some good moves for the last few minutes. Making money moves. We got bloody shoes that aren't going to really make too many moves, because all we're doing is going from left to right. Fools. We're not going up and down. We're just going 26,100, 26,100, 26,100, 26,100. Not hitting 26,200. So it never got underneath 26,080. I said it was going to go down to 26,060. I was $20 off. You guys think that's pretty good? On my estimate? My low estimate? That's only $20 off. Yardrock2024.com. Yardrock 2024.
Kevin Monaco. Where is the guy with 4 Montiers?
Hey, I got 4 monitors, okay, bro? So, I got 4 monitors. I've got 4 monitors. You might have a monitor, maybe. Most people do, I understand. Maybe you're looking to get a second monitor. I've got
Kevin Monaco.
4.
LOL.
I've got 4 freaking monitors.
Kevin Monaco. I only have 2.
I've got 4 monitors. And this camera's sitting on a monitor. Welcome home! Where's my bill?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being
look who's going
here.
on.
Please make sure to click
I don't know. He's
subscribe
somewhere on here.
and all that good stuff. I have a big show for you. They're getting ready to shut us down in the UK. There are laws going forward right now that could make it impossible for platforms such as Rumble and others to continue to allow those of us who speak about issues that are outside of the mainstream, outside of your corporate allowable talking points.
Like fuck
And I'm
the
gonna
queen
get into
and
that
fuck
story
the
of what
entire
exactly
royal
the law
family,
says
like
and
shit
how
like that.
exactly they're forcing this
Fuck 'em
through
all.
and the ramifications. All that's coming up in just a few minutes. But I want to start out with a wonderful guest, an important guest, and it has to do with an important trial
Higher
that is
standard
happening
premiere.
right now. That trial is, let's see here, so, I wanted to pull this up for you guys. The trial is about the latest open rescue trial, and the article here asks, do people have the right to rescue animals from suffering? Seems like a no-brainer, doesn't it? You'd, like, if you saw a dog that was being beaten, a lot of us would be like, I'm going to stop that from happening because I don't like that. So it seems like kind of a no-brainer, but of course it's not in our backwards world. And so that question could be answered in Sonoma County right now in Northern California. The defendants, Wayne Seung, Cassandra King, and Priya Sawhney, face trespass charges for providing medical care and removing 70 chickens and ducks from 3 different factory farms that are up there in Northern California. The tactic known as open rescue is growing in popularity amongst animal rights activists and often takes place in broad daylight. But a lot of this is about far more than just rescuing animals in terms of this kangaroo court, what the witnesses they're allowing, the witnesses they're not allowing, more importantly, and how they're not really allowing people to defend themselves or have a fair trial. So to get into that, I have the lead organizer or one of the lead organizers for Direct Action Everywhere. They do amazing work, and joining me now is Tanner.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Almira. Let's start from the beginning because I know my little summary did not.
Okay, I'm sure it's cool. I'm all right with it.
This is what most of the world isn't saying about Michael Saylor. This is going to be a positive note for him, all right? He just purchased 5,445 Bitcoin for $147 million. So there's a bunch of tweets saying this. Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy currently has $520 million of unrealized losses on his Bitcoin investment. Guys, you know, when I started buying Bitcoin late 2012, Bitcoin was pretty cheap, right? And then it proceeded to go to $1,150. I sold my camera, my favorite camera back then, on Craigslist just to buy 1 Bitcoin. And then guess what?
Nice.
It proceeded to go down to 200, the high 100s after that. I think it was the 200s. But can you imagine if I did that publicly on Twitter nowadays? I would get so much crap for that. But how many people here would have loved to buy Bitcoin at just over $1,000? I think pretty much everyone. So all the naysayers out there, shut up. So I'm going to go over some stats now of what he's actually done. He's dollar cost averaging, which is very smart in my opinion. So here's some of the top buys that he's done. He's bought $1 billion at $52,000. He's bought $500 million at $37,000. He bought $177 million at $45,000, $242 million at $48,000. He bought $500 million at $59,000, $280 million at $45,000, $200 million at $30,000, $377 million at $28,000, $147 million at $27,000. So yes, for him, he might not be in the profit, but guess what? He's ridden this thing down. He rode Bitcoin down all the way to $15,000, and he still hasn't been liquidated, right? That's pretty incredible considering that how much he has actually bought. So, in other words, he's either going to just lose all this money if Bitcoin goes to zero, which it's not going to go to zero, guys. If you've been around this space for quite a while, you know this space isn't going to zero. And if not going to zero and it goes to all-time highs again and way beyond, he's going to be one of the richest people in the world. So, you know what? That's a pretty good bet, right? And why is he doing this? Well, I saw an interview with Tucker Carlson a long time ago, I think about a year and a half ago or whatever, and he was talking about, you know, why he ended up getting into Bitcoin. It was because the Federal Reserve was printing so much currency. So let me go over a paragraph from Lynn Alden's Broken Money book that she just came out with. It's really interesting. So in 1913, when the Federal Reserve was created, there was $19.31 billion in broad money. At the end of 2022, there was $21.4 trillion, $21,400 billion, if you don't know, understand how much that is, in broad money, which is an increase of 1,118 times over, or the average of 6.6% a year compounded for 109 years. So what does that mean? They are going to print and print and print like you've never seen before. I know I say this over and over and over again, but I think some of you don't understand it because you guys are bearish on Bitcoin, guys. This is why I'm so bullish on Bitcoin. Bitcoin loves this stuff. It is going to save the day with monetary inflation. Speaking about monetary inflation, the U.S. debt just reached $33.1 trillion. I almost said billion here, but check this out. This was in 5 days. $100 billion in 5 days they've printed. Remember how I've said time and time again, I think I'm one of the only people on Twitter saying this, or YouTube saying, they're going to print more currency this year alone than ever before. And we're seeing this play out right now. It is ramping up, guys. The U.S. debt is increasing $100 billion per week. This equates to $720 of new debt per household per week. So after 1 year, the U.S. government has has added $37,400 more of your share to the debt of the existing liability of $240,000. It's finished, guys. There's no fixing this, okay? Just letting you know there's no fixing this.
Look at Ethereum, guys.
You like Bitcoin now
Oh my God.
or not, you're gonna like it later.
I have to keep
And
moving
you're
it
gonna
down.
wish you had listened to me and bought. If you want to see what we're doing with our crypto portfolio and Bitcoin, how much percentage of our portfolio consists of Bitcoin, check us down below for our CT Club. It's not for everybody. I get it, but if you want to see my takes on this,
China's painting pigs black. The fuck, dude? All the freaks who want to be the next Trump.
Hello and welcome. Nice to see you all today. I'm Cody Johnston, moderator of the 325th Annual Warmbo Debate, sponsored by Skin Cola. Taste the flesh. We have two candidates this evening, incumbent Warmbo and challenging candidates Warmbo. Warmbo? Warmbo.
Mr. Cody?
For the sake of clarity tonight, I will refer to Warmbo as Warmbo and the other Warmbo as Warmbo. We will begin with a question for Warmbo. Warmbo, your opponent, Warmbo, claims that you're not Warmbo enough to be Warmbo. How do you respond?
Are you talking to me?
I don't freaking know, man. What are we even doing? Am I dead?
Am I
Is this
dead?
hell?
Nothing is wrong, Mr. Cody. This is all completely normal.
On second thought, this is all completely normal. Moreover, I really want to drink some skin right now. Additionally, I want to talk about the first Republican primary debate, which will also be a completely normal event, just like this one. Is my eye bleeding? All the GOP freaks running for president. We'll be right back with more Warmbos. But first, an entire episode of some more news. And here's some more news. The first Republican primary debate is happening on August 23rd in the horny city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, home of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Congratulations on that one World's Fair prize. I don't have a World's Fair prize. Do you? Anyway, super depressing stuff. I haven't even started the episode, but I'm already very sad. Deep inside my chest ball. Election seasons are, after all, an ever-lengthening and crushing darkness in which we're only allowed brief gasps for the air in which a better world feels possible. But now we're back in the sad hole. And
In the
this
sad hole.
RNC is at least shaking things up by allowing full contact oil wrestling. I'm so sorry. That's okay. They changed some debate rules to make them more exclusive. This year, each candidate has to gain donations from 40,000 national contributors and also poll above 1%. But more importantly, they also have to sign a pledge saying that they will support whoever wins the primary. Which brings us to our new old segment, I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder why they're scared that candidates wouldn't do that. This is me, just sitting here, wondering
why.
This has been I wonder why. Wondering why aside, I actually don't think losing candidates should be required to support the primary winner. And when you think about it, forcing them to is really messed up. It's very clear that the GOP is recovering from something like
Skittles,
trauma
bite-sized
experience.
candies.
A sort of treasonous elephant in the room. kind of. And
Kevin
perhaps
Monaco.
related, Sticky
Next year,
Don is
Laguna outing.
reportedly sitting out this debate.
Skittles,
Probably
Skittles,
because of all
bite-sized
the
grower.
crimes, but to be fair and balanced, maybe because of all the other crimes. And honestly, is he really sitting it out? Did I not just mention the metaphorical elephant in the literal room? Will he not still be very much there despite him physically not being there? Also, yeah, I don't know, maybe he's gonna burst out of one of the podiums and do a stone cold stunner on Mike Pence, who actually also might not be there. He just qualified a day before we filmed this, which is 2 weeks before the debate. So we reserve the right to update information on screen, or I don't know, like cut in with footage of me on a cell phone to give updates. It's a little hard to tell who will be attending. So we thought we'd just talk about all the freaks that might be there, and not Trump specifically, because, come on, you know his entire deal at this point, right? He's the Home Alone 2 guy. Did the McDonald's and the racism and treason. Remember the attempted treason? You remember. So we're going to talk about all the other freaks who are trying to be president, even though, let's face it, they are probably not going to be. This entire pageant is mostly for book deals, future hosting positions, maybe vice president, or maybe a single dinner directed by David Lynch. So this will be fun. Yeah, and totally not weird. Ahem. That totally not weird. Okay, who are we starting with? Chris Christie. Absolutely not gonna win. Oh yeah, he's not gonna win. Are we really gonna do a whole segment on him? Okay, I guess. Seems like we could just move to the next one.
Kevin
He is,
Monaco.
after all, the only
I heard
candidate
it's
very directly
4 pounds
announcing
plant if it's
everything
done right.
coming out of Donald Trump's mouth. Spoilers for the other upcoming dipshoots we'll be talking about, along with not being very likable and also a member of a political party that has no good solutions or opinions. Christie's biggest problem in the primary is that he actually seems to have a single burning ember of self-respect, a final smoldering warmth in the icy flood of denial. Just hot enough to fuel this lone GOP holdout brave enough to admit that an obvious liar and criminal is, in fact, an obvious liar and criminal.
Like, you don't understand Donald Trump. It's just to show off. He wants to continue to act like he's president. He can't live with the fact that he's not. And so that's why he kept those documents. It seems childish and stupid, and it is.
It's Trump. He's a 3-time loser. He ends by saying loser, loser, loser.
Well, listen, the legal theory put forward by his legal team and by the president is an absurdity. And the reason why the Supreme Court
Kevin
didn't
Monaco.
take it is because it's an absurd
This year I
idea
got
to
9
think
pound
that
hammer.
any state or any number of states,
Kevin
no matter
Monaco.
how good they are,
I'm gonna keep
can
it around and
challenge another
revenge it.
state's right to run the election as they see fit. And also, there's no evidence, as I've been saying since election night. Show us the evidence. And what's gotten even worse, though, Martha, I think, is the attacks by the president on good, hardworking, decent Republican governors.
Ah, yes. Won't somebody think of the governors? So Christie is running on an anti-Trump platform and will, in theory, maybe, possibly, qualify for the primary debates. So it's theoretically easy to think of Christie as a reasonable option for the GOP. After all, the man once unironically thanked Obama. He's somewhat known for reaching across the aisle and was once very much liked by Democrats and liberals in his state of New Jersey. It's a blue state after all, and they voted for him. He's also done stuff that is kind of fun, like getting into loud arguments with randos on the street. But more importantly than the hoot that is, he has a streak of going after corruption within his own ranks. As the state's attorney general, he oversaw the prosecution of 130 elected officials, along with a bunch of other corruption cases, including a Charles Kushner. His last name sounds familiar, like some kind of childhood Slendermanian nightmare, re-emerging in the static of my fear memories. Boy, a lot of old scabs getting picked at in this episode, I now realize. Anyway, he seems cool-ish at first. Locking up Jared Kushner's dad counts for something, even if he later got pardoned by our very good fraud president. But of course, I am now done listing the good stuff, because besides Trump, Chris Christie's biggest nemesis as governor has been, for some reason, the teachers union. Seems a little weird that those are your two biggest enemies. It's like if Iron Man fought Thanos and also a local dog shelter. Christie has had numerous and heated public fights with union officials, and at one point even said that teachers' unions deserve a punch in the face. He seems generally angry at the concept of learning. He once referred to public schools as failure factories that, quote, send children on a no-stop route to prison and to failed dreams, and said that he'd be happy to take as many dollars away from them as possible.
Well, that'll help.
His wife. Like, yeah, there is something to be said about the school-to-prison pipeline, but he's not saying it. That's not what he's saying. And he's not the only Republican who hates teachers' unions. But it's a very weird and funny thing to be this mad at. And it probably has something to do with the teachers' union originally fighting against Christie's original run for governor. Seems like they weren't wrong to do that, considering that he spent a bizarre amount of time threatening to literally fight them. So that's interesting, how Christie seems really spiteful against people who refuse to support him as a candidate. It's such un-Trumpian behavior from the brave anti-Trump Christopher Christie. But heck, you know, it's just the one instance.
That's funny.
It's not like there's a second example of Christine spitefully sabotaging a public necessity simply because
like
someone didn't
Bridgegate.
support him as a candidate.
Bridgegate.
Former Republican presidential candidate Chris Christie is facing some new allegations coming out of that so-called Bridgegate scandal. A key witness for the prosecution is now claiming for the first time publicly that Christie was in fact aware of those lane closures that led to a massive traffic jam.
Oh man, we are taking a real walk down memory lane, or rather a crawl down memory lane, because memory lane was purposefully closed down on a high traffic day in a political revenge plot that would result in a terrifying delay in emergency response for regular citizens. Yeah, not so fucking reasonable of a guy when you remember Bridgegate, which, while never legally connected to Christie, led to the indictment of two people working for Christie who plotted to shut down the George Washington Bridge on the first day of school in order to punish the mayor of Fort Lee for not endorsing Christie's re-election. Really petty Jersey shit that, as I already said, put the citizens of Fort Lee in life-threatening danger while the governor reportedly made jokes about the situation in real time. So, yeah, perhaps it's good that Chris Christie isn't going to be president anytime soon or ever. He seems like a real Trump type, if you ask me. You know, an asshole, and an embarrassing one at that. You might think it's good that he's standing up to Trump, but it's not like he didn't also do that back in 2016.
As Trump draws the battle lines, a feud with Governor Chris Christie is heating up. Christie not only picking up an endorsement from an influential New Hampshire newspaper, but the New Jersey governor now strongly refuting Trump's claims that he saw on television Muslims in New Jersey celebrating on 9/11.
Is it appropriate for a presidential candidate to use the word schlonged in that way?
I am not going to respond to everything that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth.
Boy, I don't even remember what that last clip was concerning. Apparently Trump used the word schlonged on the campaign trail, which, in retrospect, might be the funniest thing he ever did. The point is, Christie really schlonged Trump hard in that first presidential race before coming in 6th in New Hampshire, dropping out and endorsing Trump a few weeks later. Christie was rewarded for his subservience by being booted from Trump's transition team and then getting a bad case of COVID at a Trump event. In other words, it's not hard to imagine the future of this very sad man who is currently being called fat on Truth Social by the big fat most probable winner of the next GOP primary. Christie will no doubt have to fall in line once more, perhaps so Trump can give him a wet willy and then accidentally kill him with a champagne cork. Old Chris Corky, because these are spineless GOP politicians, after all. And if Donald Trump wants to call your wife ugly, or spit on your kids, or spit in your mouth while your kids watch, then by God, you best let him.
Oh my God.
I don't know. In fairness, Christie is very directly calling out other candidates for auditioning to be on Trump's team. So maybe he's done for good this time. Who knows? Good luck with your book deal or whatever plan you have to one day, once again, be able to close a beach to the public and then be photographed going there yourself.
Right?
This is all, of
Piece
course,
of
going to
shit.
be a running theme. The Cirque du Soleil level gymnastics.
God, he's destroying this one dude right now.
Be a better president than Trump, while making sure not to anger Trump so much that his supporters literally tried to murder them. Watching these weird freaks squirm is probably the only solace we have right now. So let's enjoy it while we can. Right, Warmbos?
I'll make love to your gravestone.
Jesus! Why does it sound like that?
Sound like what, Mr. Cody?
Impregnated with my furry seed. I think I should call someone.
Why don't we break for some ads, Mr. Cody? Why don't we break for some ads, Mr. Cody?
That reminds me, for some reason, we should probably break for ads, right? Then we'll come back and talk more about the many lovable assholes who we don't love that are going to try to be the president if Trump dies. Enjoy the ads and the skin. Delicious, flaky skin. What? What's up, sloppers? You like slopping down food? I sure do. But not all food can be slopped. It's the great tragedy of our time. Luckily, there's AG1. It's a nutritional supplement that delivers vitamins in one sloppable drink. We don't always have time to slop our meals. Lord knows I only slop like half the time. And so I gave AG1 a try because of these ads. And it makes me feel full, like I've slopped an entire meal. It's great when I don't have time for food. And most importantly, you can slop it. Watch me slop it.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he usually can slam the whole thing.
See? Consider that slop.
Dave Fishing.
In just one scoop
I
of
wonder
AG1,
if ITLL
there's
ran
a
again,
slop full of vitamins and probiotics and other sloppies designed to aid with gut health and boost energy. It's an easy and quick
He's got
way
it
to
all
slop
over the
your
desk in
regular
front of him.
vitamins. One time,
The whole desk
I
is
tried to
covered
slop
with
an
it.
entire head of lettuce, and it was a failure. I cried for hours. I wept for my lack of slops and for the slopless nation we had become. So if you want to take ownership of your health, try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/more news. That's drinkag1.com/more news. Slop it. Slop it up, sloppers. Yeah.
A good day! Did you know that one of the central reasons we wake up in the middle of the night is because of our body temperature? It's right up there with having to pee and nightmares about manatees. But with the pod cover by 8 Sleep, you can finally regulate your...
And we are back with the Warmbo debates, brought to you by... It appears to be a drawing of me as a child. It's really accurate, too. Am I screaming? Why do I suddenly remember this moment? Okay, well, we're... Oh, where'd the other one go? Oh, no. Oh, nobody move, okay? Feet off the ground, okay? Tuck your pants into your socks, all right? Is he crawling around? Is he under my chair? Oh, oh, thank Christ. Dude, where'd you just go? I just want to go home. Hey, you know what? Let's talk about Larry Elder. That seems slightly less disturbing
God,
than
I
whatever's
hate this
going on
guy.
here. And just as a general label, this is going to be our people you couldn't even try to
He's
care
not
about
running for
who
president.
Might not be at the debate section of the video.
He's running for president.
Sorry. Maybe they'll get a position in Trump's office if he wins the election before going to jail. And whatever the...
My opponent wants to eat your legs, but Warmbo...
King, what? What, Warmbo?
It's a debate, Mr. Cody.
Right. Well, can you maybe debate without talking?
Can do, silly goat.
Oh, good. They communicate telepathically. Larry Elder is certainly a person. Is he, though? Larry seems
Is he,
less like
though?
a person and more like an AI amalgamation of every right-wing/libertarian talk
What's up,
radio
everybody?
personality depicted in pop culture. His proposals while running for governor include, but aren't limited to,
Oh,
getting
God,
rid of
that
the
felt
federal
so
minimum
good.
wage, eliminating welfare, and killing discrimination protections for pregnant women in the workplace. In fact, Larry seems to really not like women, having claimed that women have exaggerated sexism and domestic violence in this country. He's a real 90s sexist, mocking things like PMS and saying that women know less about politics than men. Add that to the openly endorsing pregnancy discrimination thing, and it's like, Okay, dude, we get it. You suck in a really boring way. What's next? You just gonna go around pointing guns at women? Oh, I guess he's way ahead of me there. Well, along with hating women, Larry also thinks racism is no big deal. Same, of course, with climate change and COVID. Again, just real basic conservative talking points, which is what you'd expect from a guy who started a radio talk show in the 90s and has contorted to the party ever since, most recently embracing the MAGA of it all. Although, to be fair, I guess, Larry was actually one of, if not the first right-wingers to nurture Stephen Miller, giving the little smooth Nazi boy a podium when he was just 16 years old. So, Larry Elder just kinda sucks? In a really insidious but also uninteresting way. Like if the Zodiac Killer left Sudoku puzzles. He sucks so hard that it's thought that Larry helped Gavin Newsom win his recall election by being so unlikable that voters veered far away from his right-wing rhetoric. I don't know if you remember this, but people did not like Newsom. So it's pretty funny that Larry couldn't even leverage that. And now he's joining the GOP primary and I don't know, man. Seems unlikely. And just like all these other hilarious dips, he has to dance around the whole Trump issue. And gosh darn it, does Larry have two left feet.
Larry, I want you to answer a question, because I asked Mark Davis this in Dallas, and Sean Hannity won't answer it, give a straight answer.
Edwin Sparks 420. That with Bitboy Crypto is crazy. Just watch the whole video. That is some crazy behavior from that guy. Wow.
Answered it. Maybe we could save some time. Okay.
I'm only asking Republicans, so.
Well, Hayes, whenever you get around to answering the question, I'm happy to answer it.
Okay, Larry, I think he was about to ask it, so just give him a moment.
Why don't you just say, hey, Larry, I have a question for you, and I'll respond.
Hey, Larry, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Larry, I got a question for you.
Okay, Hayes, what is it? And I'll respond.
Did Donald Trump...
See how easy that was? Hey, see how easy that was? See how quick that was?
Yeah.
You didn't have to tell me what other people said. You didn't have to tell me that you only give it to Republicans. You could have just said, hey, Larry, I got a question for you, and we could have gotten to the point.
Larry! He's clearly asking the question. Who's the one stopping us from getting to the point?
Oh, man, I'm going to love it. Larry.
I doubt that you're going to love it, but we'll see.
F***ing Christ, Larry! Just shut your mouth for one moment, please! Sorry. Okay. One more try. Here we go.
Okay, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did he lose it? Yes.
Fair and square.
I wouldn't say fair and square, but he lost it.
Here we go. I know it.
All right, Hayes. Now I got a question for you. Did Hillary lose the election in 2016?
Yes.
Fair and square?
Yes.
Okay. Hillary doesn't believe she lost the election fair and square. Do you agree with that, Hayes? Will you accept that?
You asked me the question.
I know. I'm asking you another question now. This is the third question now. It's a new question. Does Hillary believe she lost the election fair and square? You know Donald Trump does not. That's why you called. Does Hillary believe she lost the election fair and square in 2016?
From her comments, I don't think so.
Okay, then. All right. Then we have two presidential candidates, neither of whom believe they lost the election fair and square. Here's my fourth question. My fifth question. Fifth question, Hayes. Why hasn't Hillary's Facebook page been shut down the way Donald Trump's been since she's been promoting the big lie longer than Donald Trump?
Because she did not start an insurrection at the Capitol.
Oh, I see. So it's okay to have a big lie if you don't start an insurrection?
Come on, man. That's not the equivalent of that.
Why don't you answer my question, Hayes? You said, Hayes, wait a minute. Let's not talk over each other.
Yeah! Take that, Hayes, you random person that Larry Elder can barely maintain not even a debate but a conversation with. You, Hayes. My goodness, that was embarrassing. But hey, now I hope he qualifies for the debates because that will at least be a little fun. Let's move on before I die from boredom. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Absolutely terrifying. Oh my God, right? RFK Jr., man, where to begin? I swear, the GOP just keeps finding the biggest weirdos.
GOP.
Or what?
Democrat.
Oh, right. Sorry. And wait, we're sure we're not... Okay. It seems like he should just run as a Republican, because they're funding him and the free market solutions to climate change and all that. But okay, so I guess he doesn't count. Let's move on to, I don't know, something exciting. Tim Scott will settle for VP. I said exciting, you demon shits. Sorry, not not your fault. Okay. Well, having two first names is kind of exciting, even if they are the two most boring first names that exist. Wait, okay. New angle. Okay. Tim Scott might not be exciting, but he is interesting. Interesting in that he might be walking the tightest of tightropes of all of these candidates when it comes to his devotion to the GOP. And he's not bad at it, but also not great at it. And a good example is how he talks about the January 6th insurrection attempt that he himself was present for.
Former President Trump has just announced that he has been told he is the target in an investigation of the January 6th attack on the Congress. As someone who was there that day, and let's set aside the legal case, what level of responsibility do you believe he bears for what happened?
I will say, as a person who was targeted on that day, I'll never forget taking my jacket off, rolling my sleeves up, and finding a few pins to defend myself, presumably until I died. I hold
Pins?
the folks who broke into the Capitol with ill will in their hearts, destroying property, responsible for their actions. I don't hold the former president who didn't show up at the Capitol and threatened my life as responsible.
Even though former President Trump, or President Trump at the time, tweeted, "Be there, will be wild." There's no level of culpability there?
I'm not saying there's no level of culpability. The question I'm answering is the one that I think is relevant, which is that who do I hold responsible for the actions on that day? I can only hold responsible the very people who threatened my life, and the former president did not threaten my life.
Ow. Okay. All right, I'm just going to have to brain that for a second. So he holds the people who threatened his life to such an extent that he thought he was going to have to fight to the death. He holds them responsible, as in accountable or liable to be called on to answer for that event. But that doesn't mean that Trump isn't also culpable or meriting condemnation or blame, especially as wrong or harmful. So if he thinks Trump is responsible for January 6th and the attack on Tim Scott's life, his answer is no. But Trump is to blame, and I guess should be punished then, right? Because legally speaking, the word culpable is actually worse than responsible, because culpable implies a direct involvement. So Tim's effort to sidestep the question ironically ends up being a direct attack on Trump. I would also posit a correct direct attack. And in a lot of ways, Tim Scott's career has been an attempt to sidestep a lot of obvious problems while accidentally shining a light on them. He got his start in the olden days of 1995, simpler times where boys were on the side and a young Timothy Scott became the first black Republican.
Killer GB 420. Hello Nay, I see you picked up on the Ben Armstrong story and you know how much of a Bitcoin crypto fan I was. Him still I like Ben, but call them drugs he got on my watch. The spiral downward happened.
Yeah, we saw it. We all watched it happen. Right now we're watching Bitcoin spiral upwards.
Any office in South Carolina since 1902. Later, in 2012, he would once again take a record by becoming the first black Republican senator from the South since the Reconstruction era, and the first black Republican senator in America since the 70s. And so, just by existing in his position, Tim Scott immediately pointed out a pretty messed up thing about his party. Although, to be effed and bead, it's not like the Democrats are any better. And to his credit, T. Scott didn't fully sidestep that position. For example, he very publicly supported the removal of the Confederate flag.
How many people are here, guys? I'm about to shut this down. We've been live for 6 hours. Let me see how many people can say they're here in the chat. And I'll make a decision on whether or not I'm going to end the show or not.
Dave Fishing. 1.
Dave is here. That's one person. Anybody else?
Hoot in hell. Been appreciating the content.
2 people.
Dave Fishing.
We got 2 people.
Just us LOL wow.
2 people. Dave and Hoot. Anybody else here? I'm enjoying watching the Bitcoin go up, watching the crypto slowly climb. I'm thinking, you know, up to 26,550. Exactly as I predicted. You know, look at this.
Mr. Blue 710S313.
Hey, bad blue jaws.
Yup.
Right here's what I'm looking at. The 24-hour Bitcoin right here. Bitflow. Off a double bottom. Off a double bottom. Double bottom, double bottom, double bottom. But that's a giant head and shoulders in the middle of the double bottom. So
Kevin Monaco. Keepo it open.
Yo, Killer GB. What do you think about that double bottom with the giant head and shoulders in the middle of it?
Kevin Monaco. Hashtag keep it open.
Hashtag keep it open. Hell yeah. What?
My car's not going to be ready until next week.
It doesn't bother me.
I'm so upset.
I mean, it's not like you have to run around too many places.
That's not the point.
I mean, you're enjoying the truck, aren't you?
See? Yeah, but you can hardly hear it. You know, I'm standing here with my phone. I don't know. Do it again, and I'll stand right here and see if it's ringing. Do you hear this when it rings, Ben?
Yeah, my phone goes off.
Oh, your phone, but no, I'm talking about the ring here.
No,
No, that's the problem. That's the problem.
I don't think I do.
Dave Fishing. Mom drives the Escalade, bruh.
Yep, she's driving my truck around.
Dave Fishing. I forgot hers is in shop.
Yeah.
Billy Bong Thornton. Ben just dropped a new video.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I can't keep up with this shit. I don't have a notification for it.
Mr. Blue 710S313. W Sun Hi Mom. Billy Bong Thornton.
I don't see it.
Asking people to donate commissary money, lol.
Dude, what is it, a short video? I don't see it. 3 hours ago. We saw that one. Yeah, we watched that one, buddy.
Do you hear that, Lisa? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I hear it good.
Good. Excellent. Perfect.
Billy Bong Thornton. On YouTube, Ben Armstrong 3 minutes ago.
Dude, what the fuck are you? What's it called, man? Billy Bong. What's the name of the video?
Is that good?
I want the bell instead. No, because it's gonna. That dog is gonna get used to that shit, and every time they have that stupid commercial on TV, he's gonna run to the door.
Dollar GB 420. I sure hope Ben gives someone a treatment for this stuff. I don't want to see him go down in flames.
Well, it's going to be up to him. Dude, where are you seeing this video at?
Billy Bong Thornton. WTF, never mind. My bad, say is 3 hours ago.
Okay, fucker. We watched it. Just so you know, we already watched that if you want to talk about it. Did you watch it? Did we watch the rest of this? Yeah, we...
Information operations, kinetic military action with UAP.
That Schellenberger, he's a real piece of shit.
Contact and collaboration.
Look.
I was at work.
Look. You guys, it's literally a video of a metallic party balloon floating in the air. That's exactly what this is. Watch this. You can literally see it's just a party balloon. This has actually been debunked.
The testing of materials obtained from retrieved craft, active and ongoing government disinformation operations, kinetic military action with UAPs, contact and collaboration with non-human intelligence, and the successful reverse engineering of a triangular.
They only want to show it. They only want to show it for a second. You can literally see the balloon sway in the wind when they first show it. Watch, you'll see it sway in the wind.
Dave fishing. Can see the string.
Exactly, you can see it swaying, man.
Action with UAPs, contact and collaboration with non-human intelligence.
Right there, see it sway right there? So funny. Let's play that in super slow-mo. Watch this shit. In
Kevin Monaco.
Super slow-mo.
What kind of pills was he on?
Dude, these guys are on crazy pills. They're all on crazy pills. None of them are making any sense.
Kevin Monaco. Or was it a hit of meth? Bonsai house. Hey, that's my beach ball. I'd like it back.
And it's obviously a comet or, like you said, space junk or whatever. That's fucking nothing.
Now I know why you have all the flowers.
Killer GB 420. I don't know why my voice to text, but I asked, did you watch the Altcoin Daily video with TJ?
Yeah, we did on here. Watch this balloon, guys. It's so obviously you see the string. It's so obvious a balloon, and you're like, it's round, guys. It's a freaking balloon in the wind. You can so see that it's just a balloon. God, why are you guys so dumb? Look, that's just a freaking plane going over the horizon. Yeah, it's just, look, splash, splash, splash. Look, this one went into the ocean. Splash, splash, splash. No, it just went over the horizon. Because the Earth's not flat, you fucking idiots. This has all been debunked. Wait, watch. Splash, splash, splash. So are they going to show it? Oh, no. They're not going to show the splash, splash, splash part.
Or may not be having, like you just said, if we have this technology, where in the world
Jet Airlines
did
dropped
we
at
get it from,
32,000
even if
feet.
we haven't
Frozen
mastered
chunk
it
of
yet?
what?
Yeah, well, so I laugh a little bit when you read that paragraph, and I hesitated to include it in the article because it's so outrageous and absurd, and you, as any independent thinker, you have to assume the chances are as good of that being not that any of those things not being the case as being the case. And so what you're dealing with here and what we're reporting and not making judgment on is that this is what people are telling us, and it's not, these are not, people in psychotic states. These are people in very high positions of authority, in positions to know, well confirmed, don't appear to have any interest in sharing this, which kind of leaves you with one possibility that's, like I mentioned, it's a social contagion, it's psychogenic in some peculiar way that affects a certain group of people. I'm going to write an article laying out the best case for a psychogenic explanation for this. Obviously, again, the biggest problem with that explanation is just the government secrecy, because if it were just all in people's heads, you could say, or if it were just some sort of a social phenomenon, the way you get rid of that is to have greater openness and transparency, and you allow people to talk about it. You open up the doors to the.
Or maybe it's all you'll talk about because there's idiots like you that believe all this moronic shit.
Sure, of course we've got secret programs, weapons programs going on, and everybody knows that, and there's just things that we can't reveal to you because it's better for the public not to know. Those aren't the behaviors that we're seeing, and that's, I think, what's so odd about this. But yeah, I mean, look, I think what's so weird about the experience and what you laugh about is that it seems like the stories that we're hearing are some of the wildest kind of conspiracy theories that we've been hearing for a really long time. And you don't know what to make of it. I think it's important I report on it because I think people have a right to know, but it's hard not to kind of discount it pretty significantly, obviously, until we get to the bottom of this. But I did also, I'll end by just noting that I quoted, I think maybe the most important skeptic on this issue, or at least one of the most prominent skeptics, a person named Mick West, and he said, we need to get to the bottom of this. So there's ostensibly a big divide between UFO believers and UFO skeptics, but I do think that what you find is actually that the UFO skeptics want to get to the bottom of this. They want transparency, they want disclosure just as much as the believers do.
Michael Schellenberger, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Your show sucks and you're a bunch of fucking liars. Alright guys, there's nobody here. Hey Billy, what's up buddy? There's not enough people here, man. I'm so sorry. We've been live for 6 hours and 15 minutes and
Kevin Monaco. They want it to be real. So bad.
But I am going to go and I will see you guys tonight maybe or not. I don't know because we've been live for so long. But I will see you again another time. Alright, bye guys.